Moving back to Miles. Moving back to Miles, man. So spooky. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for tuning in. Happy day of the week. Happy time zone. We're gonna pick back up with Ace Attorney Investigations number 2. This time, Miles is. We're starting up case 4, which thank fuck, as I predicted last time. As like if we didn't finish case 3, I'd be like, I don't remember what the hell's happening. So I'm glad we were able to close that off last stream of this. Almost a week ago. Sheesh. What's on my shirt? It's Trogador. Trogador. The Burninator. I'm a millennial. It's my uniform. Internet reference from the early 2000s. Trogador, my beloved. Think it's gonna be spooky? I don't know. I mean, it is October, which makes everything spooky by just mere existence. So, queue up or shut up. Hell yeah. Queue up is my favorite fucking thing. But anyway, there's a reference in the latest Make Some Noise. Hell yeah. Plan go back to Hades post Ace Attorney. I've been playing a lot of Hades 2 off stream. Not currently planning on. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I'm post credits. I'm chewing up through post game stuff off stream in my spare time, and it's going great. So I could see myself streaming more of it if I'm like, I don't know what to stream. But as happens with anything these days, I'll be like, oh, let me stream one game that'll take several streams to get through, and in that time, 80 games released. And I'm like, I do want to check those out. So we'll see. So if I do more streams of Hades 2, I'll be like, spoilers! There'll just be tons of plot that happened off stream that I could get people caught up in. And believe me, I have things I want to say about the plot, but not going to talk about that unless it's specifically in that environment. So it might be fun to stream more Hades 2 just to be able to talk about story stuff, because I have things I want to yell about. But anyway, until then, we got more gay lawyers having the time of their lives. Yeah, I don't have to be like, well, here's what you missed if you missed some of these streams, because I don't know, just the background being that room, I'm like, oh god, I'm glad I don't have to think about that anymore. It was a fun case though, I did enjoy it, but I'm happy to see what's up in case 4. Again, but a different story, exactly. Story about a guy, probably a murder. I mean, there's always murders in Ace Attorney, and that's kind of spooky. Dead body, and you're like, what? There's a mystery. For Forever Wild. Yeah, I'm excited because I think it was case 2 people were saying was the weakest of the game, and I did enjoy 2. It just pacing wise, I think dragged on a bit, which is that's usually the biggest sin of an Ace Attorney case, and I've already talked about this at length, so I'm not gonna repeat myself. But basically, it's like either logically it doesn't really hold up all the way, or pacing wise it just kind of drags on, it meanders, it's not really focused. But I really don't think there's been an Ace Attorney case where I'm like, actually that was a waste of my time. There's usually at least one thing in a case where I'm like, thank fuck I got to experience that. In my brief time on this planet, I got to see some insane bullshit testimony or whatever. So, it's a good series. You picked up Sansa Blythe. I think is it Blythe Manor? Or is it Blake Manor? Now I'm misremembering. I'm gonna pick up the second it's available. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's one where I wanted to play more of the demo off stream and I haven't yet. Or I'm like, maybe I just pick it up when it comes out. Because I'm definitely intrigued. So. Yeah, Wacky Pet Prison is a fun concept. Wacky Pet Prison where the clowns show up once a month and they have bracelets that restrict access, but they can be broken very easily. It was just, yeah. Contrivances on top of contrivances, my beloved. So, anyway, we're gonna get back into this. Hope everyone's doing good. Thanks for tuning in and stuff. But let me get caught up real quick so we can hop into what the hell's going on. It is, I don't know. It's just really nice to pick up Ace Attorney with a new case, because it feels like for a lot of them, it's like, other than the first stream, I'm like, well, I'm just kind of picking it up somewhere in the middle. It is Rogue Legacy 2. Polly knows what he did. Rogue Legacy 2, my beloved. Incredible soundtrack, and of banger roguelike, if you're into that kind of thing, which you should be, because who doesn't like, I mean, it's a rogue light. Rogue Legacy 1 and 2 are all about that incremental progression. So many number go up progression mechanics, they're just so satisfying to just like, that's what I'm running into with Hades 2, which I also experienced in Hades 1, where it has a very friendly roguelite intro. Both games have, like, every time you die, you're like, well, I can put points into a thing and have more strength, be better at the game. And both games kind of level off after a while, and then it turns into add on more difficulty rather than, like, numbers go up. Whereas Rogue Legacy 1 and 2, you can spend dozens and dozens of hours and still have, like, okay, the next run has a little bit more going for it, because you're able to invest in that little thing. It's nice. It's a weird one for me. It's without a funny better game, the first one. That's fair. Rogue Legacy 2 did really... I'm assuming you're saying 2 compared to 1. 2 did really land for me, but I understand. Rogue Legacy 1 was such a... I don't know. In some ways, that's just like a lot of earlier indie games compared to more recent ones. It's like, at the time, it was like, oh my god, an indie game did this? Whereas now we just take it for granted that indie games can be bangers. So it's less special, but it's just like executed really well. But I really enjoyed what 2 did. But 1 probably still holds up really well. I just, I thought it was a really good kind of thing. Sun Tower 2, oh yeah. Setting your phone off for repairs, oh, good luck with that. New roguelite, I know, exactly. Not just there's a new roguelike or roguelite every minute, but like a good one. like I can't understate how wild it is. Or overstate. I can just state it. There's so many amazingly talented devs dropping new games almost every goddamn day. And I can't keep up, so instead I'm playing games that came out forever ago. I mean, the Collections is relatively new, but anyway. Outer Wilds, hell yeah, that game is so good. So, first of all, between streams, some subs and resubs. From I'm Not Jonathan, Dying221, OK Kaylee, Fill the Headset, and Alabratus Music with 25 months. Yeah, that's a quarter of a year, if I understand correctly. Auburn Bear, thanks for 3. Enjoy your O-Key. 36, golly gee, that's like a few at least. Darn tootin' it is. Ugron, thanks for 69 months. Nice. And Oswald, thanks for 50 bits. Are you excited for the Ghost of Quercus Alba to be the final boss of this game? Christ. Don't speak to me of Quercus. I hope he's dead and rotting in the ground. I don't want to think about him. Anyway, let's hop back. Let's hop in. Let's go. Thank you. Wah. Shit. Let's get in. Hop in the van. We're going to Nightmare Lawyer Town. Population U. It's actually a picture of you on the sign as you drive into town. It's spooky. The book was written by R.L. Stine and Stephen King. A rare collaboration between the greatest horror minds of our generation. They wrote about a spooky town that you are the population of. You! I'm Albec. Picture myself on Billboard. Well, it's like you, but it's like stretched width horizontally to fill it, and you're just kind of standing there. And you're like, is that me? And that's the end. It's a short story. Anyway, I don't know what I'm talking about. My brain's not working today, so that means we're in perfect fighting form for case 4. Let's do. He deserved to die, and I hope he burns in hell. That's what I said, and I stand by it. Has to be extra crunchy. Yeah, nice and crunchy. I know. I feel like I can't really be on my best form for Ace Attorney because you need your brain to be stupid. You need to be some level of disconnected from reality to be like, oh, I get it now. So, continue? Yeah, Turnabout Forsaken. Resume? Did I start Turnabout Forsaken? Beginning opening? I don't think I did. Alright, let's go. Welcome back. What's Penny okay? She's fine. Hold on. I hereby call this meeting to order. Oh shit, we're getting into this. The committee is gathered here in the sight of the goddess to pass fair and frank judgment. Ooh. The purpose of this hearing is to assess the professional competency of Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Does everyone fall over dead? Ooh, that was jazzy. My name is Frank Judgment. What the fuck? What is it? Clock Tower? Why are you wearing that raincoat? What is fucking what? Okay. No! Ah! Was Larry asking me if I liked Kay because she's dead now? This is a jam. Well, I miss Kay. She died as she lived, being confused. Just like me. April 5th. 1:23 p.m. Gumshoe, make a wish. It's Kingdom Hearts. I do think of Kingdom Hearts when I see a clock tower at night. It has rewritten my brain. Press K to honor K. Yeah, no, as I said in a previous stream of this, K was at her best for me when it was the flashback case from Investigations 1 where she was kicking Miles in the back of the knee and making him fall over. That was like peak of Ace Attorney Mountain. Did it really come into the death of a child? Well, we don't know. Maybe. Possibly. Will you please stop pacing, detective? You're kicking up dust. But I struck the floor 3 times already. then sweep it a fourth. They're gonna take your badge, Mr. Edgeworth. How could you just stand there cool as a cucumber? Off-screen death of a child. We don't know for certain that they will. Well, it sure seems like they mean to. Judge Gavell pretty much spelled it out. Truly, you are proving to be quite a threat to the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. Sippy! As such, you give me little choice but to report back on your continued transgressions. No doubt you will be called to appear before the committee in due course. Miles did it now. She said that I would be called to appear before the committee, nothing more. Well, I don't care. I won't stand for it. What if we never get to work together again? I'd have thought you would welcome the prospect, Detective. After all, it would mean you could work with someone less problematic. Don't say that, sir. I've never heard anyone except that stupid committee say you're problematic. And those people on Twitter. You're not just looking for an excuse, are you? To become a defense attorney, I mean? Oh? Because I won't let you. You're prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth. Prosecutor, you hear? To become a defense attorney, huh? Is that the arc of these games? The circumstances of my father's death set me on the path to becoming a prosecutor. But I'd only been interested in the law to begin with, thanks to my father as well. And his work as a defense attorney. Are you gonna keep fighting crime as a prosecutor or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you've got a big decision ahead of you. One only you can answer. Are you listening, Mr. Edgeworth? I said I won't let you do this. Really, that's his idol if he was in a fighting game. He's about to grab Edgeworth and suplex him, Zangief style. Really, Detective, there's no need to be so dramatic. Who knows, the next prosecutor you work with might be a little more lenient with your salary assessments. Well, really? So, no more instant noodles? I mean, no, what are you saying, sir? I don't care about any of that stuff. But you thought about it, didn't you? If only for a moment. Because you brought it up, Edgeworth. We're busy, come back later. Oh. For a brief moment, I thought she was the flight attendant from Investigations 1. Hey there, is the prosecutor in? Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth? Safety first. Look, pal, what part of we're busy don't you get? Wait outside, I'll be with you in a bit. Oh, that's not good. Your face is as red as a tomato. Red face, gritted teeth. Let's see. I said we're busy. Wait, that's it. Stomach cramps, right? No need to worry, it's nothing an injection can't cure. Now roll up your sleeve for me, it won't hurt much. No thanks, pal. I'm healthy as can be. And who might you be? Sorry, I totally forgot to introduce myself, huh? The name's Needler? Florence Needler. Yeah. I'm a nurse at Hertz Hospital. Yeah. Nobody here is hurt, so are you sure you have the right room? Yeah, you're Prosecutor Edgeworth, right? Wow, those are some deep furrows in your brow. Are you feeling all right? Suffering from a severe headache? I could give you an injection that'll... I'll be fine, thank you. Could you please just tell us what you're doing here? Sure. Well, it's like this. I brought somebody to see you. Wait right there, I'll go grab her. Die Young Hospital? Christ. Too late. I wonder who she brought along. If she's here from a hospital, maybe it's a patient? Someone you cut down to size with your trademark rapier wit? And what exactly is that supposed to mean? See that right there, sir? When you glare at me like that, I lose the will to live. Christ. You don't want to send me to the hospital, do you? Surely he's exaggerating. After all, that's the look I always give him. Nothing's happened so far. Sorry to keep you fellas waiting. Well, thoughts? Thoughts on what? You don't recognize me? There's something about her, something familiar. This had your name on it, so I thought just maybe? You really did put somebody in the hospital. Don't be ridiculous, detective. But look, sir, your name's right there on the card. Public Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, plain as day. Be that as it may. Yeah, did she fall off the amnesia tower? Is that what happened? I'm so sorry, what she's trying to say is she has amnesia. Amnesia? Yes, at least that's what they tell me. Her parents must be so worried about her. I bet they've only been getting around 8 hours of sleep each night. You gotta feel for them. Do I, though? Because that's quite a lot of sleep, if you ask me. Whoa, tough break. But don't you worry, all right? Since you had his card, that means you really must know Mr. Edgeworth somehow. So sit back and we'll take it from here, right, sir? At the very least, we might be able to help you figure out your identity. Really? Will you? It's going to come down to what you remember, but yes. Now that's the Edgeworth I know. Don't worry, miss. You're as good as healed. Let's not get carried away here, detective. I'm a prosecutor, remember, not a miracle worker. Who are you? I can help you figure out who you are. Who are you? Grabs her, shakes her. Who are you? I don't know. Well, I'm out of ideas. Where do we even start? So you remember your name, miss? Oh, I'm sorry. She's been like this since she came in yesterday. Shake her. So she's only been in the hospital for a day. No way, that's amazing. How'd you figure it out so fast? How can one person be so emotionally draining? They found her wandering around late last night and brought her in. I wanted to help out, so I went through her stuff to see what I could find. And did you find anything apart from my business card? Nothing with her name or home address. Oh, wait a second. She was wearing this. It's a pretty unique design, right? This pin. What the heck? That Yatagarasu pin. Does that mean? But it can't be. Kay, is it really you? Kay? I really hope it's not Kay, and it's just a really stupid red herring. Check this out. She got bonked in the head by a fire extinguisher. Is that for somebody who protects people? Is it a hero of justice's pin? No, it's a prosecutor's badge. I believe you're thinking of an attorney's badge. I am, but it feels warm somehow. I feel like somebody I know used to have one. Somebody important. Her father was a prosecutor. I suppose perhaps she's recalling flashes of her childhood. I'm gonna ask her about her name. It's you, isn't it, Kay? I'm Kay? Yeah, you're Kay. You're fine. Come on, Kay. You really don't remember? Look, it's me, Gummy. That's what you always call me. Gummy. But you're an adult. That's so rude. I don't really call you that, do I? I'm so sorry. I can't believe I feel so guilty now. But what the heck happened to you? I've never seen you so polite. Being polite and sensitive is just not... Where's the Kay I know? You're nothing like her. Give her back. Careful, detective. We wouldn't want her to get the wrong impression. You make it sound as if Kay isn't normally a polite or sensitive soul. Not that he's wrong exactly, but... What kind of person was I before? Well, first of all, your full name is Kay Faraday. You're bright and fun and full of energy and... Oh yeah, you're a great thief. A great thief? There's a little more to it than that, but yes. Thieves generally steal other people's valuables from their dressers or vaults, and... Gumshoe shaking the rat just feels like he's in his ramshack apartment, and the rat stole his last bit of ramen. And he's like, no, give it back. Steal? But that must be so awful for the people I took things from. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know I was a criminal. Maybe I lost my memory, some sort of punishment. Great thief, yeah. That's not what I meant at all. He just shakes it and lets it go. Yeah. He just shakes it and then takes pity and then gives it his last crumb of food. I don't think that did her much good, sir. But it sure explains one thing. Look at these gloves. They're just the kind of person like that would wear. We don't know who she is, but look at all this extremely identifiable information. That outfit. It's what she was wearing when they found her. Well, we had to get her to change out of it and put on hospital clothes, so that's why I have them. There's something on this part here. Could it have something to do with how Kay lost her memory? I'll send the outfit over to forensics later and see what we can figure out. Please do, detective. Boy, there really are some thiefy clothes, huh? I'm a criminal. You may be a great thief, but you've never committed a crime in your life. Rest assured, you are no criminal. If you say so. Perhaps we better leave it there for now. Let's list all of her crimes. You did this, did that. I wish I could remember who you are. How do we know each other exactly? Well, that is... How do I put it into words? You're Prosecutor Edgeworth's assistant. I am? A prosecutor is the head of some sort of great thief network, then. No, not quite. You last saw Kay 2 days ago. Perhaps we should try to figure out what she's been doing since then. Was the pin the only item on her person when you received her, Nurse Needler? She's named after that because it's her favorite weapon in Halo. There were a few other things, but I doubt any of it would be of much use to you. I'll be the judge of that. Could you please show them to us? All right, then. In no particular order, I present a Jammin' Ninja mask. Was she at a show or something? A letter, and it's addressed to Kay. Don't worry, I'll make sure you get your precious thing back, Rosie. Next, a ticket stub. Big building. Student $6. I love going to the big building. And finally, a fake flower. The kind people like to spruce up their bathrooms with. It's a corsage detective, and they're usually worn by women. And that's that. So, anything useful in there? Kinda hard to tell. Frankly, I'm not really seeing a connection between any of them. I should take a closer look at each piece later when I have the chance. This is bad. How do we get Kay's memory back? I want to take a look now. This is the pin Kay always wears. It's shaped like the mark of the Atagarasu and is very eye-catching indeed. I can't imagine any thief other than Kay would want to wear it. Protate. A mask modeled on the Jammin' Ninja's face made of cheap plastic. Letter to Kay. Don't worry, I'll make sure you get your precious thing back, Rosie. Stub from a ticket. Viewing platform entry ticket 404, 7:28 p.m. Use limited the day of purchase, non-refundable. So she bought the ticket that day. Or she bought it at 7:28. Oh, because it's the viewing platform of the building. Okay. So she, at 7:28, bought a ticket to go up on the top of the clock tower from Kingdom Hearts. Which... Was that just Big Ben? Am I just gonna call the clock tower from Kingdom Hearts? I'm gonna go to London and be like, oh my god. It's just like Kingdom Hearts. Magenta flower made of fabric usually worn in the chest as a decoration. Also a corsage. Big Ben. We can't just let her stay like this forever. It's been a minute since I played Kingdom Hearts. Calm down, detective. I have an idea. Big Ben. I knew you'd come to the rescue. What is it? Look closely at the ticket stub. Oh, it's for the viewing platform at the top of the big building. Which building? The big building? You know the place? Big building. Everybody knows it's silly. It's the hottest date spot in town. I like the spires being kind of ominous at the top. That's pretty cool. I like it. I also like the like modern glass facade and like a, I don't know, Gothic architecture column. I don't know. It's a weird. It's neat. They say if a couple holds hands while they're up there, they'll stay together forever. Tee-hee. Oh. Has the thing happened? I don't know what that means. This is yesterday's date, and the ticket's only valid on the date specified. Plus, it's a stub. That means she used it, right? I think it's a distinct possibility. Shall we go see what we can find? Now, just like that? The only way to figure out how Kay lost her memories to retrace her steps. What about your thing with the committee? It's not for a little while yet, so we have time. Great, so can I leave Kay with you? Is that proper? That would be for the best, but you don't mind, do you, Kay? I don't know if she... Well, of course not, thank you. Alrighty then, back to work I go. If you need anything, give me a holler at the hospital, okay? Shouldn't she be in the hospital? I can come running with a syringe or 3 wherever you happen to be. Kay didn't even know her own name. They can't confirm or deny. Exactly. Like, this is all very convenient. Thank you. I doubt we'll be needing that particular service. Okay, bye. Now then, detective, shall we get going? You too, Kay. Yes, sir. Yes, of course. Not gonna give her, like, any clothing. Okay, she's just gonna walk around, like, hospital. It's crazy that she fell off a building and only really damaged her head and her pointer finger. Maybe she was about to hit the ground and then flicked her finger to redirect the momentum and then landed on a car. So according to this pamphlet, the big building's 50 stories high. It's all offices inside. The viewing platform up top is the only part that's open to the public. Oh, she just rolled. Yeah, you just have to somersault to have a drop. This one's for you, sir. They were handing them out for free in the ticket area. She went objection while falling. Objection. How very kind of you, detective. All right, I think it's time we headed inside. Look out, the big building. It's about to fall. The whole building? But we gotta do something. No, please, I'm begging you, stop. It's no good. Without fresh milk, my thoughts just aren't getting through to him. What's happening here? What's going on with the building? Just stay calm and talk to me, kid. Cut, 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 cut. I'm so sorry. We're shooting a movie. Could you, Yes, I thought as much. Forgive our intrusion. We'll get out of your way. Detective? Sorry. Really had me there for a second. Yeah, whatevs. Hey, director guy, can we take 5? I can't work under these conditions. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Oh, gosh. So they stopped the building from falling down? That's good. Wish we had time to explain, but maybe later. It is Penny. It is Penny. Don't worry about that whole scene in the next 5 hours. Great. Let's make ourselves scarce. Oh, the vibe of that angel in the corner. Cotton candy? Whoa, get a load of that view. Feel the sun on your face. The wind is very strong up here. That's okay. You just stand behind me or Mr. Edgeworth here. We're both more than big enough to keep the breeze away. Speak for yourself. I'm very small. Well, okay, does this place bring back any memories? I'm not sure. Have I really been here before? Perhaps simply encouraging her to talk will help. Okay, please, any thoughts or feelings that come to mind may be a clue we can use. I don't know if this will be of any help, but... What do you know? I still can't be sure if I've ever even been here before. It's so high up, and the wind is so strong. It's terrifying. I don't remember. I just don't remember anything. It's no good. I'm so sorry. No dice, huh? I'm sorry. I feel so useless. I know I'm supposed to have all these memories, but I just can't remember. You have amnesia, Kay. Don't be so hard on yourself. Listen, sir, maybe just this once, try not to be so intimidating, okay? Or at the very least, don't use your trademark glare on her. Nobody asked for your opinion, detective. I actually have to... Okay. I can't be sure if I've been here before. Hold it! But you have been. Ergo. Well, this ticket stub says otherwise. But I don't remember. I don't remember coming here at all. I can't even imagine wanting to come here. It's so high up and the wind is so strong. Hold it! Kay used to love places like this, though. But am I really her? I feel dizzy just taking a look around. I don't even think anyone should be allowed up here. What if an old person fell, or a child? It doesn't bear thinking about. There's a fence all around us, and it's plenty high. There's really no need to worry. If you say so. I don't remember. I just don't remember anything. Hold it! If nothing's coming to mind, then just take a look around. Do you recognize anything? Anything at all? Let's see. Cherry blossoms. Go on. I was standing under the cherry tree. I was trying to stay out of the rain. It was raining. I remember now. And there was a red something. It was raining. She was underneath the cherry tree. And she saw something red from where she stood. But what? Was it something I said? No, but if you could add that to your testimony, we can explore it further. My testimony? Under the cherry tree, I saw something red. Hold it! This something red. Can you tell me any more about it? I'm not sure. It was just a red thing. That's all I can say. What can we see nearby that's red? Was it the concession stand over there? A stand? A red concession stand. Yes, I think that was it. Somebody was walking toward me from beyond it. And then what happened? Then, I'm sorry. That's all right. If you could just add what you've told us to your testimony. King of not reading the room. He really is. There's someone walking towards me from beyond the concession stand. The stand in question is the one behind you, correct? That's right. I remember the red color and the person walking toward me from beyond it. I saw it all from under the cherry tree. Tell me something. This person you keep mentioning, could you not see their face, or did you simply not know who they were? I'm just not sure. All we have to go on is a person walking toward her from beyond the concession stand. And the fact that she saw this from beneath the cherry tree. It's no good. I'm so sorry. Hold it! It doesn't have to be related to how you lost your memory, but if anything floats up at all, just say it. Really? Well, let's see. The cotton candy from that stand there. I don't know why, but it just came to me. If you're hungry, you only have to say, "You want cotton candy? You got it. My treat." Thank you. It would make my day. I have to get something out of her somehow. Maybe if I pressed her a little, I can shake something loose. Rattle that brain cell around. Look at this. The building, floor plan, you know. Yeah, behind the stand? I don't think so.
Objection!
I have amnesia. Please be Objection! You're wrong! Holy shit, Miles. You say that you saw someone over there beyond the stand, and that they were walking toward you? Yes, I can see them getting closer. Are you sure it wasn't a ghost? Are ghosts real? I have amnesia. No, it was a person, I'm sure of it. Fool! Fool of a truck! From where you're standing, anyone you saw from the other side of the concession stand would have to be floating in midair. Hundreds of... It really is Kingdom Hearts. It's Peter Pan. How on earth could it have been a person? Eek! Well, now we've proven ghosts are real, which we already know is true in this universe. I'm not lying, I promise. Somebody read the stand? Enemy stand? Oh. Somebody read and they were on the other side. Oh, she's having a bad time. They were walking toward me, getting closer and closer. And then they... Ah! Oh, ooh, oh. Ooh, okay, what's the matter? You're alright, we're here. Whatever it is, it can't hurt you. I was pushed and I fell. By a person in a red raincoat. Whoa. Pirate Ninja Dino. Oh, go back. Thanks for your silver. Enjoy your silver key. A person in a red raincoat who could walk on air. It really is a Halloween case. Who supposedly pushed her off of the building. This is why she needs to be in the hospital. None of this makes any sense, not the least of which nobody could fall from this height and survive. Remember this person coming from... Maybe we should move her from the scene of the crime. Attention everyone, please stay right where you are. What's wrong, officer? I'm Detective Gumshoe. Mind filling me in? Yes, sir. A body has been discovered here in this building, sir. A body? Whose body, exactly? Not sure. We're still working on it. But what we do know is that the victim is a young woman, and that her name is Kay. 2 of them? What the blazing... I really hope that this isn't Kay that we're talking to. It's just coincidence. Oh, you see, actually, if you turn the pin upside down, it's a very common logo that is popular with the kids. Hope Kay isn't dead. Yeah, you know. It's Maya. Ooh. No, that's a bit of blood. Yeah. Oh, the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence is in this building? Oh! Oh! But this room. Officer, isn't this? Yes, sir, this is the trial chamber of the Committee of Prosecutorial Excellence. So it's here now? I knew that they'd moved out of the prosecutor's building. I had no idea that they'd come here, to the big building. Ah. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, and Kay, too. And they're on the top floor. Whoa, whoa. She ate a lemon. How are you all doing? Is Kay feeling any better? We heard there was some kind of incident. I'm sorry, but who might this be? This is my grandma. Hold on one second. Name's Hilda Hertz, Sonny. And who the heck might you be? Ahem. It's a pleasure to meet you. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service. Bonnie Young. Oh, because Die Young, half was like, okay, and then her name is Young. And she's old! Your grandmother's name Hertz, is she? She's 25, well, by this franchise, she's probably like 38, 39. She's the director of Hertz Hospital. This old woman is the head of a hospital. Don't you old fogey me, you dang reprobate. Ahem. How did she do that? Whoa, sounds like you're kind of a big deal, ma'am. Oh, that's not true. Not wrong. Not wrong at all. Oh, him? He's the one looking after the girl, the one with amnesia. It seems Dr. Hertz is a bit of an introvert. Want me to fix those brow furrows of yours, Sonny? Oh, there's no fixing those, ma'am. They're downright incurable. He's got the incuritis. You're sure you want me to say that, Grandma? Well, all right, then. Oh, it's right. If she's older than 35, her age becomes question mark. Well, do we have her? We don't have her. No, now I don't got a dang thing more to say to none of you. You go on about your business, you hear? As long as that business don't involve messing with the deceased body, I got work to do. Wait, please, Not a dang thing, I tell you. Hey, you can't talk to us like that. What gives you the right, huh, pal? Didn't I mention Grandma's also a coroner? She's in charge of this case, which means ouch. Which means exactly that. Why are they like a vaudeville duo? What do you mean, exactly what? How am I supposed to know? She said it, not me. Stop smacking her hair balloon. It's like I'm trapped in a comedy routine I can't escape. She's not real? None of this is real. Well, we've got a body to be looking at. Catch you later, gang, and take care. What's with the candelabra? What the heck is their deal? What does it matter as long as we have permission to investigate? What does it matter? It matters a bunch, sir. What will you do now, Mr. Edgeworth? Examine the scene of the crime, of course. What kind of prosecutor would I be if I didn't? Well, you're not, well, you're not assigned to the case. All right, let's get to work. I simply have to investigate. That person over there is called K, right? Surely that means I can't be the K you know. That's what we're looking to figure out. But don't worry. You're the K we know. I'm certain of it. Thanks. K who lost her memory and a victim who shares her name. Both meeting their respective fates here at Big Building. No doubt this case will be the key to restoring our K's memories. I'd stake my life on it. What do you think about that? I got the moves. Does that jog any memories? Can I help you with something? Notice anything? This is quite the room. The big wooden box is full of books, the big person carved out of stone, the sparkly window. It seems we've even forgotten the names of some everyday objects. Let me try to jog your memory, Kay. Repeat after me. Bookshelves. Books. Elves. Stained glass. Stolen ass. Law books. Lawbreaker. Goddess statue. Got this snatch too? Is it just me or we all heard mistakes pointing in a different direction? A certain direction. Miles Edgeworth. You were loudly claiming to be my assistant just the other day, Kay. Do you really not remember anything? Does nothing about me come to mind at all? If two people have the same name, they act identically. It's true. I mean, in a world full of nominative determinism, yeah. Maybe I do remember one thing. I remember being on the viewing platform up on the roof. Yes? And you were pointing your finger at me. Please take her back to the hospital. God, please go on. And asking me questions with a scary look on your face. That was only a few minutes ago. Poor kid. Literally her only memory is of you trying to catch her in a contradiction, sir. I'd be scared too. I might have even just given up right then and there. That'd be the end of me for sure. If you think that's scary, detective, just you wait. What about Dick? You must remember Gummy. You and he were very close. Yeah, don't I remind you of anything? Remind me of, Wait, I do remember something. I remember Mr. Edgeworth scolding you, and not just once, hundreds of times. That's no memory, kid. That's just the joy of our day-to-day life together. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth? Joy, is it? I must not be doing a good enough of a job reprimanding you then. I'll just have to try harder next time. Damn. Prolific, thanks for gifting us sub to Pup Time. Once more, Pup Time can barhyuk. At last, peace is restored. Officer, tell me about the security arrangements for this room. Yes, sir. You need a special key card to enter. Interesting. Not just anybody can enter. Pup Time. In which case, the person who discovered the body would have been, yep, a member of the committee. They found it when they arrived for today's hearing. The hearing, my hearing, which would be underway right now if it wasn't for this. What do you think about that, Gumshoe? I have to microwave his brain cell to help him put the thoughts together. Yum. Oh, that's a lot of blood. Sorry, we're still busy right now. Look, Grandma's looking at the body. You stay the heck out of my way, you hear? Ahem. Could you give us a few more minutes? Of course. We'll come back and examine the body ourselves after she's done. I'm like a hot dog in a microwave, sir. Boy, I wish I could have a microwave. I had to sell it to pay for the ramen. Can't be easy reading books that size, or lifting them for that matter. And the committee only just moved. It must have been quite the undertaking. Hauling stuff around is my kind of forte. They should have given me a call. Well, if we run into the chairman, I'll be sure to ask if there's more heavy lifting to be done. Yeah, I was joking, sir. I can't be carrying stuff up 50 flights of stairs. I have a real job to do. I was joking too, Detective. Why were you planning on taking the stairs? Nice, neatly arranged bookshelves stretching off into the distance. Quite a pleasing sight, don't you think? Sure is. There's not a speck of dust on any of them. Reminds me of my special method for cleaning your office, sir. Sweep, then vacuum, then wipe it all down twice. Then on goes the floor wax, and then... If only you approached your actual job with the same level of rigor. Yeah, but then you're probably telling him to clean it again. You literally did earlier. Anyway. It's a statue of the goddess of justice. You sure know your stuff, sir. Does she dole out blessings or what? She's not that kind of goddess, Detective. She's a symbol of the sanctity of the law. The scales represent justice, the sword retribution, and the blindfold shows her impartiality. I'ma scour the scene. That's a lot of jam. It looks kind of viscous. There's a pool of blood here at the foot of the statue. Judging by the amount and how it is spread, I'd say this is where the victim was killed. But the body's on that table behind us, sir. How come? I can only surmise the killer must have moved it for some reason after committing the murder. Blood can be viscous. That's true. Sorry to intrude. What the? Oh. Franziska jump scare. Who are? Huh? What's that, Grandma? I'd know that voice anywhere. That's Von Karma's little girl. So you two know each other? It has been too long, Grandma Hertz. And you as well, Miles Edgeworth. What's she doing here? Was she like, I wanted to come to your hearing just to see you get your ass beat? She is the daughter of Manfred von Karma and a prosecutor like myself. These days, she's mainly been working with Interpol, though I thought she was supposed to be abroad. Don't look so surprised. Where my investigations lead, I follow, no matter where in the world that might be. Which means that there must be some kind of international angle to this case, yes? You know full well that I've been pursuing a certain smuggling ring. And that I won't rest until it's been destroyed and its ill-gotten goods recovered. So the smuggling ring is involved then. That information's to be shared on a need-to-know basis. And you don't need to know. You basically just admitted as such. Okay. Sounds like Beaker from the Muppets. I see she means to be as helpful as ever. Miss Von Karma, was it? Grandma wants to tell you something. I'm about done here. Scene's all yours. In that case, we'd like to examine the body ourselves too, if you wouldn't mind. I mind plenty. I remember where I heard about you now, you dang varmint. Don't need no soon-to-be ex-prosecutor messing the place up. Go on, get... Just remember, it's not me saying this stuff, okay? Please, Granny, it's important. Who you calling a granny, little missy? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Isn't everyone calling her grandma? This is going nowhere. I didn't want to have to do this. Franziska, I need you to add us to this investigation. We have to see that body up close or we'll never learn the truth about what happened to Kay. As in Kay Faraday. Please, you gotta help us out here. Kay needs us. I don't know what you're up to, but very well. Thank you. You won't regret it. Of course, I expect to receive a full explanation when I grill you later. We owe you, sir. Big time. I wasn't talking to you, Scruffy. Well, Grandma Hertz, will you allow them to examine the body? I ain't about to say no to an international big shot like yourself, hon. But are you sure about this? Yeah, I agree with Grandma. Are you sure you're sure? Of course I'm sure. It's my prerogative to judge the whole world in my name. That's just common sense. Of the extremely arrogant sort, perhaps. Suit yourself, but don't say I didn't warn you. Well, you heard her. Try not to get fired, okay? Don't worry. It'll take a lot more than this to ruin my reputation should things turn sour. Unlike me, who's on the verge of losing my badge. She was finally accused of murder last game, so that was fun for her. If things had gone as they were meant to, I'd be standing at this podium right now. Yeah, I guess so, huh? I'm glad the hearing got delayed, but I wish it wasn't because someone died. Although wouldn't have been that much harder to investigate how my badge had been taken away. The best thing I can do right now is for all parties involved is to get the truth. Get to the truth behind this incident. Just the physical arrangement of this, like... I mean, presumably they have a fancy procession where they walk in order, but imagine, like, the guy that sits here coming in late and being like, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. I'm gonna sneak all the way around. Like the worst movie theater. You pesky kids want something? What mill guys to piss? Exactly. Well, the mill one might be a toilet already. Nurse Needler, could you tell me a little more about your relationship with Dr. Hertz? Let's see. Well, I've lived with her since I was little. If I got lost while I was out playing, she'd come looking for me till the sun went down. If I fell over and grazed my knee, she'd watch over me till I found the strength to pick myself up. It's quite the heartwarming tale. Very classic grandmother-grandchild relationship. Hey, once I became a nurse, if I stuck a needle in the wrong place, she'd say, "Not there, you bonehead, there." And then she'd pull it out, and ow. Youch, I felt that, pal. Can we stop talking about needles now? Anyway, so yeah, I can do any kind of nursing thing I need for Grandma now. Thank you. That was a very thorough answer indeed. Even if the story didn't end on a heartwarming note, it's nice they share such a close bond, I suppose. You must be the best coroner in town, Dr. Hertz. I bet you can spot a cause of death in seconds and get it right every time, huh? What do you know about coronering, you big galoot? You don't know the first dang thing. Ouch. You'll have to forgive the detective, Dr. Hertz. I'll make sure he learns not to say such presumptuous things. As if I care. You shut your pie hole and listen, Mr. Smarty Pants. Spotting a cause of death correctly in seconds is my bread and butter. Which is why the one thing that gets my goat worse than anything is folks getting in my danged way. I think that's all she wanted to say. Satisfied? Absolutely. Thank you very much. All we want to do is examine the body for clues. We'll do our best to stay out of your way. I imagine it's because of how seriously she takes her work that she reacts so colorfully to us. Hertz Hospital is the finest medical institution in the land. It would have to be with Grandma. It would have to be with Grandma in charge. How about it? You look like you could use some R&R. You sure do, and you're in luck. We got us an empty suite or two with fancy hot tubs and all right now. Thank you, but as you can see, we're in perfectly fine health. We won't be needing a room at the hospital. I mean, Kay probably needs one. Fit as fiddles and strong as oxes. That's our motto, right, sir? It may be yours, Detective. I'd like to think I have a little more going for me than that. Doesn't matter. Hertz Hospital welcomes the hale and hearty, too. Our Healthy So What Stay Anyway campaign is in full swing and going great. Not sick or injured? That's nice. Your room is half the price. Nothing on earth could convince me to spend a night in the hospital for pleasure. This is a one-time offer, you know, so how about it? Come stay at the happiest hospital in town. A hot tub does sound pretty good. And half price. This might be too good to miss. Seriously, Detective? She should be in the hospital. I'm glad we found you so quickly. Bet Kay would have been lost without her dear old dad. I am not her father. I'm simply an acquaintance. Really? Then why'd she have your business card? How many children do you know walk around with their parents' business cards in their pockets? I have Grandma's. That way I can be sure. Who gives a hoot if you're the girl's father? You took her in. You dang well better look after her. I fully intend to. You needn't worry about that. Kay's safe with me. Yeah. This hospital sucks. Thanks for the hydrate, though. Hello. Yes, what is it? A murder in the trial chamber of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. This is serious. I did you the favor of allowing you to investigate further. I'll be expecting results. And you'll get them. Would I still be here if I didn't think I could deliver? Come to think of it, why were you here in the first place? So she doesn't know I was summoned before the committee. Oh, that's a long story. Longer than the nighttime and deeper than the sea. How about we save Mr. Edgeworth the trouble? I'll tell it to you myself. Troshu! Thanks for a 6. months. Enjoy your golden key. Candy corngle. On second thought, I don't care why you're here. What's important is that we solve the case in front of us. Agreed. Wholeheartedly.
Wait, but you were the one who asked in the first...
What's that saying again? Whip first, think later.
But can't you make it the other way just for me?
Gumshoe doesn't deserve this. What are you doing here, Francisca? I thought you were working abroad on something with Interpol. Wouldn't you like to know? But that's top secret, and I have neither the need nor the obligation to tell you. I thought she'd say as much. Never mind that. Where's the prosecutor in charge of this case? Not that I know has been assigned, but I was hoping they'd take care of the legwork for me. Is it gonna be Winter? Yet they haven't even bothered to show up. What in the world could they be doing? It's probably Winter.
I'm not the prosecutor's keeper, sir.
It's hardly fair to whip people who don't deserve it, Francisca. What use is a whip if you don't use it, And who better to use it on than anybody who isn't giving 110%? I may not know who's been assigned yet either, but I 110% feel for them already. It probably is, and I'm so tired. I couldn't help but notice you seem to be acquainted with Dr. Hertz. How very astute of you, Miles Edgeworth. Yes, I know her. Once upon a time, never mind. She doesn't seem keen to talk about it. Perhaps I better leave it for now.
What happened, sir? What happened once upon a time? You can't not tell us now. Ouch!
Only a foolish fool foolishly pries into another person's business. Now hold your tongue, Scruffy, or you'll get more than a mere tongue lashing.
It's a bit late for that.
Spare the whip, spoil the child. A whip in time saves 9. Didn't you go to school, you whipless wonder?
Eek.
Yes, it seems that leaving it alone was the right choice after all. Alright. Nice chatting with you. How's the investigation going, officer? Great! To tell you the truth, I've forgotten all about work and decided to focus on daydreaming. They say if you think in pictures instead of words, it's really good for the right side of your brain, so... that will be quite enough. Oh, he is busy in there. What is going on in there? An enormous semicircular desk with seating for 11. Almost reminds me of a certain legend.
I know the one, sir. The Knights of the Brown Table, right?
I stopped working entirely. The blue badger's dancing in there.
Oh, I guess that wasn't it. The Newts of the Brown Table, the Knives of the Brown Stable,
Further and further from the mark. I'll refrain from rubbing his nose in it for now.
That's a lot of books, sir. Kind of intimidating.
Intimidating? What could be more welcoming than a good book, detective?
Guess that depends. I got the chewing out of my life in a library back in the day for running laps inside it. But this isn't really a library, is it? So maybe I can jog around a little, work off some of the anxiety.
Something tells me that if I don't stop him, he might very well start running around and around. I like the shift in the lighting here. It's nice. He's in shadow. I like those stained glass. Very contemporary. Alright. The body. The body. Well, one thing's for certain. This isn't Kay. She doesn't even look like her. I think we knew that already, detective. Our case standing right over there, after all. The victim looks to be in her 30s. She's wearing a white suit.
Could she be working in one of the offices here in the building?
That is a lot of bullets. That's a lot of blood in her hand. There's something on the back of her other hand. Blood on the head. There's a lot going on here. For now, she remains unidentified. The question is, why did the police seem to think her name was Kay? I must scour the scene. I'm assuming this is... was it Rosie? Rosie? I'm assuming. Seems otherwise. Why would they? A pure white jacket with a deep red stain on its lapel. This jacket, the buttons are on the wearer's right-hand side.
What's so weird about that? Buttons always go on the right, no?
Not on women's clothing. Traditionally, the buttons would be on the left.
Like I always say, sir, you sure know your stuff.
This is common knowledge, detective. Nothing else seems amiss.
Wait, what's this in the pocket?
A female coat, a pair of gloves, also white. They don't seem to be soiled in any way. I imagine they must have belonged to the victim. Is it common knowledge? It's the kind of thing that every time I learn it, I go, ooh, neat, and promptly forget. So, someone else was doing the buttoning. So it's easier for that person to use their, whatever. The victim's hair is caked with blood.
Just like Mickey Mouse, Your Honor.
Looks like she was hit with something, huh?
gloves.
Unfortunately, it's too early to say for certain. Perhaps an answer will turn up as we investigate further. There's something pinned to the jacket here. A piece of magenta fabric.
Whatever it was, looks like it was torn off pretty roughly.
It doesn't look as if there's anything in the chest pocket.
Nothing except this hole right here.
Don't stick your finger in it. By the look of how the fabric was torn, I think it was pierced by something sharp. Oh. I did think that was a weird bullet spread. And they're like, it was pierced by something, and then I'm looking in the bottom right corner. They can't keep your coins in there now. They'd all fall right out. Have you never heard of a change purse, detective?
Sure have, sir. It's another word for a pocket, right? I give up. You think this could be the murder weapon?
A 3-armed candelabrum? Is that proper? I'm assuming it is. I just know the word candelabra. A candelabrum? The victim suffered the same number of puncture wounds to the chest. Puncture wounds that could well have been made by these spikes.
A candle album?
That's the plural. Candelabra is the plural. So every time I've used the word candelabra, it's been incorrect. Good to know. Not quite, detective. A candelabrum. A candle holder, in other words.
I gotcha. That reminds me. I forgot to pay my electricity bill once a while back. I had to live by candlelight for a whole month.
Who does that in this day and age? There's a whole lot of stuff to put together here. I've designed a gun that shoots candelabrum. Actually, in that, you would say candelabra. Yeah, you're right. This book!
What the? That's Kay's promise notebook. It's where she wrote down all the promises she made to her dad. Haven't seen this in a while.
Indeed. Never take things from a stranger. Never go anywhere with a stranger. A book of vows made by a child to her father. Oh, the sad music. What exactly is it doing here? Never cry in front of strangers.
Oh, I just remembered something Detective Bad told me a few years back. He said something precious to Kay had disappeared from the station.
What? Evidence went missing from police custody?
Detective Bad said he looked for it everywhere, but no dice.
What could this mean, and why did it turn up here of all places? You there! What do we know about this notebook, officer? Sir, I was daydreaming. I don't know what we're talking about. The victim was holding it when they found her. It was the only thing with any kind of name on it at the time. So that's how she became Kay.
Talk about a red herring. Still doesn't explain how she ended up with it, though.
If only we had a few more leads on the victim's true identity. Yes. Quite. It seems she suffered a serious burn to her hand at some point.
You think it has something to do with how she died?
No, the scar's too old for that. I would imagine it happened some time ago. She's holding something. Detective, could you open her hand for me?
Yes, sir, right away. What is that? Wait, I know.
It's a loyalty card, probably from a store. Ouch. It's a key card.
Why, sir, why?
The question we should be asking is, what does it open? Put it in my brains. Let me deduce about the flower. Na-na-na-na. Ah, urethra, I've done it again, I'm afraid. Judging by its appearance, I'd say that the flower Kay was carrying originally belonged to the victim.
Yeah, now you mention it. It does look like it's made out of the same fabric.
Thanks for 6, Azul. Dance. Let's make a closer comparison.
The torn edges match up exactly. You've got one heck of an eye, sir.
Yeah, this is looking worse all the time. It's looking like Kay was framed. If the flower belonged to the victim, this implies a connection between the victim and Kay Faraday. Furthermore, it appears that the flower was torn off with considerable force. Kay Faraday was involved in the incident somehow, and based on what we're seeing here, we may have no choice but to treat her as our main suspect.
Boy, but there's no way she could have done this. I can't even begin to imagine it. There isn't a murderous bone in her body.
Nevertheless, we lack the evidence to disprove such an assertion.
Did you do it?
For the moment, we're simply considering all the possibilities. Isn't that right, Miles Edgeworth? For better or worse, yes. And what if I do this in my brain? I would imagine that the victim's keycard probably grants access to this room, wouldn't you?
Let me go find out, sir. I'm back. They found some details on that key card in the security system. It's for this room, just like you said.
So the victim was able to enter and exit this chamber freely. Assuming that the key card actually belonged to her, yes.
Indeed.
Oh boy. It seems we're no closer to discovering the identity of our victim. Then am I really Kay? Can you really be sure?
Of course we're sure. What are you talking about?
Thank you. And that person lying there is someone you may have murdered, but that's all we can say for now.
No, there's no way she did it. Isn't that right, sir?
Indeed, I don't believe the Kay we know could have done something like this. You're becoming a real softie, Miles Edgeworth. Well, look who it is again. I know that voice.
Yep.
With a winning smile and the #1 name in the business, it is I, Prosecutor Eustace Winner. Here comes the Ah, fuck. I mean, not surprising that she's there. Please forgive the intrusion. Franny is gonna murder this man. Step away from that body, Edgeworth. I didn't call for you, and I don't need you. This case is mine. It's what the victim would have wanted. You knew the victim? So it really is her. But be not afraid, everyone, for the goddess of justice will guide us to the truth. And I'm out. Good luck. Hey, have a good one. Enjoy your time out. Bop. Now that I'm here, everything's going to be all right. Whoever did this to you will live to regret it. I'll show them where. Eek! Miles Edgeworth, who is this imbecile?
Why am I getting the death glare? I've got nothing to do with him.
Francisca von Karma, I presume. My apologies. I should have introduced myself sooner. Verity Gavel at your service. Got her fucking bow so much every time. And the deceased in this case is... Did she bow without saying anything, Francisca? Okay. Rosie Ringer, attorney at law and a member of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. I see. That would explain the key card. So you're the lead prosecutor? Yep, which means the case will be solved in... Didn't tell me your name yet, little boy. If you want to know my name, all you have to do is... Ow! Finally, she's whipping someone. I'm like, yeah, get him! Stop babbling and tell me now. It's Eustace Winner. I think we've established where the balance of power lies in this particular room. Let them fight. Mr. Guy in charge, here, this is from Grandma. What's this? Oh, the preliminary findings. Looks like it's game over for you, Edgeworth. This isn't a game, Mr. Witt. Also, we're not on opposing sides. All right, that's me done. See you next stiff. Wow. Yeah, home time. I could murder a bowl of noodles right about now. We're out of here, everybody. Stay healthy. Whew, how about that dead body? Anyway, I could murder some food right now. Comedy is often a very useful tool in certain occupations. Let's see! So the wound on her head is from when she fell over after she died. Eustace. It was the candle holder that killed her, huh? And she died sometime late last night. What now, Gavel? It's very kind of you to share the coroner's findings with everybody, Eustace. But perhaps you should leave it there. We wouldn't want you to strain your voice, after all. No, that would be a tragedy. Nice. Anyway, that settles it. We need to arrest Kay Faraday.
But what the heck are you talking about?
I think Eustace's meaning was very clear. Miss Faraday is the murderer. And though she is dressed differently than usual, this young lady covered in bandages is Miss Faraday herself, correct? I like that she was like, that's Kay, when Miles and Gumshoe, in, like, spitting distance of her, were like, I don't know who you are. You really mean to arrest her here and now? If you do, I'll be forced to object loudly and forcefully. And as if further confirmation were needed, there it is. The committee was right to call your conduct into question. It is questionable in the extreme. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, just go. It's fine.
Fine? This is anything but fine, Kay.
I still don't remember anything. So maybe I did do it. Maybe I killed that poor woman. I just don't remember. The goddess smiles on those who confess their sins. It is her wish that our confessions cleanse us. That's not that's not how that... She applauds your commitment to the cause of justice, as do I. Judge Gavelle. Eustace, if you really intend to arrest Kay, could you at least explain your grounds for doing so? I, for one, certainly don't intend to yield. Not until I've seen some evidence to support your accusations. Then allow me, prepare to be hit with a face full of deductive genius, Edgeworth. Yeah, my notes are right over here. They call it the human race because somebody has to win it, and that somebody is me. This should just be like the first screenshot on Steam for this game. God damn. He's kind of the best. I won this race too. I saw it before anybody else did. Kay Faraday is the murderer, no doubt about it. She snuck into the committee chamber looking to do some of her trademark great thieving, which means that nobody but her could have killed Rosie Ringer. He's kind of the best.
Deductive genius? That was a total mess.
And if Detective Gumshoe was saying that, you know it must be bad. I asked you to explain your grounds for arresting Kay, yet you have explained exactly nothing. True, but we haven't seen any proof of her innocence either.
It's alright, Kay. Mr. Edgeworth will pull off a miracle somehow. You just gotta believe in him.
My deductions aren't acts of divine intervention, you know. Well, Miles Edgeworth, I'd hate for you to disappoint me, but in the event that you do, I will be sure to freely let you know. Those are more believable stakes than Gavelle being like, I'm gonna take your badge. Franny's like, I will be disappointed and whip the shit out of you if that's the case. There are two major flaws with the statement you just made. Flaws in a statement of mine. I don't make mistakes. It's literally impossible. And that's a third flaw right there. You're just trying to confuse me. It's a cheap tactic even for you. Well, it won't work because I'm the world champion of not getting confused, so there. How is he a real character? Well, I want to believe that Gavelle printed out a diploma for him that says that. World champion of not getting confused. I won this race too. I saw before anybody else. Kay Faraday's the murderer. Hold it. Would you mind explaining the grounds for your accusation in a little more detail? Well, if you insist, prepare to be wowed, Edgeworth. Wow. I figured it all out before anybody else even had the chance. Before I even saw the scene. No, before I even heard about the case. I knew it right away. She did it. She's the murderer. It can't be anybody else. Eek! Your grounds? Yes, sorry. I was just getting to that. She snuck into the committee chamber looking to do some of her trademark great thieving. Hold it! Oh, really? And what was it she was trying to steal? Well, a file. A very particular file. One pertaining to your professional conduct, in fact, Mr. Edgeworth. And you can prove that she needed this file badly enough to steal it. Oh, there'll be no need to go into that. Will there, Mr. Prosecutor? No, that, won't be necessary.
What?
Please, Mr. Winner, continue.
He doesn't want Fanny to know. That's fun.
Which means nobody but her could have killed Rosie. Hold it! The good kind of stupid, where it's a bit in-universe and not the bad kind of stupid, where Case hinges on stupidity even though he points to the problem. That's a good point. His stupidity is a roadblock that serves mechanics-wise to get you closer to the truth, because you learn things by him being a dumbass. But also, he is a very good prop for this corrupt system that Verity Gavelle is exacerbating, and, you know, that's not the right word. She's just like the vehicle for it. And she's like, there you go. You can prosecute her away. And Miles is trying to reform it, kinda, in his way. So he's good. He's emblematic of. Thank you. That's a better way of putting it. Enabling. Yes. Thank you. Chad has better. All the better. I'm like, you know, I'll just say some words and be like, that's not right. You know what I mean. Thank you. The sugar that makes their bullshit more tolerable. Yeah, you gotta put a little bit of sugar on top of the actual pile of horse manure. It's true. A purposeful Larry. Larry, but better? Yeah, maybe. We're the thesaurus. Chat, what's another word for, good? As in chat is good. Anybody? Chat is bad. Great. Gooder. Bad. Excellent. Chat is excellent. Chat's pretty pog. You have proof it could have only been K? Nope. Oh. Then might I suggest you try looking into other possible suspects with all due haste? For that, I believe, would be the winning approach here. The winning approach?
Overruled.
According to the reports we received, the police have found no signs of anyone else's involvement. So you're accusing K based on that alone. A little tenuous even for you. And suggesting that there are other possible suspects when there clearly aren't isn't. You can't just double negative me like that. Arg, if only I had something that could prove K didn't do it. This is obviously a setup, plain and simple. You don't have to. It's alright, Kay. The truth will come out, I promise. I just need you to give me some more time. Okay. Kay isn't capable of murder. There's no way she killed Miss Ringer. But I have to prove that somehow, or she'll remain a suspect. I also like, because I've talked before about how I don't mind Kay as a character. I don't dislike her. But, it feels like they like the dynamic of her being the assistant. Oftentimes, they'll find a really weird way to write Gumshoe out of the scene, so it's just Miles and Kay in a lot of these cases. And partially because I've just known them longer, and partially because I just think it's a fun dynamic, and also partially because I like Gumshoe. So I like Miles and Gumshoe together. So this case is like, well, Kay is here, but it's kind of the Miles and Gumshoe hour again. So I really can't be that upset. What the fuck do they want? Nobody could have done it. Nobody else could have done it. What about, the key card? In her hand. Is there a psychic tier list? Yeah. I mean, it'll be Maya at S tier and everyone else is like A tier. Done. Do I have like a time of death? I really don't, do I? I don't know. I just don't know. Oh, there's more info. Tight said there's something late last night. Cause of death is the set of 3 puncture wounds on left side. Also suffered head injury post-mortem. Prominent burn marks on back of victim's right hand. Yeah. Aw. Gracer is S tier. I'm excited. Black Coal's S plus tier. I wouldn't put him that high, but I respect it. Aww. Kay is just kind of here, unfortunately. There's a lot of places for her. Yeah. That's the thing, is I think she's kind of underutilized. They kind of boil her down into just like, I'm here to make the silly comments. Because that's a lot of Ace Attorney's, like Maya saying crazy out-of-pocket bullshit, and Phoenix being like, no, you can't do that. That's insane. And it's just fun. It's harder to believe with Miles, because she's like, what if I committed crimes? He's like, don't commit crimes. And like, it stretches Miles' character to the breaking point, I think, sometimes. Whereas he'd be like, why are you here? Like, just... He doesn't seem like he would put up with that level of bullshit. Definitely on that line. She's stuck in the county chamber looking to do some of her trademark great thieving. And nobody but her could have... It's gotta be this line. I don't know what. How much should you get your precious thing back? Yeah, they can't know about that. That's bad. This is last night, so I feel like that doesn't... It's an alibi that points to her being at the scene of the crime. So, not an alibi. Here's the building. Here's the thing. The thing. Nobody... I'm just gonna try the key card. Because maybe someone else had a key card.
Objection!
No, that's not it. No contradictions or any baseless claims. Nice. The biggest building in town. I might be able to get to the truth. It's obviously a setup. It's alright, the truth will come out. I promise you to give me some time. There's no way she killed Ringer, but I have to prove that somehow she remains a suspect. Okay. It's gotta be this line, right? She snuck in looking to do some of her great thieving. Somebody but her could have killed him. Everything points to K. So what doesn't point to her? I don't know. I don't know. What am I not thinking about? Do you have time of death? All I have is late last night. Time of death was sometime late last night, and she entered the building at around 7:30. Which isn't that late, and we can't prove she wasn't there. And also, he's not talking about her time of death. He's just saying nobody but her could have done it. She snuck into the committee chamber looking to do some of her trademark great thieving. Trucy is very good. It's hard for me to not miss Maya the whole time, but she's quite good. I know, Eustace. I'm not thinking stupid enough, maybe? Huh?
Objection!
No. You're on the right track. Looking for a contradiction. Did she sneak in? What, can I just be like, she didn't go there, she went to the viewing platform?
Objection!
Not that either. I was thinking no, because the whole point is she snuck in there.
Objection!
Well, got there eventually. Are you familiar with this room, Mr. Winner? It certainly sounds like you are. What can I say? Winners know where winners go. I'm number 1 and 2 and 3. In other words, the majority of your work is second, if not third rate. I'm the third strongest prosecutor. Why do you always have to make fun of me? You can take it as a slight if you wish, but the fact remains that you seem unfamiliar with this key card. What do you take me for? Of course I'm familiar with it. You need one of those to get in here. Don't you? Have you no shame? No card, no entry. Yeah, I'm always... It's not quite overthinking. I'm just like, well, naturally he'd be like, have an excuse for how she got in without a key card or with a key card. But I need to get the game to go to that point. So, yeah. No, it makes sense. Mr. Winter, do you really even suspect Kay? Of course I do. She did it. Faraday's the killer. Then perhaps you can tell us how Kay got into such a secure room as this without a key card. You know, there was yeah. A masterful summary. Now, as we know, only members of the committee have key cards, therefore only they can enter. Precisely. Why is she agreeing with me? Please take a look at this. I had security pull the data earlier. Ah. Blank user. As you can see, the door to this room was opened at 12:52 a.m. with Miss Ringer's key card. Uh-huh. We cannot know for certain, of course, but who's to say the culprit didn't enter the room with Miss Ringer, and then kill her over some sort of subsequent disagreement? It's certainly a plausible theory, but that's all it is. For one, it would require the victim and her murderer to have known one another.
Yeah, and Kay didn't know the woman, I'm sure of it.
I mean, there's that, and there's that, and, yeah, those are the two big pieces of evidence that point to her knowing her. Yeah. How can you possibly be sure of such a thing? That's pure speculation on your part, detective. There's no place for guesswork in the courtroom or at a crime scene. Hard evidence is what is required. In that case, are you suggesting that you have said hard evidence to support your theory? Evidence that Kay Faraday and Rosie Ringer knew one another? But of course.
Wait.
I have here a letter. Oh. Dr. Hertz found it in the victim's chest pocket. Another of the victim's possessions, and you kept this to yourself until now? You planned for this, didn't you? Is that why? It was the candle holder that killed her, huh? And she died sometime late last night. What now? Very kind of you to share the corner's findings. But perhaps you shall later. Ha ha ha! Shall I read it for you? Rosie, thanks so much for agreeing to help with my plan. Now we can both get what we want. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. Kay. This would seem to indicate pretty strongly that the two of them were accomplices, wouldn't you say? Accomplices in a plot to steal from the very room in which we are standing.
No.
So your principal suspect is Miss Kay Faraday for this second crime as well as Miss Ringer's murder. Oh. I'm the principal suspect?
Don't listen to her, it's all lies, all of it. You're not like that, you'd never do any of the stuff they're accusing you of.
Then how do you explain the letter, detective? Argengarga. Unlike Mr. Winter, I suspected Gavelle herself had some proof to support her accusation. I didn't expect it to be quite so definitive. Nicely done, Gavel. Thank you, Eustace.
Hold it!
We're not done here yet. I still have questions, and you better have answers. Would you mind if I handled this, Eustace? Be my guest. Have fun arguing Edgeworth into the ground. I can't let them steamroll me on this. I have to find a way to take back the advantage. I mean, I will always yell about it, but I am floored by the music in this franchise. I had frankly no idea how many bangers were in this game series. And for the spin-offs to go as hard as they do sometimes is wild. As the letter more than adequately proves, Faraday and Ringer were acquaintances. It seems Faraday had asked for Ringer's help in a plot of some kind, but for whatever reason, their alliance must have broken down. Brought their A game every single time. They really did. I don't know if Ace Attorney would have been so much better. I mean, for a game that is basically a visual novel with extra steps, which is not meant to be disparaging, it's a game that's very light on tactile moment-to-moment gameplay. So it really comes down to the actual writing, obviously, is the most important thing. Then the presentation, like the art and the characters and the designs of characters and their emotions and their outbursts, because it got it started on the Game Boy Advance. They had to do a lot with a little. And then the music, just being part of that presentation of driving the momentum and the inertia for the cases. And it just, when it hits, holy shit, it fucking comes together. Because, yeah, otherwise it's just kind of like, yeah, you're reading a book, which is fine. Logical game, right? Which is what I enjoy about it. But you basically have to use every lever that they have, which is not that many. They just have to execute the fuck out of, because that's all they have to really work with. And they're a very talented team, clearly. As a GBA game, right? It's nuts. Miss Ringer lost her life in the resulting disagreement. She had at least one last card to play. The letter she kept safe in her left chest pocket, which spells out the name of her killer. If it was in the left pocket, well, I guess it depends on where, because I'm like, well, wouldn't it have holes in it? But if it was in that lower pocket, like where the gloves were, then it would have been just a little bit bloody. Maybe, I don't know. Better than never, even. She's good. Think you take her down, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, of course. Don't do this out of pride, Miles Edgeworth. If you're going to fail, do it on someone else's time.
Hey, whose side are you on, sir?
There's only one side to be on, Scruffy. The side of the truth.
Uh-oh. Looks like the kid's got something to say.
Well, if there's only one side to be on, then it has to be on the winning act. Quiet, you. Basically been waiting the whole game for someone to whip him and say, quiet, you. My thoughts exactly. Me also, same. Lower pocket isn't a chest pocket. Yeah, I guess it wouldn't be. You're right. But then how could I prove, hey, shouldn't that have... I don't know. As the letter more than adequately proves, Faraday and Ringer are acquaintances. Subitober. Hey, Shrike. Hope you're doing well.
Hold it!
Few miles left on this one. What exactly was the nature of their relationship? Faraday was grateful for Miss Ringer's cooperation, just as the letter says. I think that more than adequately describes it, don't you? Now, as I was saying, it seems she asked for Ringer's help in a plot.
Hold it!
A dastardly gunpowder plot. Can you tell us any more about this plot? Oh, I still don't care for Franziska whipping people, because a lot of times she's just whipping the shit out of Gumshoe, and I'm like, stop, don't do it. But then Winter being like, I'm the best, and then she whips him and says, stop, is very gratifying. So, yeah. The letter implies a theft. And it was written by your friend Faraday, making her the prime suspect. Case closed.
Objection!
Anybody can forge a letter. It's not conclusive proof of anything. I also seem to recall Miss Faraday referring to herself as a great thief on more than one occasion. She's on sabbatical. How can you be sure of that? It's unlikely she would tell you if she had resumed her activities, surely. Perhaps she took up stealing again and simply chose to keep it from you. Can we get back to the original point of anyone can forge a letter and that's not conclusive proof? I can't prove that either way right now, and she knows it. As I was saying, it seems that they were involved in a plot to steal something. But for whatever reason, their alliance must have broken down.
Hold it!
Whatever reason, could you be a little more specific? Not at the moment. But I'm sure our investigation will uncover any number of possibilities, whereas your lack of proof that Faraday is innocent continues to be a major problem for you.
Objection!
I concede that some of the evidence would seem to point to Kay's involvement, but none of it is anywhere near conclusive. A letter explicitly outlining a connection to the victim, backed up by supporting evidence from the scene? How much more conclusive could it be? And what's more, where is your proof to the contrary? Ringer lost her life in the resulting disagreement, but she had one last card to play.
Hold it!
Is there any actual evidence to show that Kay killed Miss Ringer? You don't give up, do you? What do you call that letter, huh? Evidence, duh. I wouldn't be so sure. For one thing, it doesn't mention anything resembling a murder plan. It doesn't? I guess not, huh? Aha, but it will once we hold a flame to it and reveal the secret writing. I wouldn't place too much hope in that revealing anything, Eustace. And we don't need it to, not when we have the letter she kept safe in her left chest pocket, which spells out the name of her killer. By the way, Kay's promise notebook was never returned and also went missing. We never mentioned it in Ace 21. Well, it is contrived, but if that was an Ace Attorney 1, it would be this weirdly unresolved, like, what, huh? That would have just, like, left the game on a weird note where you're like, wait, what happened, huh? I'm okay with that, personally. You're allowed to disagree, of course. But I don't mind a retcon to make the case work when it's like, it would have just been a weird unresolved thing. I don't know. I guess it depends. We're able to examine the pocket in question for ourselves. And you want to know why the letter wasn't there, I assume? It's simple. The police's #1 priority was handing it over to me. The victim had kept it on the left side of her chest, next to her heart, in other words, to indicate her heart's desire that her killer be brought to justice. I have little interest in sentimental speculations about Miss Ringer's desires, but one thing does interest me. The fact you said the letter was in the victim's left chest pocket. It is the truth, as the goddess is my witness. That is where the letter was found. There is no doubt about it. In the same place where she was stabbed with the candelabrum. I think that might prove to be a very important clue. Can't imagine Kay writing a letter like that. Well, they just spell out what the contradiction is. But unless we can get more out of Gavel, I don't think we'll be able to prove she didn't. I should try pressing the good judge on some of her statements and see if she lets something slip. Probably, yeah?
Objection!
Yeah. And sometimes I'm just like, what the hell do they want? And sometimes they're like, I'm like, I feel like this is the contradiction, and they spell it out. I'm like, well, I guess. The victim kept the most vital clue of all closest to her heart. How very touching. The voices of the dead fight to be heard, and even then they don't always reach us. But her voice rang loud and true, and it told us that Miss Faraday is her killer. I think you may have misheard her, Your Honor. Or perhaps an evil spirit was trying to mislead you. Hey, you take that back. Perhaps we should try listening to the words of the coroner's report instead. If you're ever struggling to find the contradiction, it can help to instead look for the contradictions. Thank you. I will keep that in mind. By all means, if I recall correctly, the victim was stabbed on her left side. No! Yes, I'm afraid so. You claim that the letter was found in the victim's left chest pocket.
Right where she was stabbed by the candle holder.
Indeed. 3 puncture wounds to the chest, and yet not one to the letter. Miraculous, no? Well, Judge Gavel, how do you explain that? Because I can think of one explanation. The letter was deliberately placed there after the fact to cast suspicion on Kay. Someone went to a lot of trouble to create the crime scene we see before us. And that someone is the real culprit who almost certainly also forged this letter. No! It's clear that the culprit intended to frame Kay by means of that letter. What's neat about this is I'm holding on to incriminating evidence. Like, not all of this was planted on the scene. So, at some point, I'll understand the context for this better and be able to use it, but for now, it's just like, don't let them see. It's just like, I don't know, it doesn't, I'm sure it's happened before, I just can't think of it, but that's not very common, that you're holding onto incriminating evidence that the opposition doesn't know about. It's good. By means of that letter.
And you fell for it hook, line, and sinker.
No, Faraday did it. The letter was in her other pocket.
No, seriously?
The whole left chest pocket thing was a mistake. Whoever reported must have meant their left. It is also very Miles to do. Although when you're opposite Miles in the earlier games, it's often like, usually he's holding on to evidence that's like, well, I didn't think I would have to use this, but here you go, and it makes everything worse. So if he was prosecuting Kay, he would be like, oh, hell yeah. Keep this for now. Oh yeah, that's like Ace Attorney case writing 101, is you didn't know about this, and you're like, ah, shit. Stop your foolish floundering, you foolishly foolish fool, or are you just that incurably foolish? Why do you keep whipping me? Stop making fun of my deductions. There, I saved you the trouble of disciplining him. Yes. I had no intention of doing so. The letter is stained with blood, which suggests it had been placed somewhere on her left side. Therefore, I doubt it was some sort of mistaken report, not unless that report was given by you. But, Gavel, say something! No objections? Good. Then allow me to continue. So we've established the existence of a second suspect. No, we haven't. The murderer had to get in here, remember? Who else could have gotten in apart from Faraday and Ringer? Whoever it was would have needed a key card. Judge Gavel proposed the killer enter the room together with the victim. What if there is something questionable about the very basics of her theory itself? This piece points to another suspect other than Kay. It's gotta be the key card record, yep.
Take that!
Look again at the key card record provided by Judge Gavel a short while ago. As already noted, the victim's key card was used at 12:52 a.m. I dropped my controller. You will note that someone else's key card is also listed. Shit. I got it. A mystery person who could have entered beforehand and lay in wait for the victim, you mean? This other person entered at 10:15. It's certainly not outside the realm of possibility. Except I'm afraid it is.
And where's your evidence, Your Honor?
My evidence? I am the evidence detective. Gavel placed into court evidence. It was my key card. Oh. Why was it redacted then? Oh. There's nothing suspicious about a committee member entering the chamber as I please, is there? At 10:15 p.m.? In general, that's kind of sus. And then on the night that a murder occurred? Also, yeah?
I am the Senate evidence.
Perhaps not, but that's also not the exonerating evidence you seem to think it is. Unless you can also prove that you yourself didn't murder your colleague. Quickly, Edgeworth accused of murder. Way ahead of you. What utter nonsense. What would I have to gain from killing her?
Objection!
Maybe she thought Edgeworth was cool and chill. I'm sure you know how I'm going to answer that, Your Honor. I believe further investigation will shed light on any motives you might have had. What would Kay have had to gain? She has her stolen notebook. Presumably is their justification for motive. I am a faithful servant of the goddess. Why would I ever resort to an act of crime? I used my key card, that much is true. My reason for entering this room is far from questionable. Then perhaps you'd care to tell us why. I had business here in the committee chamber. There were certain preparations to make.
Preparations? Sounds pretty sus.
I am not at liberty to share what I was preparing for, but I am sure Prosecutor Edgeworth can make an educated guess. My hearing? She must have been busy gathering the documents they were going to use against me to relieve me of my badge. All right, children, that's enough. It's good to keep our skills and our tongues sharp, especially when we're young, but that'll do for now. Who in the... What in the fuck? Who the... Goggles? Jacket? Ah, really takes me back to the days of my youth. Back when I would wrangle with a certain detective. He disappeared, you know. I hope he's out there somewhere, living his best life. He's bringing out his beard of tears. That is a lot of badges. You'll have to forgive me, it's just, I get so emotional, the tears, I can't stop them. Chairman Winner. Oh. Oh, 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 oh.
Dame yo, dame na no yo. Anta ga sukite, sukisugite ya. どれだけ強いお酒でも歪まない思い出が バカみたい
Hey, you hear me? Beautiful little Nepo baby is finally revealed. I like that Franziska called Eustace a child. 19-year-old to a 17-year-old. 33. 60. They actually have an age for it. That's a rough 60, man. Okay. Cool. Chairman winner? I mean, the moment a new guy showed up, it's kind of the Scooby-Doo principle of like, wow, I wonder who the culprit is when new suspicious person walks on the scene. Ace Story does subvert it on occasion. It's not always here's the new guy, but this dude showing up, he's a chairman, he would have had access to the room. And then he's Winter's dad. I'm like, fuck this guy. Oh, Verity, my girl, do you ever stop working? Oh, and he's got a shit-eating grin. Are his goggles filled with tears? Oh my god. Your dedication puts us all to shame. Don't look at, they were 59. Only 60. Uh-huh. Blaze the best? Blaze the cat. Oh my god, stop it. And this is this young Franziska I see before me. Dear child, when did you get so big? Uncle Winter, it's been far too long. Uncle Winter. And so formal, I thought we were like family. You used to sit on my knee and shout, Uncle Winter, at the top of your little lungs. Ah, but time goes by so very fast. One can't help but shed a tear. Dad, what are you doing here? He was friends with Von Karma, he's terrible. Yeah, basically. What am I doing here? Even if he didn't do the murder, he's probably guilty of some shit. A committee member has been murdered and you're in charge of the case, my boy. What is this? His theme is intense, though. Bring your pops to work day. Silence. Do you have any idea who he is? This man is practically the right hand of the goddess herself. A former chief prosecutor and the current chairman of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. Now, Verity. There's no need to bring all that up. I'm just a harmless old man, really. Dude walked into the scene of crime and said, I'm harmless, and smiled. If he's not the murderer, I swear to God. Allow me to apologize for the detective's rudeness. I am Miles Edgeworth, correct? And your little subordinate, Dick Gumshoe. I am Excelsius Winter. Holy fuck. Holy God. Father to this idiot boy, among other things. Your father to other idiots? My wife and I were so happy when he was born. And now she's gone too. Heaven only knows to where. Wait, you don't know where she is? Dad, here, use my handkerchief. Thank you, son. You're a good boy in your own silly way. Like father, like son, I suppose, though it's hard to say who's the bigger fool. She gone to heaven. I think he would have known that if she was in heaven. He's like, I don't know where she is. Maybe she's in limbo. Well, Verity, how goes the investigation? Neither of his parents showed up to his birth. Thank you for asking, sir. We've identified a prime suspect, 1K Faraday. We're currently trying... Oh, he's turbo divorced. You don't have nearly enough to make her your prime suspect, and you know it. Have you forgotten what we just discovered about the letter? My wife ran away. You'll never make detective at this rate. That was just a mix-up. They got the wrong pocket. Don't test my patience. All right. That's enough. Let's all calm down, shall we? I'm sorry you had to see that, sir. My humblest apologies. I think you've all made your cases very clearly. I'll accept you, Eustace. What? But Dad? We're prosecutors, and it's our duty to identify suspects and bring them to justice. But I wouldn't dare call someone a suspect without evidence or a motive. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, I know all about your relationship to the accused. Thick as thieves seems pretty apt based on what I have heard. Kay's no criminal. She's helped us catch the bad guys loads of times. Much about this case is still unclear, sir. Please, you have to let us. It's heartwarming, really. The bonds of friendship are so strong among the young. But circumstances being what they are, I'm afraid those bonds won't be enough. He just like me with a lighter, though, looking at going back and forth. What the heck's that supposed to mean? The prosecutor's office needs this case cleared up as quickly as possible. Time is oh so precious, and we have so little of it, and there are so many other cases. I'm sorry, but you understand, of course, don't you? All right, Miss K. Faraday. He's so obviously evil that I'm suspicious of that. All right, Miss K. Faraday, time to come along quietly. Yes, sir.
You're not taking her. She's innocent, I tell you.
Why I call him Blaze. Blase. To defy the chairman is to defy the law itself. Well, that doesn't seem like a good way for any of this to work. It is an act so brazen, a hearing won't be necessary at all. Are you prepared for Mr. Edgeworth to lose his badge over this, detective?
So either Kay goes down or Mr. Edgeworth loses his badge? What the heck am I supposed to do?
You'd use his badge to shield yourselves. How the committee too has fallen. At least Francisca's on our side. Okay, you're innocent. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Thank you. We've only known each other for a short while, but you've been so very kind. And I'm sorry for being a criminal. Your contrition has been noted, Miss Faraday, and will be conveyed to the goddess of justice.
What in the world should I do?
When I was little, all I wanted was to be like my pop. Like my pop-op. To become an attorney and fight for those who can't fight for themselves. But now, my fate is tied to that of this one tiny badge. One tiny badge against the life of a dear acquaintance. Who am I kidding? There's nothing to weigh up here. I guess this is it. Goodbye, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hold it!
Judge Gavel, a moment, please. Yes, what is it? Oh, hell yeah. Your badge? What is the meaning of this? I am returning it. And my gun. You had a gun? Yeah, I found it. From this day forth, I'm a prosecutor no longer.
It's the ultimate gambit. He's playing 5D chess.
What are you doing? Miles Edgeworth, explain yourself right now. You're giving it all up just like that?
You can't mean it, sir. Tell me you're kidding, please. If you're not a prosecutor anymore, then what does that make me?
I have one duty and one duty alone, to pursue the truth. If being a prosecutor means I must turn a blind eye to the very truth before me, then I will gladly shed the title to be free. He's free. He's cringe and he's free. I'll carve my own path, one I believe in. I'll make my own law with blackjack and hookers. I won't let my search for the truth end here. Are you running away from the Von Karma? From me? Say what you will, Francisco. You won't change my mind. You're leaving me behind again? I'll never forgive you for this. Never. No, this is all my fault. None of this would have happened if it wasn't for me. Wait, Kay, don't go. Get back here. You stay right where you are, detective. But sir, I'm not a prosecutor anymore.
Don't say that.
Where you go, I go, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm always there right by your side. There's no need for you to do that now, detective. Focus on your job and do what you can. But Soup! Chases after and it just cuts to the dog show. He's running around. Well, now this is no good, is it? We've let a dangerous criminal run free. How did she just walk out of the room like that? I try, and yet it's never enough. I love his gay little run. It's real good. There's no need to worry, sir. We'll set up a cordon. She won't get far. She'd better not. I'd be very disappointed in you if she does. Doot, 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 doot. To be continued. Damn. They're ramping up the drama. Yeah. Later. Oh, really? He's a really weird verbal tick in Japanese, apparently, where he talks like a young child. Weird. Strange. I think I'm fine with them having changed that for the localization. Cartoonishly, I don't know. Okay. She's not here either. Where are you? She got out of the building? Knockity knock knock. Special visitor. Fender. Talk about an unhappy face. Everything okay, big guy? You won't earn yourself too many admirers looking like that. He's supposed to come across as creepy. I mean, mission accomplished. What are you doing here? Something happened? Has something happened, he asks. I'll say. It's been all over the news. A murder in the committee chamber. I'd call that a happening, all right. And what with your hearing being today, I thought. Well, I couldn't help wondering if you were involved.
They're reporting it on the news already? Heck yeah, a dead lawyer, a young woman on the run, they're lapping it up. It's crazy stuff, but compelling too, I gotta admit. So, you gonna give me the lowdown or what?
Well, actually, are we gonna be working for Wright & Co. law offices? Or not Wright, Edgeworth & Co. law offices?
Maybe warn a guy before blowing his mind next time. Things are crazier than I thought.
This isn't a joke, Fender. Kay's out there somewhere, all alone and without her memory. Not to mention being the suspect in a murder. That definitely doesn't make things any easier.
Where the heck could she have gotten to? You sure she doesn't remember Zip?
I thought she might have come here, but no luck.
Can't say I'm surprised. Sounds like she thinks she's done you wrong. She wouldn't want to cause you even more trouble by rocking up on your doorstep. You think I don't know that? I'm out of places to look.
Take a chill pill, compadre. This isn't like you.
You're wound up tighter than a clockwork monkey, which isn't a bad thing necessarily. It is a clock. And after all, it's even got you running from pillar to post looking to save an innocent from jail. Acting like the attorney I knew you were born to be.
Look, Fender, I may have given up my badge earlier. That doesn't mean I've decided to become an attorney. However, Kay isn't just some suspect in a murder to me. She's somebody I've come to know very well, even if we've only been acquainted for a short while. And she'd never harm a fly, let alone another person.
Blow my mind twice in 5 minutes, why don't you?
Kid's lucky to have you in her corner, champ. Hope you don't mind me saying this, but that's quite the bond that sprung up between the two of you. Enough to give me and your old man a run for his money. Me and your old man's a run for its money, even. It's nothing like that, really. She might harm a fly. She just likes to involve herself in my affairs.
You can say that again. From what I've seen, she likes to charge into things no holds barred.
I love that both Phoenix and Edgeworth wound up being adoptive fathers to daughters in their own weird way. She's done you some good, I can tell. You two make a great team.
Can't say I'm not a little jealous, seeing as my partner in crime's no longer around. Anyway, you need to track her down. Connections like that don't grow on trees, I should know.
They're both gay dads, Your Honor.
Alright, how about this for a plan? You're fresh out of ideas about where she could be, and you can't just walk the streets shouting her name. So why not go back to the source, looking at how she lost her memory in the first place? You just might turn up some clues that help narrow things down.
It's not a bad idea. Based on what she told us, it sounds like it all started at the big building. And that's where we're headed. Next stop, the big time. And maybe you can give your face the good news on the way. Kay won't come frolicking back in the fold if the first thing she sees is you scowling like that. Very funny. Fender is truly a force of nature all on his own. -2 holy. Ooh. Oh, it's so romantic up here now.
The sun sure set quickly.
Not even a murder on the premises can make this place close its doors. Gotta chase that last dollar, huh? Not as many as Layton. I mean, by their powers combined, they get up there. There's hardly anybody around, though. Guess we got the whole place to ourselves. What about those two right there? The first step towards proving Kay's innocence is to figure out how she lost her memory. Earth to Miles, we got some sleuthing to do. This rooftop paradise is all ours. Let's focus up and do what we're good. Well, do what we're good at for Kay, all right? Now I'm gonna stand over here and do nothing. Do what we're good at, huh? I suppose I should be grateful there's at least something we can do. Big building. This place has a My Little Pony reference in the fan translation. Excellent. The beak and wings of a bird and the body of a lion. And the wings of a bat, because it's midnight. I guess these statues are meant to guard the peace of this little rooftop haven. I have to say, they're incredibly detailed, almost frighteningly so. Instead of feeling welcomed, I wonder how many people have been scared off by these instead. The big city. It's a pretty sizable cherry tree. Its flowers are just on the cusp of full bloom. According to what Kay told us. She was standing beneath this tree until she was pushed and fell. I'm frightened. Good. It's Halloween-ish. Case just started? Yeah, we're a couple hours in. I mean, I started, what, like maybe 20 minutes, half an hour in a stream? So yeah, we're like roughly an hour and a half in. Verity is very strange. The person in the raincoat that Kay saw supposedly approached her from the direction of the concession stand. Which would suggest that she was pushed over this railing here. I missed a fair bit. Well, gotcha. If you have anything you're confused about, I can try to answer it. But obviously, it's Ace Attorney. I have no idea what's going on. The railing is chest high. You have to try really hard to go tumbling over the edge of it. Everything looks sturdy enough, too. I want to get into the case. That's a mirage. So how did Kay lose her memory? I think there was something she wanted to forget. Maybe some particularly choice words from Miles, the insult comic? Of course not. I wouldn't dream of saying anything so terrible she'd want to forget. Detective Gumshoe, on the other hand, could do with a few more choice words on occasion. Poor guy. I don't envy him one bit. Pegasus, the winged horse of legend. No, wait. Isn't that a horn on its forehead? So, it's a unicorn. No, that can't be right either. Unicorns don't have wings. What's this? There's a little plaque there at the bottom showing the name of the piece. Contradictions. That'll teach me to bother engaging with such things. Is that the pony reference? Triumph? The insult comic dog? I know. You can insert a coin and take a good look at the distant landscape for a few minutes. It's a princess. Franny. Kay absolutely would have been all over this. The Kay I know, anyway. But for now, I'd better focus my powers of observation on this rooftop. Cotton candy. Rain cloud, storm cloud, other cloud, James McCloud, Fox McCloud. It looks like a TV for showing announcements from the various companies in the big building. But at the moment, it's just showing a regular broadcast channel. Grr. What am I standing here for? The Steel Samurai isn't on today? Man. Mr. Edgeworth, we meet again. What are you two doing up here? Well, seeing as we came all this way, we thought we might as well enjoy some cotton candy. What the heck are you doing here? Looking to get yourself in even more hot water? You needn't to worry about me, Dr. Hertz. I'll be just fine. Whatever you say, Mr. Soon-to-be ex-prosecutor turned ex-prosecutor. Soon-to-be... Okay, saw that coming a mile off. Wait, what? You got fired? As I said, you needn't concern yourselves with my affairs. If you say so. So, oh, how's Kay doing? Uh-oh. Did something happen? Maybe I can help? How about an injection? No injections, thank you. Unfortunately, a jab a day does not keep the world's troubles at bay. Yeah, it did get kind of chilly, huh? Come on, let's head home. Alright then, Mr. Edgeworth. Catch you again soon. There they go. How does the person who worked this stand get behind the stand? Or is it just help yourself at the front? Hey, you. Yeah, you. How about some delicious parting clouds cotton candy to brighten your day? Parting clouds. Is the name for the fact that we're so close to the clouds up here? Our gimmick is we take a normal serving of cotton candy and we split it in half, part it if you will. Half the candy, same price, double the profit. And we're laughing all the way to the bank. Cotton candy is like sugar and air. It's like so cheap to bake. I don't think your customers will be laughing if you keep sharing that information quite so freely. Okay. Do a running leap. Ah, that makes sense. Oh, maybe inside of my brain. Perhaps I can deduce. Never mind. Oh, I have a headache. You ever try to put two thoughts together and go, ah. Oh? Eek. Oh. Oh? Was she in the tree? Hi. Okay. Don't mind me. I'm just lying in wait. That would make you a criminal, Kay. Perhaps you meant to say laying low. Yes, that. If she climbed a tree that was over a rail, that is terrifying. Nevertheless, I doubt people will look kindly on a suspect haunting the site of her supposed crime. Surely you understand that, even in your current state. On top of which, while you've been playing hide-and-go-seek, I've been worried sick and frantically trying to find you. Are you mad at me? Of course I am. Now, what were you thinking coming back here? Did you think your amnesia would excuse your recklessness? No. I came to try and help you get your badge back. What? I thought if I could get my memory back, I might be able to remember killing that poor woman. I thought if I came back to where I lost my memory, maybe I could...
There's one thing you haven't lost, you know? Your ability to surpass my expectations at every turn. I couldn't be more certain now that you're the K I know so very well. However, I don't appreciate you being so reckless. Do you hear me? I'm sorry. Seriously, Miles, you're killing me here. You were banking good guy points, and then you went and blew it by blowing your top. Good to see you, kiddo. Glad to see you're safe. Come on, bring it in. Okay. That's the spirit. Not now, Fender. Yeesh, I was just trying to lighten the mood. Live news now from the big building where a shocking murder took place earlier today. Police continue the hunt for a young woman known to have been present at the scene. She's considered the prime suspect, and police say no effort is being spared in trying to track her down. Man, that's crazy if that's about one of us. Cool, mama. They're not messing around, huh? Well, team, what's the plan? Looks like the clock's ticking down and fast. Indeed, it's only a matter of time before they find us. All right, first things first. Kay, you're sticking with us from now on. Capiche? But I've caused you so much trouble already. You can hardly make things any worse for me at this point. Mr. Edgeworth. Then it's settled. We're in this together like the Three Musketeers. Miles here will be in charge of proving Kay innocent. And I will, believe me. So I'm gonna need you to do everything you can to help him with his investigating, okay, Kay? Okay, Kay. Of course. Okay, Kay Slider. Now we gotta move quick. Can't be getting bagged by the boys in blue before we're even started. You two may not have any more to lose, but your Uncle Eddie sure does. So we're the Three Musketeers. I'll leave you to it. Bye. Gregory would never forgive me if I got the family office shut down.
Chat's lack of reaction to Fender, but yes, because everyone gets upset over it.
You know, I think Fender manages to be a creep without full-blown crossing the line. Whereas Larry would be like, what's that? You're in high school? Hey, what are you doing later? Like, it's just like, yeah. Thank you, Fender. I'm sure I owe you more than I'll ever really know. He just likes hugs. Yeah, he just likes his hugs. Innocent, normal hugs. I hope I've been of help to you so far. He's also more competent, which helps, I guess. Again, it's more so that, like, he doesn't fully jump across the creep threshold. It's just, he'll take inopportune moments to be like, all right, how about a hug? And it's just like, okay, dude. Like, he's always the butt of the joke there. I mean, I guess Larry is too, but, yeah. He's not a human roadblock. Yeah. He's helping connect Miles to his dad. Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong, though, making a comparison, though. I came back here because I thought it might jog my memory. How about we go over what you remember one more time? Okay, I was standing under the tree, sheltering from the rain. Then I saw a person in a red raincoat, and then they pushed me. Can you remember anything specific about the person in the raincoat? I'm sorry, I just can't recall. Oh, but there is one thing. I could see the moon over their shoulder as they came closer and closer. The moon? The moon. Yes, it's all very fuzzy, but it was in the exact same place it is right now. Floating up there above the cherry blossoms. The moon is visible over the mysterious figure's shoulder. Uh-huh, that's new information. I should keep it in mind. Was she looking into a mirror? Other recollections. I keep feeling like there's something just on the edge of my memory. There is. It could be the clue we need. Just let it float to the top of your mind and say whatever comes into your thoughts. Alright, I'm seeing, a small restaurant. Just a counter and some seats, and there's this incredible smell. A beautiful golden soup! Not too thick, and it tastes just right. It's filled with delicious noodles. They're firm, but not too firm. And that's when a thought crossed my mind. I'm gonna order another bowl! Captivating memory, but sadly one that has nothing to do with the case. Tell me about yourself! There's two moons, Phoenix, somewhere. You used to say you were the second great thief Yatagarasu. A noble outlaw dedicated to stealing the truth. Do you really not remember any of that? Oh, I think you're right. I was a noble. Not a noble outlaw. Still, I suppose I got halfway there. Yeah? I don't know what that is. This? No. I don't know if she's gonna really remember anything. Do you know who this is? You wanna look at that body? Well, you know, sure.
probably not gonna do anything, but this letter. Some kind of contract, in a way. It appears to be a criminal contract of sorts, I suppose you could say. A criminal? And I wrote this? The letter isn't handwritten, so it's hard to say who actually wrote it. It's not handwritten. It looks, I mean, in the background. Usually that's like a very clear typeface like that. It's like, that was printed. I mean, it could be like a Comic Sans ransom note, I don't know. The letter isn't handwritten. Shit font in it, I see. Okay. Hum. What? My brain! Ow. Better think again. Huh. Because I thought if she was standing there, then she couldn't be, but okay. My brain! Do. Can't believe this thing made it the news already. How'd they do it? Think they're filming us from the chopper up there right now? Go check the TV for me, Miles Reno. Need to make sure they're catching my good side. At a time like this... Actually, oh, we're not on there? I wish I could, wait, do I have this? I don't think I have this. This isn't worth the bit. I don't have the miles at the ready. Yeah, I don't think I have miles. Miles Manda. I was gonna add a really small miles. I could add this. Live breaking news coverage. There's a concert on the rooftop of the big building. Look at them go. We'll be here all night, folks, filming breaking news. Okay. Alright. Get out of here. Alright. Was that a gunshot? There's still hard work on the 50th floor. That's where the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence holds their disciplinary hearings, correct? It's a lot of words. That's right. There have been people walking by the windows all evening. This is one serious investigation. This doesn't make our chances of getting out of here with Kay any rosier. Hey, isn't that the suspect with them on the roof? We'll have to find a way to slip past the press. I'm a cool, mysterious customer, Miles Reno, but I'm no spy. Maybe we can use him as a decoy if things get desperate. Okay, whatever you're thinking, quit it. I can tell it doesn't end well for me. Just be like Leighton and build a flying machine out of random stuff on the roof. It'll be fine. I'm gonna scour the scene. What? I'm scouring the scene from the news broadcast. Looks like this is being broadcast live, which means we're looking at the big building in real time. It's almost, it's almost 8 o'clock? Does that track with the time? Whatever. Does that mean we're on TV too? I don't think so. The camera's far away enough, and it's just dark enough that I think we'll be safe for now. At least we better be. If Kay is spotted, things will go from bad to worse before we know it. It's almost Christmas, actually. Deduce. Guys are gonna see it. There's still hard work up on the 50th floor. That's where the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence holds their disciplinary hearings. That's right. Go along by the windows all evening. They're still working in the committee chambers. The reporter's right. You can see them moving around. Wait, something's very wrong with this picture. And I can use a certain piece of evidence to help me deduce exactly what. There's a 51st floor? My God, there's a man flying near the clock face. And a big, terrible beast hovering after them. There's a contradiction in plain sight. Alright, man. Secret bonus floor. Oh, Moobot thinks he posted a link. That fight is annoying. I mean, the flying controls are just kind of jank. How many floors does this building have? Easy, 50, right? Kinda ironic that just a few feet above where the committee works its ugly little schemes is a place where starry-eyed young romantics come to wish for everlasting smoochy times. But then, what's that dark space above the 50th floor? The gloomy underbelly of love? Wait a minute. Exactly. The committee for chamber is supposed to be on the top floor, directly beneath the viewing platform.
but it actually appears to be located one floor below that, clearly contradicting the supposed facts. Maybe whoever wrote the pamphlet made a mistake? Somehow, I don't think so. Call me crazy, but yes, there appears to be a hidden 51st floor. Wow, and that's where they keep the gloomy underbelly of love? My heart, you didn't need to take it quite so literally, Kay. Good, perhaps we can take this more seriously instead. Come on, have you met me, Miles? That might be easier said than done. It'll be easier than trying to enjoy your so-called jokes. Is there anything else here? Cool. What's inside my brain now? Wait, was that a Twitch clip link you posted? Did no one count the floors? Nope. That doesn't seem to be connected to anything. Yeah, it was weird. Cause that's I think that's Moobot. Is what I can double check that real quick. Cause in Moobot settings I just have it yeah, Twitch.tv links are whitelisted. So I don't know why I would have bopped you. Twitch can't find the clips of streaming Moobot. Oh. So it thinks it's like a weirdly broken URL. Okay. Yeah, Moobot is off its set. Kill. What do you want from me? What do you people want from me? There seems to be a man running circles up on the roof. So here's anything. Is there a connection here? Person walked toward her from the concession stand. The moon was over there, where she was standing. Is there a 51st floor? And you take the moon. My head explode. Railing moon? But where she was standing, moon is not the... Okay. Thinking back over what Kay has said. The person in the raincoat approached her from the direction of the concession stand. Which implies that she was pushed over the railing on the side opposite the stand. She also said that she could see the moon over this person's shoulder. But when we checked just now, the moon was in a different location than expected. Yet Kay claims it's currently in the same spot in the sky as on the night of the incident. This throws the positions of the moon and the person in the raincoat out of alignment with her story. I think her memories may have become confused somehow. What's more, if she really had been pushed over that railing, she would have never survived the fall. Therefore, I must conclude that she may not have fallen where she thought she did. There we go. There we go. That's a murder. That's really good, Volpine. Miles looking at the moon. You may have fallen, Kay, but it couldn't have been over that railing. Because if you had, you wouldn't be alive now to tell the tale. But I definitely remember standing under that tree. If I was pushed, the only way I could have fallen is over that railing, isn't it? Not unless the ground opened up and swallowed you whole. The ground can open up like that? How? My bad, not a joking matter. Sorry, kiddo. But it may also be closer to the truth than you think, Fender. Let's take another look at the ground in that area. There's a chance we might have missed something. What? This? Are you kidding me? Damn it! Kay couldn't have fallen over the railing, so where did she fall? There must be a clue around here somewhere. That must scour the scene. I swear to God. She fell into the 51st floor, which gives you amnesia. Naturally. The ground's covered with cherry blossoms, even though the tree's not in full bloom yet. The strong wind up here has blown the petals right off. It would have been nice if they thought to tidy it up just a little, though. How rude of them to not tidy up the cherry blossoms. Well, I'm out of ideas. What's this? Looks like a service hatch. Okay, do you think you might have fallen down here instead? Nah, you'd never be as clumsy as that. I'm sorry, I just can't say one way or the other. My bad, kiddo. Just another one of my silly musings. You don't have to take me so seriously, you know. I don't? Never? Well, maybe not never, if I told you to leap lyrically into my arms. Fender! Chill, Mouserino, where's your sense of whimsy?
Whimsy. Never then. Ouch. Talk about a deep cut. And there's not, it's just think of the whimsy, Miles. How has a whole floor between the 50th and viewing platform remained undetected all this time? You got me there. Kinda hard to hide a set of stairs going up to it if you ask me. That's precisely it. Things like stairs that are normally out in the open going unnoticed by people seems a bit implausible, which can only mean the 51st floor is no ordinary floor and can't be reached by ordinary means. You almost have to reach it through extraordinary means, right? I don't know about extraordinary means. Maybe let's go for unconventional? Indeed. Consider, if you will, the hatch we found by the cherry tree. What would you expect to find on the other side of such a hatch? A room of some kind, perhaps? A secret room. Now you're talking my language. Let's go take a look. It's unlocked. It's just open. Okay. All right, there we go. I mean, also, I believe that there are real-life skyscrapers that have fake floors where from the outside it has the same facade, but inside it's just like machinery and vents and like stuff for the building. But from the outside, it just looks like any other normal floor. So in this, it's going to be some bullshit conspiracy, but in real life, it's like that can just kind of happen. Where there's actually more floors than are actually used, but very true in Japan specifically, maybe. What is this place? Buffer floors. Maybe that's a better term for it. Yeah, engineers and service people. It typically is a staircase through them, yeah. But it's like high up and, yeah. Because she'll still be eating his paper instead of trying to hug ladies. I know, I wish he was still eating his paper. That was great. Look at all that stuff down there. Is it a storeroom? Whatever it is, then we can safely say that this is where you fell. Go team, strike one mystery off the list. But the greater mystery of Kay's memory loss remains unsolved. We have a red rain-coated figure who can walk on air to account for, among other things. HVAC. A couple inches because of superstitions, which is funny because, like, literally a 5-year-old could be like, well, isn't the 14th floor just the 13th floor then? No, because it's the 14th floor. Can't a guy bask in his success for a second? The helicopter. Don't worry about the helicopter. It's out of sight, out of mind. We found a hidden storeroom. I vote we scooch on down and check it out. Yeah, 4 is an ominous number in Japanese. Because it sounds like the word for death, I believe. We've pretty much exhausted everything up here, and it can't hurt to take a look. Ah, but these stairs go up to 11. My brain is restored. Those were Chinese. I think it's both. Is that you, Mr. Edgeworth? What? Emma, jump scare. Emma, what are you doing here? I wish Miles got startled and fell backwards down the hatch. I heard about what happened from Detective Gumshoe. I was in the area, so I thought I'd come by and see what's going on. What's going on? Yeah. This is Emma Skye. She's a high school student currently studying in Europe to become a forensic scientist. The younger sister of a former superior of mine, we've also stood in court together. I forgot entirely about Emma's older sister, who was very important for that case. The detective called me up in a panic. He said your badge fell off the big building and that Kay was in a man's suit and... Hold it right there. Didn't you just leave to go back to Europe a few days ago? So did every other game, yeah. My wife, Lana. Lana, you're back again already? Yep, I'm here with one of my professors. But not to do any schoolwork or anything, just some interpreting. Shouldn't you be off doing that instead of gallivanting around a crime scene? Oh, it's fine. There's this wonderful thing called body language, after all. That's not an actual language, Emma. Oh, never mind me. This is about Kay. How is she? Where is she? Ah, shucks. Isn't that sweet, Kay Meister? Your little friend's worried about you. Oh, yes. Who's this guy? Don't tell me you went and got a new assistant, Mr. Edgeworth. Very funny, young lady. It's actually the other way around, I'll have you know. Eddie Fender, attorney at law and senior partner at Edgeworth & Co. Law Offices. You are his assistant? Wait, attorney? Since when were you a defense attorney? I'm not. To say it's complicated is an understatement. Let's not sweat the deets for now, yeah? First things first. But an attorney, Mr. Edgeworth, really? It's like I'm not even here. What is this, some kind of weird experiment? Perhaps we should head down below. I'll explain there. I agree. The police could be here at any minute. You're just in time, Emma. We need luminol. And who's this? I'll explain later, Emma. What do you mean? Come on, time to go. You can't say this is Kay, she has amnesia. Before you explain you better explain yourself, Mr. Hotshot Attorney. Trust me, I'll explain that too. And he never explained anything to her. Okery dokery doo, down the hatch we go. Thank you, Eddie. To be continued. Down the hatch. April 5th, 7:06 p.m. That's not what the clock tower said. Huh? It's dark as a grave down here. Can't see the nose in front of my roguishly handsome face. Watch your step, Emma. Ouch, I hit my head on something. Make your way down slowly, Kay. I don't want you to slip. Wait, Kay? Wait, is that... Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. There's gotta be a light switch somewhere. Bingo! What the... What? Huh, what? Oh. Win through compromise. Okay. So I think, either this is the evidence room for the prosecutorial committee, or this is tied to the smuggling ring. Hey, there's a missing mask for the Jam and Ninja. This is... It's the thing. There's a lot of... It's all coming together. They even got the little bowl. 21st 21. Oh, it's all connected. So the hidden 51st floor really is being used as a storeroom. We'll need to take a careful look over all these items. All right, Mr. Edgeworth, you promised me an explanation or three. Yeah, it's Olmec. I did indeed. Where to even start? That was from Investigations 1. A lot's been happening, huh? What a case. It's not supposed to fill you with excitement, Emma. Seems you've gotten yourself into a real pickle, Mr. Prosecutor Attorney. I'm not an attorney or a prosecutor anymore. Whatever you are, I think it's time for science to lend a helping hand. Don't worry, I brought my entire kit with me. Well, if you're sure. Are you kidding? I live for moments like this. Let's make this all official. Good working with you again, Mr. Edgeworth. And you, Miss Sky. And then there were 4. Right, everyone, let's get to work. I want to know where that elevator goes. What the fuck was that? Like, looks like it goes down? It's something we'll certainly want to investigate further, but we should look around up here first. Aye, Captain. Let me know if you find anything juicy. I'll keep trying to see what I can remember. I'll let you know if anything comes to mind. Thank you, Kay. Emma? Ready, willing, and able to investigate, Mr. Edgeworth. Very well. Was that Mr. Monkey? Let's begin. Eek, ook, eek. The time is 2:35. Oh, oh. That's the chair that Maya spun in. And there's that, and there's that. The Creatura. Gang's all here. Because I could have gone up. I mean, it would be funny if it just burst through the floor of the little park up there. This statue. What is it? Got some new data for me? Not exactly. It's just something from a case I worked on. A piece of evidence. I believe it's called the Alfred statue. And there were 2 of them, a real one and a fake. Whichever one this is, it shouldn't be here of all places. An old case, huh? Guess you have worked on a bunch of different, huh? Oh. Gang's all here. At least it's not old bag. At least it's not old bag. Cognac, red dang-handed, guiltier than a tomcat covered in cream. My eyes stopped that at once. Ain't no stopping my snapping, not till I got every dang detail and then some. Holy shit, that's a lot of pictures. You think I'm about to let a bunch of dirty criminals go before I get the shot? Think again. We're not criminals. Ugh, I don't even want to see old bag's face. I am weirdly nostalgic for her theme, I guess. Give me that GBA crunch. Pull the other one. It's got bells on. This here camera's a weapon of justice. It ain't about to be hornswoggled by your cheap denials. Oh, it's you.
Huh? You're that low-down dirty jerk of a prosecutor, ain't you? Who you calling a low-down dirty jerk?
I mean, she was the only missing piece of the obnoxious character from Ace Attorney 1 trifecta. So they had to bring her back.
This is Lotta Hart. A photojournalist by trade, we've crossed paths on a few occasions, especially on that one particular case. She's hard to forget and even harder to get a word in edgewise with.
Edgeworth, wait.
Quit making that face, will ya? That's the face of a no-good schemer if I ever saw one.
Seems I didn't leave the best of impressions on her either.
He's back!
Oh yeah. Plague Knight, Mickey Mouse, my beloved.
Well, it's payback time, Mr. Schemer. You ought to be thankful all I want from you is a couple of pictures.
He's an uptown girly pop.
We're just here to investigate.
Sure you are. If by investigate you mean pull the wool over Lotta's mile-wide eyes. Sorry, Edgeworth, I thought she might listen to me. It didn't hurt to try, I guess.
We're probably better off leaving her alone for now.
Just leave her there?
How did you get in here?
So what are y'all doing snooping around a fishy old place like this anyhow? Why are you here?
I think it's us who should be asking you that. I'm in it for the truth, for the good of society, and for little old me, of course. I'm what you might call a photographer for the people. Snapping here, snapping there, snapping every dang where.
I'll just leave you to it then. We can talk once you've gotten it out of your system later. It's April. Well, you know, maybe it's chilly up here. Kind of creepy, all these masks lined up here in the dark. Not a fan of horror movies, I take it?
No way. That stuff's so unscientific.
I think you mispronounced terrifying.
I must scour the scene. That mask. That's Global Hero Onyankopon.
Why is that so shocking?
You really don't know? Everything about the show is secret. When it's on TV, who makes it? So the merchandise is super rare.
Sounds to me like whoever made it may have simply gone out of business.
That's Captain Saipon. He's super popular overseas. Everybody loves dressing up like him. Kids, adults, you name it.
Yeah, Patapon. I find the flower on his head a little bit excessive myself.
What TV show are these from?
I don't know a whole lot about it, but I believe it's called The Students of Starry School. It's about an elementary school where the students are all superheroes. Their masks are modeled on sports safety helmets or something. And maybe the number of eye slits tells you their student ID number.
So the one on the left would be number 1, and the right is number 2.
I suppose that could be it, yes.
That would mean a ton of slits for the kids with the highest ID numbers. I have to admit to being a little intrigued by this show now.
Doosh.
She's the only heroine the Steel Samurai series needs.
You can say that again. I love the Pink Princess.
You watch shows like that, Emma? Of course, you love them too, right?
Well, I don't really know all that much about them,
But sure. Really? Because I saw the Steel Samurai figure in your office, so I thought...
I can't believe even Emma's seen it.
There's a selection of masks arranged on the rack here. There's even a Steel Samurai.
And what an impressively authentic likeness it is, too.
The scientist in me is sensing something strange, a lack of consistency, you know? In the sense that the characters represented here feel a little haphazard somehow? I don't disagree.
There's even an empty space here. Just an empty hook right in the middle. Is somebody using that one, perhaps?
It's the Steel Samurai and the Nickel Samurai.
The Nickel Samurai always seems kind of pleased with himself to me.
Do you know what I mean?
Like, it's not just about being skinny and cool, you know?
There's more to it than that. I'm Team Steel all the way.
You've just gone up in my estimation, Emma. Ah, she's a true fan.
These are all case files from various murders.
What? But why would they be in here?
They should be safely under lock and key at the courthouse or the prosecutor's office, which would suggest that somebody removed them without permission.
Something very sus is going on here. We need to find out more. Nothing to say about the Blue Badgers. Nope. Hiya!
Eureka!
Carrie was carrying a Jammin' Ninja mask when she was found, but it looks like it might have originally come from this hook. Scientifically speaking, that doesn't seem like a crazy hypothesis,
Which would mean that Kay was really here. As you put it, not a crazy hypothesis, but why? Did she come here to steal something, maybe? There's all kinds of stuff here. Because she's a great thief who steals the truth, I suppose. No, I think it's still too early to jump to any conclusions. They're called boobs, Edgeworth. Oh, there. What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? If I'm not mistaken, several of the items on display here are pieces of evidence from old cases of mine. What are they doing here? Maybe this is where the committee stores stuff it's looking into? It can't be. Evidence like this is stored at the police department. They don't keep stuff at the prosecutor's office, too. When a case is ongoing, yes, once the last trial's finished up, it's supposed to go right back to the precinct, unless there's a very good reason for it to go elsewhere. And yet, here it all is. No point in trying to figure out all the whys right now. I should take a closer look at it all. They all have labels with numbers. Exhibit, maybe? You said they were all pieces of evidence, right? Judging by how the numbers are written in the items themselves, I guess these are prices. Prices? I would have never guessed that. Wait, but none of this stuff could be worth that much money, could it? It is to Ace Attorney fans. The prices are very high indeed. It's no wonder she's surprised. I must examine these in detail. Huh? Oh, prices. That's odd. This is the only spot with nothing on it. But it still has one of those signs in front of it. Indeed, and look, there's an outline in the dust on top of the cloth. I'd say something was probably sitting there until quite recently, wouldn't you? You know what? I think you might be right. But, I'm drawing a blank trying to imagine what. I might have an idea. A star-shaped outline. Don't we have a piece of evidence that might well be connected? The base is a very unique shape. If it were removed from a dusty shelf or something, it'd be immediately obvious what had been standing there. Thank you, writers. Very, very subtle. Steel Samurai Jr. The prongs in each arm are covered in blood. The spacing matches that of the wounds in the victim's chest. But is this really the murder weapon? We'll get back to that. Isn't he a cutie? Look at this fluffy little guy. That's the stuffed animal we found at Gourd Lake. He should be in the possession of the prosecutor in charge of that case. How'd he wind up here? Oh, look, he's missing his left horn. He never had it in the first place. At least, not as far as we ever saw. Defective merchandise, huh? Then we need to contact the manufacturer. I demand a recall. Now that I come to think of it, why would anyone give the president a broken toy to begin with? So this storeroom is actually more of a stock room? It would seem so, much as it pains me to consider such a thing. What kind of person sells evidence from serious criminal cases? And who, too? Who would even want to pay for all this stuff? Somebody, clearly. The price tags are proof of that. People really will collect anything, huh? Fascinating. Anyway, there's new Ace Attorney merch available at website.gov. That's a cute little doll. It looks like the Steel Samurai. It's actually the Iron Infant, son of the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess. He was born burdened with the knowledge that he too would one day be called upon to fight for justice. I can't imagine the pressure that must have put him under. More than most people could bear. Yes, he's young, but you can sense it nonetheless. A certain tragic refinement. Edgeworth! Mr. Edgeworth, are you even listening to me? Oh, of course. That's fine. A mannequin, huh? Way I know. All thanks to my powers of scientific deduction, of course. It's evidence from an old case of yours, right? Not this time. I've never seen it before in my life. Doesn't seem to fit with the other items in the room, either. For one thing, it doesn't have a price tag. Why is it here? It was probably wearing something. A bottle of ink and a lantern, both pieces of evidence from a previous case of mine. But why? What's all this stuff that's related to you doing here? It's not as if any of it was in my possession for any length of time, the duration of the case, and no longer. Perhaps this is all nothing but a coincidence. Seriously, coincidence? I never thought I'd hear those words coming out of your mouth. We must always face up to the facts of a situation, however strange they may be. Isn't that what scientists believe, too? Oh, you want to talk about what scientists believe? Settle in, this may take a while. Well, you know, through rigorous peer-reviewed study, mostly. It's a small bottle, one I've seen before. Oh, that's all? Nothing else to add? Well, no. What more did you want me to say? Hold up. I've got to write this down. Mr. Edgeworth can turn even the most boring topics into something picturesque with his explanations. Next time, try taking those kinds of notes in silence.
Silence. Urethra. All things he isn't interested in anymore. The outline in the dust matches the bottom of the candelabrum. I'd say there's a very strong chance that this is where a murderer took it from. Which would mean the candelabrum was evidence from another case. It certainly seems likely. That's not our concern right now. The key thing to note is that the murder weapon was taken from this storeroom. And there's nothing else to deduce. Alright. The goddamn Badger Mobile is up here. How'd they get that up here? Scientifically speaking, I'd say this looks like some kind of wooden ice box. And the chains are probably to stop the cold air from escaping. I don't mean to contradict you, Emma, but this isn't just a box for storing... Isn't this just a box for storing clothes in? The wood is imbued with a natural repellent that keeps moths away. Oh, yeah, sure. Guess you could look at it that way, too. And keeping your clothes chilled would be nice for the summer, right? Still not prepared to let go of that particular part of your hypothesis, I see. A bunch of trophies, and ooh, somebody left a walkie-talkie here. Looks to me like it was put there deliberately, rather like it's on display, to be honest. There are batteries in here, too. Could be useful. Let's take it with us. Nobody will mind if we use it for a little while, will they? I can take it to the police station afterward. Someone's starting to sound like a certain great thief. Or a certain Emma. I mean, a certain Maya. Well, that's one heck of a desk. Wonder who it belonged to. There are 4 male figures acting as legs holding up a tabletop in the center. It's hideously cringe. And it doesn't even have the good decency to be camp enough to loop back around. Is this from one of your old cases too, Mr. Edgeworth? No, I can't think of anyone related to any of my investigations with such ostentatiously awful taste. Leslie, was it Red White? Was that his desk? I don't think there was. Of Blue Corp? Piles of banknotes just left out for all to see. A little tasteless, wouldn't you say? No way, these are all $100 bills. That's a fortune right there. How many years would it take for you to make that much money, Mr. Edgeworth? Please, Emma, I don't even want to think about it. What is that giant head thing? It's the head of the great Mrs. Monkey. I remember the case well, but how did they even get it up here? Mrs. Monkey? That doesn't sound right. Are you sure you didn't get the name wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Or misremembered it somehow? Don't be ridiculous, as if I'd ever make such a mistake. Monkey. Ook ook. The time is now time. Oh, this whole experience is enough to boggle a guy's mind. Mysterious storerooms, damsels in distress, it's got the lot. Could you at least try to take things a little more seriously, Fender? Always with the ooking. Hey, I can try. No, but seriously, I am as keen to help Kay out as you are. She's safe with me. You go do your thing. It's not Kay I'm worried about, it's you. Wow, this is some sturdy construction. Thick floor plate, sturdy supports. At a rough estimate, I'd say it could hold 50 of you easily, Mr. Edgeworth. Except for the fact that it's nowhere near big enough. You say that, but pack yourselves in tight enough, I think you might just do it. I really don't think so. And anyway, we have more important things to be investigating. We can theorize about the elevator once we're done. Maybe you're right. Fine. 45 Edgeworths, 48 tops. Oop. No. You said the statue was a piece of evidence from an old case of yours, right? It's pretty weird looking, I have to say. It's known as the Alfred statue. The what? The Alfred statue. But it says here it's called the Alif Red statue. Alif Red. Alfred Alif Red. What are you muttering about? Nothing. Let's carry on looking around, shall we? In the jiggler. A red leaf. Oh, what are you gonna do stupid around a fishy old place like this anyhow? Thank you, Small Truth. Mr. Thief for Little Thief, Mrs. Monkey or Mr. Monkey, Alfred statue. I think it's us asking you. What's inside of my brain? What do I have inside my brain right now? Yep. We've seen items of old evidence marked with price tags along with a huge pile of cash. I think it's pretty clear that somebody has been running an illicit trade in judicial goods. Shady deals on a hidden 51st floor? This is big. It has to be. I think it might be, but we'll need to investigate a little further yet. We need to find out more about what's going on here. Boy, there was an eyewitness we could interview. An eyewitness, huh? And where could they be? Why exactly are you here, Miss Hart?
Me, I told you, I'm in it for the truth, for the good of society, and little old me.
I'm a photographer for the people. For the people?
If you won't tell me the real reason, perhaps I can hazard a guess. Somebody was carrying out an illicit police evidence trafficking scheme here in the storeroom. Oh, she's after a juicy story, makes sense.
She's got a DSI. Or something.
What? How did y'all figure that out? Guess it means I don't have to tippy-toe around it anymore now.
One of my sources told me the down low about an underground auction.
What? Saw the items here? Were sold to the highest bidder. Folks was slinging money around like it was going out of fashion.
Which one?
Meet partners in time. Had to come see it for myself, of course. Get my eyes on my subject, you know?
Should have heard the tales my contract was telling.
Taller than 2 trees, or so I thought at first. Anyhow, I wasn't about to write it up based on hearsay alone. So yesterday I snuck in, slunk behind this here statue, and settled in to wait. Bidding started late at night and carried right on through the break of dawn. The auction and the murder happened on the same night. Coincidence? She's playing Leighton. Hell yeah. Dirty deals in a secret storeroom. Talk about a story. Was there anything else on sale apart from the items of evidence in this room? As compared to the Turner series, it's good. It's fun. It's a little bit different. The pacing. I like the investigations being you run around a little room, as opposed to like more like point-and-click adventure style. I'm enjoying, especially in this game, although this case has been a little bit more traditional. But I like the puzzle pieces, logic things. I like mind chess. Kind of mix up the structure a little bit. Really the biggest downside is how contrived the investigations games are, because they need to create reasons why we're not going to trial, reasons why Miles is on the case. Like, there's a lot of weird, like, we have to just justify this happening right here, right now, which is fine. I'm not, like, hung up on it or anything, but it's usually more organic in the games where it's like, oh, we investigate, and then we go to trial, and the trial has to happen for contrived reasons, but that gives you that pressure of, like, we don't have time, we don't have all the information, we just gotta go and figure it out. And that works. Whereas this is, like, Miles going on weird adventures, so it's fun, but I'm definitely glad I've been playing them, and I've been enjoying them so far. Shady artworks from who knows where, that kind of thing. In what way are shady artworks regular, exactly? We're gonna mind chess Lotta. She's just got checkers on the board. But the evidence was the big draw, for sure. Reckon they were selling them faster than the crooks could smuggle them out of the cop and prosecutor shops. And I'll bet you got pictures of the whole thing, right, Miss Hart? Well, you see, the main event was down below. I had to try and see what I could from up here. Having been up here since yesterday, I assume you witnessed the entire auction from start to finish then? It was an underground affair, like I said, so folks wasn't exactly giving much away. All them customers came down one at a time from up on the roof there. Threw on masks just as soon as they got down the ladder, and that ain't all. They had voice changer doodads on them. Teeny tiny ones, dinkier than a bug's behind. And so you couldn't see their real faces and you couldn't hear their real voices. Surreptitious as all heck. You mean surreptitious, right? I surely do. Sweet, sweet surreptitude. Also not a word. Anywho, once they had their gear on, they went right on downstairs. Syrup. And then in came the next one. When it came time to leave, they all done the same, but in reverse. Up they came again, one by one by one. Masks back on the hook, up the ladder and away. Whoa, that's a serious operation. And how many participants were there? 11 altogether. I counted them when they came down the ladder. I didn't just hide behind a stupid statue the whole time, you know. You didn't? Then where were you? Well, when I first got here, You know what? That ain't important right now. There were 11 of them. There's 13, I think. Or is it 11? I think there were 11. 11 on the committee. That's probably coincidence. You were hiding behind the statue from the very beginning. If there were 13, we would have been talking about Organization 13. So it was 11. There you go. Organization 11. I watched all them folks come in from my spying spot there in the shadows. What? The committee's corrupt as fuck? Please don't post spoilers in my chat. What the hell? I'm joking. So you were watching that from behind the statue.
They used that their elevator to get down below. Once they was all down there, I snuck up and took me a peek at what was going on. You mean the elevator remained in the room beneath? Nah, they sent it back up. There's a little peeky hole if you know where to look. Elevator didn't quite sit flush with the floor, see? And if you bend down and squint just right, you can see the whole shebang. Did you catch sight of who was in charge? Alright, sure, I guess I did. Ain't half so good a story if you don't get a glimpse of the evil ringleader after all. I wonder who that is. I'll have to ask her some more. I don't need a third. But it used to be 6 to 7. You mentioned a ringleader. Y'all shoulda know I came here to get me an exclusive. And an exclusive ain't much dang good if you done spilled the beans already. I see, so you don't actually know anything about them. You think that's why she won't give us an answer? Makes sense, I guess. You got me. Couldn't see if it was a man or a woman, a kid or an old-timer, nothing. What were they wearing? Could you see that at least? Sure, white jacket, white gloves, and a magenta flower on the lapel. Them 3 things is what I remember. What good's a description of the outfit if I don't got a clue who was wearing it? Where have we heard that before? Probably the plushie did it. This ringleader disguised their identity too, just like everybody else? Yes, sirree. Voice change the whole 9 yards. Mask, etc. They were wearing one of the masks. Which one? Let me see. This guy. Zervan. Zervan? What kind of name is that? Seriously, Edward, you never heard of Zervan? He's global hero and Yonkapon's arch nemesis. Who hasn't heard of Zervan the Time Lord? He's a Time Lord? Then you might be better off asking who has. So you didn't get a glimpse of their face at all? No, I dang well didn't, which kind of scotches my scoop. This whole mess has been nothing but a snipe hunt. I should have never come. We know of somebody who is dressed like that. Maybe I should try showing that evidence to Miss Hart. Thank you, video game. You said the ringleader was wearing a white jacket, white gloves, and a magenta flower, correct? Fake on Yonkapon fan. Don't ask me why they dressed up like a peacock on parade day, but they was. Is this the outfit you saw? Well, holy smokes, it sure as heck is. But wait, so the big cheese is dead? The cheese! All we know is that she's the victim in the case we're investigating. Her name was Rosie Ringer. Do you know her? Rosie Ringleader. So the ringleader was a lady. Well, ain't that just slippier than a dang deal? Throwing me off with a man's jacket like that? I hardly think she did it to fool you specifically. But setting that aside from... She was squinting through a peeky hole in the ceiling and was like, wait, that's a man's jacket. Setting that aside for now, what's important is that we've discovered something vital to the case. Namely, the underground auction was chaired by none other than our victim. Somebody done bumped off the boss, huh? What was happening? And that's what was happening. When what was happening? Nothing at all. Y'all just go on about your business now. No offense, Miss Hart, but that made you sound about 5 times more sus. Suspicious my foot, I told y'all it's nothing. And you won't get nothing more out of me than that. Wait, so there is more. How many dang times do I gotta tell you, it ain't nothing. I ain't saying nothing either way. No, you can tell us just a little more, pretty please. I'll tell you this, okay? I'm a journalist, a news hound, a scoop hunter, you hear? Exclusive articles go out, money comes in, that's how the game is played. Tell you more? Heck, I done told y'all too much already. Wait, what if I examine some fingerprints for you, pro bono? What kind of a cockamamie thank you is that? I'd sooner get a tooth pulled. You want intel, you go dig it up yourselves just like I had to. Okay, guess she isn't gonna talk to either of us. Oh, she will. I'll handle things from here, Emma. There's a certain technique I find useful in dealing with difficult customers such as her. She may not give up the information voluntarily, but that doesn't mean she can't be mind-chessed. Did you just say mind-chessed? Let's start by observing our opponent. Oh, she's stubborn. I ain't telling y'all nothing, you hear? Now quit wasting my time before I really blow a fuse. Chess pieces, go! It's syrup chess. As we've seen, she's very quick-tempered. She'll try to cut the conversation dead whenever possible. Won't have much time to think. I'll need to be swift and decisive. Miss Hart is definitely hiding something from me. My first move is discover what that something is.
Chest pieces. Tell me what you know. I need you to tell me everything you know, and don't you dare leave anything out. Go jump in a creek, you big bully. Why should I tell you anything? You don't got nothing to do with me, nor me with you. I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. Better try another tack. I can see you're a little agitated, Miss Hart. Let's just calm down and try to... I am calm, dang you. Leastways, I will be just as soon as y'all quit yanking my dang chain. Buy my time? That's better. Being a new sound's all about keeping a cool head no matter what the world throws at you, see? Speaking of new sounds, this might interest you. I met one a few days ago. She was a very hungry young reporter indeed. A reporter with a very particular turn of phrase. Similar to your own, in fact. Oh, yeah, she spoke like me, huh? Guess that could have been someone I know. Her name is Tabby Lloyd, and if I had closed my eyes, I could have believed I was listening to you. She told me about somebody she called the Chief. She was talking about you, wasn't she? I can't believe that was more than just an Easter egg. Y'all met Tabby, huh? Well, ain't that something? Where'd y'all bump into her? She's a great kid, reckon. Wait. Oh, no, you don't. You ain't getting on my good side bringing her into this, you stinky stink. Whew, you nearly had me too. Interesting. Talking about Miss Lloyd seemed to make her lower her guard a little. I think we can use that to our advantage. Mine's cheese and hers is looking pretty Swiss. My clue. I don't have anything to do with you. That's a little unkind, don't you think? Look at the horsey. After all, I know your apprentice. I know her pretty well, in fact. Yeah, well, guess it does seem kind of cold to me to say that if you know her pretty good. Wouldn't want the poor kid thinking I don't give a rat's behind. A rat's ass, good! Then you'll tell us what you know. Fine, see, it's like this. Got me a scoop. Wait, what am I thinking? Dang it, Lotta, you can't let him bamboozle you that easy. What was that about a scoop? Tell me about this scoop. Forget it. It was nothing. You were on your way to school. How embarrassing. A professional journalist making a careless slip of the tongue. You have a scoop, don't you? Now tell me what it is. Ah, all right. Yeah, I got me a scoop, a big one. But I can't just go blabbing about it to y'all. I got bills to pay. She may be hiding something very importante. I have to get it out of her somehow. We need to know the details of this scoop. She knows about Thomas Scoots Jefferson. What do you know? She's quick to anger, but she's also quick to let key information slip. Now that we know that, the rest shouldn't be too hard. Let's see what else we can get out of her. Your big scoop involves something criminal in nature, doesn't it? Meh. Might be it did, might be it didn't. Which is it? This is important. All right. You don't gotta holler at me like that. I ain't done nothing shameful or nothing. Just snuck in and did some undercover reporting. I'll be the judge of whether your actions were shameful. An unlawful entry into private property is very shameful. It's a crime. Hey, you did the exact same thing, genius. Oh, but I guess you're a prosecutor, huh? You're allowed to do stuff like that. Let's not mention the fact that I handed in my badge, shall we? Still, it don't amount to a whole hill of beans, right? There's folks out there that have done way worse. Murder, for one. Next to murder, trespass ain't hardly nothing. From your mutterings about murder just now, I gather your scoop has something to do with a homicide? Up on Bean Hill. Nah, I was just talking hypothetical-like. You know about murder being the big one and all. Ain't nothing worse than murder. Not the most skillful evasion I've heard in my career. Look, I done told you, okay? I snuck into the auction. I'll cop to that. But murder? I don't know nothing about no murder. Ain't seen nothing, ain't heard nothing. Scout's honor. I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. Damn it. This scoop, does it have something to do with the auction? You know what? I clean forget. But you tried to infiltrate an underground auction. It only stands to reason you observed something. Otherwise, what would you have to write about? I don't know what to tell you. I didn't hear nothing. Silent treatment, huh? Well, two can play that game. Oh, no. Oh, God. I don't have much time to think. Go. Holy shit, I'm gonna die. My brain's gonna explode. Ha. If you didn't hear the sound of nothing, doesn't mean you did hear the sound of something. Go! Something during your time in this room? Well, see, it wasn't nothing really, just little noises all. Won't even make page 16, forget I mentioned it. Something happened during the auction. That could be a clue. I still have 2 answers to pick. Ugh. Your big scoop involves something criminal in nature, doesn't it? Wait, which options were they? Might be it did, might be it didn't. Which is it? Alright, don't gotta holler at me at that. Ain't nothing shameful. Ah, no! I don't got time for this hog, so that's it. I'm out of here. That's the penalty for running out of time, and that's not that bad. Curses! Kaboom. Anyway, let's try again. Time restored. Once more unto the breach. Is it from the very beginning? Okay. This scoop. Okay. Yeah. I love that you didn't hear nothing. That means you did hear something. Actually, is the right move against her. It's kind of amazing. Yeah. How's no shush. Sneaking's a problem. Hiya. Yeah. It's a murder. I was so close. I was just talking hypothetical like. Yeah. My clue. You told me you heard something during the auction. You claimed it wasn't important, but it must have been. Otherwise, why remember it? I think it was something very memorable indeed. In fact, I believe it was the cry of a murder victim. How do you keep doing that? Alright, it's true. I wound up smack dab in the middle of a murder scene, but only by accident. And that's all you're getting out of me. Won't be no scoop left otherwise. The murder Miss Hart witnessed, it must be the same murder we ourselves have been investigating. That should prove to be a very valuable piece of information indeed. Perhaps we should finish up by confirming the credibility of her claim. I have her on the back foot now. Time to finish this. In the middle? You said you wound up in the middle of a murder scene. Is that really true? You're calling me a liar now? Hooey, now I'm mad. Real mad. I'm a journalist. How am I gonna sell stories if folks can't trust me that I'm telling the truth? I got me a motto, you know. Faster than anybody, honester than everybody. A motto, huh? That could be an important clue? Be honest, Miss Hart. I know there's something you're still not telling me. Ain't nothing left to tell, dang it. I done spilled my guts already. I don't have a clue as to how to proceed. I need you to describe the murder in detail. It's vitally important. Wish I could help y'all, but I don't really recall a whole bunch. Ain't much I can tell you. Sorry, I mean, look at me. Can't even get my facts straight half the time. My clue. I can't imagine that being so vague on the facts is a trait valued among journalists. Surely accuracy and honesty are what's necessary when reporting on a story. Well, see? It seems your so-called information is not credible after all. There was a murder, and I was there. I can even prove it. You can prove it, can you? How? I've got it right. Wait, you heard that? I was just talking to myself. Don't think nothing of it. Still hiding something. Be honest, Miss Hart. I know there's something you're not telling me. Ain't nothing to tell. Yeah, but you're hiding something. Oh, my queen to your queen. Yes. I know you've been keeping something from me, and that something is proof. Proof related to the murder you witnessed. Proof sound enough to form the basis of a story you're hoping to sell. Queen to queen explosion. And dang it all to heck, give me a break, will you? I'll come clean, okay? That's what you want, right? Here, I done snapped me a photo. Happy now, you better be. And that's checkmate. Yay. The tiny little... This too is Yuri. Mind Yuri, checkmate. Can't believe I let that happen. Betrayed my own big mouth. Well, it happened, so it's time to tell us everything. I saw the whole thing, watched that auction from start to finish. But you didn't just watch it, right? You took pictures. Yeah, about that. So like I said, I was spying on the whole thing right from the get-go. They was all shouting out bids and somebody wins something and bam, down come the hammer. Head on upstairs and pay, shouts the old ringleader, and then the whole thing starts over again. Anyhow, as soon as that happened, I had to think quick. That's when I ran behind that there statue and hid. And who was it that eventually appeared? Didn't see nothing, but I heard something that made me pretty sure it was whoever placed the winning bid. The sweet, sweet sound of cold, hard cash. Not sure I have any idea what that sounds like. The sound of someone counting bills, perhaps? Right, Yuri's at the space station spinning with the old man, what's his face? Anyhow, the deal was... What was the old man named Yuri? Or whatever. The deal was you settled your bills up here. I forgot the name of the young guy. Yeah, they paid pennies at the time. I heard two people yabbering for a little while. Wait, so two people came up the elevator? You betcha. My guess is the other one was our friend, the ringleader. Anyway, yabber, yabber, yabber. On it goes for a little while. Then, a scream. Well, that shook me up pretty good, so I hunkered down in my hiding place and tried to stay out of sight. So you didn't see the moments of the murder? The Yuri spinning with the yaoi. Good. Did that target amount to, you know, something, yeah, huh, okay, fine, I know something? Pretty much, yeah. That was basically the amount of mind chess that just happened. As you know something. I might know some things. Wait, who said that? So you do know something. Ah, you got me. That was kind of all we did. I heard it real good. You didn't try and help whoever was being attacked? Quit trying to be funny, girlie. It don't suit you none. I'm just a dainty little journalist all on her lonesome. You think I was fixing to jump in and save the day? Dainty. Anyhow, then there was a bunch of rustling sounds. Right about when that was happening, I got to feeling pretty bad about what I'd done. That makes sense, I guess. After all, I didn't remember to get on my camera and snap even a single picture. Scoop like that drops right in my lap and I miss it. Somebody ought to tan my hide. Anyhow, then a little more time goes by and there's this kind of clattering noise. Yeah, I'm there thinking, gotta get the shot this time, and so I grab one real quick from in the shadows there. Could we see this photograph? Do I have to? Here. That's the person in the red raincoat, the one who attacked Kay. So Kay's raincoated assailant also attacked the victim here in the storeroom. Then proceeded up to the roof where they assaulted Kay. And presumably planted evidence on Kay. Miss Hart's picture data jotted down on my organizer. There's only one person in this picture. Where's the victim? Weird, huh? I wondered the same thing. Heard two people, but there was only one in the shot I got. And I didn't see nobody nowhere else in the room, neither. Was that hoodie on the mannequin? Is that where they got it from? That's the killer, all right. Leastways, I'm pretty sure it is. The victim disappeared? She could have easily been killed. Yeah, no, I don't blame her for just staying hidden. How did you know it was the killer just by looking? Because they're literally red-handed with blood? How else would that get there, huh? And the auction just carried on after that. Thank you for the bits. Sure did, they just went right along like nothing had happened. Rich folks is crazier than a box of frogs. I'll never understand how they think. Funny, I find journalists a struggle to understand as well. We got a lot of stuff. The mysterious figure. Taken just after the incident, it was stuck in the storeroom. And then an auction attendant came on the other extras not long after. Illicit auction in the big building. Items listed are mainly items of police evidence for the homicide cases. 11 attendees wearing masks. Auction continued after the murder. So it wasn't the ringleader that died then? Something's going on with that. Oh, he's 68. This man is older than Grandma Hilda Hertz. All right. Do I have anything inside my brain? What's inside my brain right now? Yeah. Done. A box of what? A box of frogs. He had a child at 51. Oh. Wait, you're right. He's 17. Yeah. That's pretty old. If the storm was the actual scene of the crime, then you'd expect the body to have been up here at some point as well. Well, yeah. People do have kids at 51. It's not super common, but it is a bit old. But think back to what Miss Hart told us about the customers left the auction. How the customers left the auction. Do you remember? Of course, they came up from downstairs, back through the storeroom, and oh! Exactly. The killer would have had to hide the body in order to avoid its discovery. The question is, where did they hide it? Emma, if you mind putting your skills to work for me now. I'd love to. You just say what you need and I'll get right on it. Very well. I'd like you to check for blood residue. A luminol test, in other words. Sure thing. Prepare to witness the power of science. I've never seen somebody's eyes actually sparkle with anticipation before. How about we test the ladder over there first? Based on Miss Hart's picture, I'd say the person in the red raincoat was about to climb it and make their escape, which means there's a high chance of a positive result. To test an area, press A. That'll spray luminol. Wow, just like that. If it happens to land on some blood, you'll see it react like this. It still feels super raw to see it just appear like that. Anyway, that's a positive, and it's still faint. Spraying a couple more times should be enough to really make it stand out. Yeah, that brought it out nicely, and made it feel that much more real. Anyway, I think you got the gist of how to look for blood traces now. I'm sure there's still some more to be found. Why don't you give it a try? Oh boy. Yep. And that's how it's done. Take a good look around and see if you can find some other places to test with the luminol. Okay. You want to test there? Yeah. Sorry, it's a negative. How about here? You want to test there? Yeah. Sorry, it's a negative. How about over here? Yeah, I'm gonna test. Oh! It's like the Virtual Boy. Oh. That's not that much blood if that's where the body was stored. Blood! But how could it have gotten there? Maybe somebody put something with blood on it in there. Well, about here. Negativo. How about here? What about the elevator? Did they move the body? I guess not. Only right there? There's blood! How come? Probably because this is where the murder was actually committed, I'd say. Looks like some of it dripped through to the floor below, too. Huh. I think that's all the blood there is to be found. All right, and that concludes this phase of our investigation. Huh. Elevate the body to stop it bleeding. If some of it dripped down below, maybe that's where it landed, near the statue. I don't know exactly where we are. Okay, what we go here? The body was hidden in the box. The body's in the box. They put the body in the box. Blood in the clothes box can only mean one thing, that this is where the body was hidden. I'm certain of it. I wonder who won the box in the auction. I haven't the foggiest. Still, it's a very helpful discovery. Now you just hold your horses there. There's no way the body could have been in there. What do you mean? I took a look at that there box when I first got in here. Looked to be just about the perfect size for a little hide-and-go-seek if the need arose. And maybe it would have been if I could have opened it. But it was wrapped in chains and locked up tight. I ain't no a scamapologist. The murder happened just a little after I scoped it out, so I can't nobody have put no body in there. Wrapped in chains and locked up tight. That's odd. Because it doesn't look to be wrapped in chains any longer. Well, slap my head and call me silly. Could have swore it was, though. I think we've examined all we can now. Great, time to see what's waiting down below. Shaking a leg already, are we, Miles? Okie dokie. Hey, K-Meister. Yes, Mr. Fender? We're about ready to move out, so I want you to stick with me, okay? Can't have you getting lost. Of course, I'll be sure to stay close. When did those two start getting along so well? Escamapologist. Trambopoline. Yep, okay. Inconspicuous. Amazing. It really is a bit on the nose to be like, oh, there's this illicit trade going on, black market happening right above the prosecutor's committee, and the elevator goes right in the fucking middle of the room. It's just like, God. Mr. Edgeworth? Hello. Not in the mood with mine. Okay. Final Fantasy party right there. This room. This is the auction room? No, this is the committee chamber. Here. Way to drop right into my lap, Kay Faraday. You've got real guts, I'll give you that. Arrest her, men. Arrest her right now. Wait, but she's... As for the rest of the riffraff, throw them out into the streets where they belong. You can't do this. This is going way overboard.
Yeah, what she said.
Miles, this isn't looking good, I gotta say. See how the blinding light of justice shines on me? Yeah! Just whipping the shit out of everybody. What did I do? You'll have to forgive me. I meant to hit a certain cowardly ex-prosecutor. Yippee! Oh, things are looking bad. What are we gonna do? Whip. Sorry, I was only aiming for him. I'm actually really bad at aiming this thing. You weren't aiming for him, you're aiming straight at me! Something keeps getting in my way. Something... Yeah! Right there. Franziska? So, what are you doing here, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor? I still believe Kay to be innocent. And we're supposed to care what you believe? You no longer have the right to do an opinion. Kill him, Franny. Muscle memory. I am Franziska von Karman. I have no intention of stopping here or now. But you chose to stop by giving up your badge, and so our game has already come to an end. My badge was an obstacle to proceeding along the road I've chosen. I haven't stopped. I've simply cleared the way ahead. I don't need no stinking badges, and now I'm free to follow that road all the way to the truth. So don't you think for a second that my conviction has changed. I'm every bit as dedicated as I ever was. You seem to think you know what lies at the end of this road to the truth. In that case, I demand you show me. I'll explain my current theory first, and if your road fails to lead anywhere, my whip will happily guide it. We found this elevator that leads to a floor that shouldn't exist. Can I just stop you before you give me a theory? Because clearly you're missing information. The victim used her keycard and entered this chamber with her killer. She was then stabbed with the candelabrum by the culprit and subsequently died as a result. We know the identity of the murderer thanks to the letters she exchanged with the victim. And we know the location of the murder is here in the committee's trial chamber. I think everything she said is false. The blood on the floor of this room proves my theory. Game, set, match. Miles Edgeworth, QED. She just hit us with a fucking QED. Quad erat demonstrat these nuts. She seems pretty confident, huh? She doesn't lack the courage of her convictions, that's for certain. And I gotta say, I can dig that vibe. I could even give her a no hard feel. Yeah. She can spell. Pathetic. Well, Miles Edgeworth, do you think you can bring my case crashing down around my ears? If you really have found the road to the truth, perhaps you'd be so kind as to point me toward it. I'll be very happy to. Settle in, Franziska. I'm about to pave that road with incontrovertible evidence. QED QTEs. The victim used their keycard into the chamber of the killer.
Hold it!
Let me stop you right there. Everything is wrong. You're sure the data from the security system is accurate? That data's just like me. Perfect in every way. There's no room for doubt on either front. Well, your theory's far from perfect. I suppose I'm not going to change your mind on this so easily, am I? Correct. As I said, the victim entered the room with her killer. She was then stabbed with the candelabrum by the culprit and died as a result.
Hold it!
And the stab wounds she sustained are a perfect match with the candelabrum in question. 3 wounds inflicted by metallic spikes of some kind in 3 places simultaneously. Even you have to agree there aren't many objects that could do that. Maybe like a trident? Or like a pitchfork? Or is anyone farming nearby? Thank you for the hydrate. Furthermore, Grandma Hertz confirmed the murder weapon in her report. Then there's absolutely no doubt in your mind that it was the candelabrum. None whatsoever. And as for the culprit? We know the identity of the murderer thanks to the letters she exchanged with the victim.
Hold it!
Have you managed to prove conclusively that the letter found on the victim was sent by Kay? I wasn't aware there was any doubt on that front. Are you suggesting it was a forgery? Well, if there was any doubt, there isn't any longer. Document analysis turned up nothing. Nothing to suggest the involvement of anyone other than the sender and the recipient, or of any forgery. Are you saying they found Kay's prints? No, only the victims.
Well then, how can you say for sure that Kay did the deed?
Haven't you been listening? Document analysis found nothing to suggest the letter was a forgery. Face it, the letter was sent by Kay, a fact that more than adequately proves the identity of the murderer. And we know the location of the murder is here in the trial chamber. No, it's typed out. It's not handwritten. You can prove the murder happened here in the committee chamber, I suppose? Von Karma's perfect in every way. Or did you forget that when you handed in your badge? That's so objectively false, though. The blood on the floor proves my theory.
Hold it!
Has the blood been analyzed to see who it belongs to? It has, and unsurprisingly, it was confirmed to be that of the victim. Has it occurred to you that where it was found may not be where the murder in fact took place? How quickly you forget, Miles Edgeworth. Evidence is everything in the courtroom. We're not in court. So please present your proof that the murder occurred elsewhere.
Or kindly stand down.
Proof occurred elsewhere. This isn't a courtroom, but that doesn't mean I can't give her the evidence so she so clearly desires. She makes a pretty watertight argument, huh? Perhaps, but she doesn't know what we know. You're right. We've got a certain scientific discovery up our sleeves, and that will show her to the road I found her the truth. Yeah. Oops. One too many times. Yeah. Wait. No, this? The location of the murder is here in the trial. No. Yeah.
Objection!
Franziska, what do you make of this? A word of warning, Miles Edgeworth. If you don't wish to feel the sting of my whip, don't show me every meaningless item you happen to cram into your pockets. I mean, the whip looks like it was made to inflict the maximum amount of pain possible. Thanks, nerd! Unscientifically speaking, I can tell you it hurts a lot. I guess you just have to try your best to avoid getting hit. I guess it's this line? Shouldn't have worked on that line too? Whatever. Those are the same. It was here. I'm proving it was elsewhere. The blood was here. The blood was elsewhere. It's like the same point. Whatever. If I remember correctly, the blood discovered in this room was located at the foot of the Goddess of Justice's statue. Murder under the gaze of the divine, a brazen act even for a cold-blooded killer. Except that may not be true at all. Take a look at this, if you would. It's a blood stain discovered in the storeroom directly above the committee chamber. As you can see, the blood we found looks to have dripped through the room, dripped through to the room below. And the elevator dripped down from descends directly to the foot of the statue. Ah, you noticed. Then you will agree that the murder cannot in fact have happened in this room. I put it to you that the victim was killed in the room above and only afterward was she moved down here. The Goddess of Justice did not witness a murder. She witnessed the killer trying to cover their tracks. Don't waggle your finger at me like Sonic the Hedgehog. Why is she smiling? Sorry, I was just thinking back to a very similar situation. Well done, Miles Edgeworth. You've proven yourself to be even more foolish than I thought.
Mr. Edgeworth is anything but a fool, sir, and you know it. Youch!
Have you forgotten the picture you just showed me, or are you really that airheaded? Even a cursory glance shows that there was far more blood here in the committee chamber than upstairs.
Whipped and ignored again. Wish I could
get some love, too. You're trying to tell me that all of that blood dripped down from above, Miles Edgeworth? If it had, your storeroom stain would need to be 10 times as big. I say the murder happened down here. There's no way it could have happened anywhere else. As insightful as ever, Franziska, but you've played right into my hands.
How so?
You are correct. There is far less blood upstairs than one would expect. The question is why? A trifling detail in the face of my previous explanation. Alas, your explanation doesn't account for why there was blood in the storeroom in the first place. Surely you don't think some spatter managed to shoot itself all the way up there, do you? Whoa, like some crazy fountain of blood? No way. No way indeed. It's completely impossible. So how about this? What if this explains the difference in the amounts of blood observed? There was far more blood in the committee chamber than in the storeroom above because the weapon was removed here. Oh. The victim was stabbed here. The victim was stabbed upstairs. Oh. The victim died of 3 stab wounds, wounds that would have bled profusely. Dude, you're like 30 miles. Well, he was responding to... It's fine. Exactly, as proven by the amount of blood we found on the floor of this room. But that doesn't make any sense. Not if she was stabbed in the storeroom. You said there wasn't much blood up there already. Eek! They're discussing the facts at this point. Yeah, it's not antagonistic. I mean, Francisca is the way she is, but there was stuff like this in case 5 of the last game too. When she's just like, all right, here's what I think happened. We're on the same side, but we're not really working together. And you're sure working together. To get to the truth. You half-baked, harebrained rookie. As soon as Gavel's gotten used to being helpful, because Gavel is using him, and maybe he's got a heart of gold in that little Nepo baby brain of his. The heart is in the brain. Harebrain's a little, A stab wound bleeds heaviest at one particular point in time. I know when the weapon's removed. Precisely. I believe the body was brought down to the committee chamber with the candelabrum still in its chest. And then, when it was finally removed, it created the difference in the amount of blood we see between the 2 locations. Why? What was the killer trying to do? I imagine they were trying to give the impression that the murder happened down here. As we know, Miss Ringer's keycard was used late last night. Judging by the time listed in the record, I'd hazard a guess that it was used by the killer when they entered the room to create their elaborate setup. Do we know what time Lotta saw all of her shit? I don't think we have any times. Probably because that would make it a little bit too obvious that Gavel is in on some shit. Because she's like, I had to swing by for reasons. I'm like, uh-huh. If they're like, oh, everything started at 10:20, you're like, well, This is just how they talk, yeah. This is how they argue over getting dessert after dinner at a restaurant. Why would they have needed to do all this in the first place? Perhaps because a person with a face to hide would fear the storeroom being found in the investigation. If they were involved in with the underground auction, they couldn't afford to have their dirty secret exposed. Underground auction? You should take a look at the storeroom for yourself. The items up there tell quite a story. One that should more than explain what was going on here last night. It's almost endearing, Miles Edgeworth, how desperately you want to protect your friend. There's something just beneath the surface of this case, something bigger than all of us. And Kay's only crime was to have the bad fortune to fall right into the middle of it. That's quite the hyperbolic claim, Miles Edgeworth. Hyperbolic? Me? Surely you're the one making a mountain out of my perfectly reasonable molehill. You're working with Interpol on international cases, so why are you investigating a domestic murder? I'll tell you why, because this case has something to do with the smuggling ring you've been chasing. You followed the trail of items being smuggled by the ring and wound up here. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me the something I sense isn't related to any of this. I'm very happy to learn that you giving up your badge didn't completely relieve you of your senses. Scruffy here told me about the circumstances that led up to that, by the way. Sorry, sir. I just thought it might help, you know. You did the right thing, detective. So am I right, Francisca? Is this incident part of the broader case you're working? Perfectly reasonable molehill was really good. Was the underground auction already on Interpol's radar? Wouldn't you like to know? But you don't need to, and so you won't. Then you knew, didn't you? That the auction was being held here in this chamber. Hey, y'all mind if I butt in for a sec? Your victim over there, the lady in the white. You! Hey, let a gal finish, will you? No good button in pain. No good button in pain in the you-know-what. Youch. Well, this leopard shrink changed her spots. Your testimony's not required, and neither is your presence. What do you mean? I'm a journalist. You can't... Ow. You're a liar is what you are. You lied under oath that one time. Seems like Miss Von Karma's none too fond of Miss Hart, huh? I don't think she's her biggest fan, no. What's she called? Ringer, right? She was a member of this here committee. Well, she's dressed exactly like the ringleader of their secret auction. Stop whipping me, dang it. What is the meaning of this interruption? Miles Edgeworth, explain. Miss Hart here helped us out by describing how the auctioneer was dressed. And it seems they were wearing the exact same outfit as the victim, Miss Rosie Ringer. But that would mean the victim was also the ringleader. Now, how about we just calm down, sir? It seems I have some new information to consider. It's true that I came here to investigate the underground auction,
and to arrest its head of operations, the auctioneer. But if Miss Hart is to be believed, the ringleader is dead. I guess that means your journey here today was wasted. I suppose it does, nonetheless. I, Franziska von Karma, refuse to leave empty-handed. Time for a rematch, Miles. Fine by me. But you may find that your whip will go sorely underused this round. Ow, 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 ow. Fine. I accept your explanation. That would make the storeroom the actual scene of the crime, yes? In which case, the murderer is someone connected to the auction. And if the photographer is to be believed, the victim was the auctioneer and the culprit was an attendee. The killer lay in wait for the victim in the storeroom where the exchange of illicit goods was to take place. They then stabbed the victim in the chest with a piece of merchandise, the candelabrum. Does that about sum it up? Because I won't be accepting rebuttals. I'm afraid you might have to. There's a serious hole in your testimony. There is? I didn't spot any. Good thing you're the one in charge here, Mr. Edgeworth. All right, then. Time to fight back. You have to win this for us. And I will. Time to take Franziska's testimony to task. Rebuttal. I won't accept any rebuttal. Rebuttal.
Hold it!
The storeroom is the scene of the crime? You conceded that point rather easily. I can't help but be sus. I'm not in the habit of denying facts that are readily supported by the evidence. That's all there is to it. You were able to show that the murder actually took place in the storeroom. In which case, the murderer is someone connected to the auction. And how exactly did you come to that conclusion? Members of the big building staff were questioned extensively, but none mentioned a secret storeroom. It seems its existence was known to only a handful of people. And of course, that storeroom was where the items that were to be sold in the auction were being kept. Very good. Which suggests a link between knowledge of the storeroom and involvement in the auction. Sorry, I'm distracted by Beth. Beth went to close the door, now they're just dancing on the door. And then made gremlin noises and closed the door. Bye! And if the photographer is to be believed, the victim was the auctioneer and the culprit was an attendee.
Hold it!
That's basically what they were doing. They're doing the Ned Flanders. For buttle. You believe the victim and the ringleader were one and the same? I do. And the murderer was? Why are you asking her this? You just said the exact same thing yourself, dummy. So I did. But I was merely confirming Franziska's reasoning in order to... Oh, don't give me that horse feed. You get caught saying something stupid, you give a little laugh and move on with your day. She didn't even react to getting whipped that time. The murderer was one of the auction attendees. What, you don't got no notes for our friend here after that little performance is? I sure did marry that dancing gremlin. Assuming that our friend the photographer's word can be trusted. I can't quite tell if they love or hate one another. Anyway, the more relevant point here is how the culprit actually carried out their plan. The killer lay in wait for the victim in the storeroom where the exchange of illicit goods was to take place. It is! How exactly did they manage that, may I ask? Miss Hart was in the storeroom too, remember? Yes, hiding someplace. And if you've seen the storeroom yourself, you'll know that there are plenty of other places to hide. You're saying the killer was hiding out of sight while they awaited the victim's arrival. We can reasonably assume that the murder took place after the auction had concluded. After all, the victim was the auctioneer herself. She would surely have needed to be present throughout the proceedings. She thinks it happened afterward. Would you mind adding that statement to your testimony? We can reasonably assume the murder took place after the auction had concluded.
Hold it!
Or did it? After the auction ended? And you're sure of that? If the victim was the auctioneer, I don't see how else it could have happened, do you? I mean, she's right. You can't have an auction without an auctioneer. No, you can't, can you? Why does that suddenly feel significant? They then stabbed the victim in the chest with a piece of merchandise.
Hold it!
How do you know the candelabrum was one of the auction lots? Because if the murder weapon had been deliberately prepared beforehand, it seems highly unlikely the killer would have chosen such an unusual object. Furthermore, based on the culprit's movements, the candelabrum could have only come from the storeroom. We did find evidence that showed where it was standing, I guess. Exactly. Therefore, it could only have been something that was up for sale. Not that the issue of where the killer obtained their weapon is really the point here. It's a reasonably coherent explanation of events on the surface, but something's off. I need to see if I can tease a little more out of her. Na 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 na. Bam. Bam 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 bam.
I'm glad I read that. I'm glad I read all the evidence and was like, that's weird the auction continued after the murder. Not just because there was a murder and they all carried on, but also it was the auctioneer, which means maybe it wasn't, which means the person that was there was not there. They changed their clothes and then they stabbed them. I don't know. It seems you're one step behind yet again, Francisca. Reading usually helps. It's not uncommon that I'm like, what the hell do they want? And it's just a single line of dialogue somewhere. That happened last case. It was just a single thing. How so? Although granted, I don't have that much evidence right now. Last case was tough because I had to juggle like 2 concurrent cases with the timelines. The auctioneer was not the victim, and I can prove it. This statement Miss Hart gave us. Well, if she made it, it's not worth the air she used to say it. I done told you I'm a journalist, dagnabbit. My word is youch. Did I ask you to open your mouth? Double youch.
Objection!
Sorry to interrupt. Calm down and listen for a second, Francisca. Miss Hart witnessed at least some of the events surrounding the murder. And as she confirmed, the auction continued even after the murder had occurred. You bet I did. Went right on like nothing had happened at all. So it just feels wrong. It just feels wrong to see Miles and Lotta side by side, smug. And like, yeah, we got like working together. It's like a wrong image. Just sucks to look at. How would that have been possible without an auctioneer? It wouldn't. So you see, the victim couldn't have been the auctioneer. She was one of the attendees. No. As I've been saying since the start, there's no way Kay can be the murderer, because she had been pushed down the hatch by her assailant and knocked unconscious by that time. So who was the victim, really? Well, if the auction carried on after the murder, the victim must not have been the auctioneer, but an attendee. That's enough. I know that sound all too well. It's Gavel. Yeah. Order in the courtroom. All rise for the chairman. Oh, no. We're all standing already. It's cool. Oh, there's no need for all that pomp and circumstance, Verity. Please, everyone, feel free to call me Celsius. Yes, that'll do nicely. I don't like shortening Excelsius into Celsius, but okay. All right, Celsius, what are you doing here? Oh, I just stopped by to see how my boneheaded boy was getting along. They say there are all sorts of families, but I'm not sure that these two are what they meant. I thought I might need to light a fire under this investigation, but it seems not. The suspect everyone's searching high and low for is right back here where we started. That's your dad. Men, detain the suspect immediately. Wait, Miss Faraday is innocent. Shut your meddling mouth. That is a malfunctioning lighter, my guy. You're becoming something of a problem, Miles, my boy. I thought I told you. The committee wants this matter cleared up as soon as possible. Oh, hit the turbo button? Like a third-party video game controller? It's a matter of trust. We can't have our organization be seen to drag its feet. It's bad for us, and it's bad for me, too. Personally. Sorry, it must be my age. Your unlawful investigation ends here, and it will not be permitted to resume. Fun fact. Is this the dark age of the law? Not even. That's what's terrifying about it. In case you have forgotten, you are no longer a prosecutor, even no authority here. And what's more, there is the matter of you aiding and abetting a suspect. She's right, of course. As always, you really are a godsend, Verity. Everything I do knowingly. If you wish to prosecute me for it, be my guest. But know this. We have uncovered a new suspect. This person here. Miss Faraday was attacked by this... Attacked by this pea? You can stop right there, Mr. Edgeworth. The raincoats in your picture were discovered nearby a short while ago. The victim's blood was found on the hood, along with some cherry blossom petals. Cherry blossom petals? Like the ones on the roof. Yes, they were stuck to the edges of the bloodstains, probably due to the blood being fresh at the time. The results came back already, my boys. There's no mistaking it. The person in your picture is the victim, Miss Rosie Ringer. What? Huh? No, this completely undermines our entire case. All our assumptions were based on the person in the red raincoat being the killer. But if they were the victim instead, then Kay remains at the top of the suspect list. Miss Faraday, you testified to having encountered a person in a red raincoat up on the roof, correct? Beard milk? Stop it. Yes, I did. The blood is on the outside. So it's someone else's blood? Can I spin it? Oh. Fingernails were found on the hood. That is... I mean, that sounds like they were bleeding and then put it on. Like I originally was like, oh, I wonder if the raincoat came from the mannequin in the frame. But still strange. Hope it's not Chris's blood. We know the person was the murder victim, and you are the only person we know of who came into contact with her. Since one of you wound up dead, I think we all know how that encounter went. Kay was attacked by that person. She is the victim here, not the aggressor. As far as I recall, we have yet to see any evidence that proves she was attacked as you claim. And even if such proof existed, Miss Ringer could simply have been acting in self-defense. Well, you can't just jump to conclusions like that. Kay is innocent. But I'm not. Kay? I'm not innocent. I don't want to believe it, but I remembered something. Hearing about the raincoat brought it back. It's just a flash, but I remember what I saw right when it happened. The murderer. It was me. I remember looking down and the person in the red raincoat was on the ground. It was me, Mr. Edgeworth. It was me all along. I'm the murderer. Well, case closed. No, you're not. You can't be. Then what am I? Why do I have a memory like that? They were on the floor in front of me. There was a pool of blood. Why was I just standing there? Why didn't I do something? I know why. It's because I was the killer. She finally stole a life. This court recognizes the legitimacy of the accused's memories. But you say you didn't believe her like 5 minutes ago. Yes, but now it's convenient for me. So I commend you on your bravery, Miss Faraday. It will not go unrewarded. You will get 1 cookie in prison. Praise be to the goddess of justice for her many blessings. Yeah, get her. As an official representative of Interpol, I hereby request that the suspect be... We do not have the time for this. We must arrest Kay Faraday this instant. How dare you take that tone with me? This is a gross overreach of authority. I demand you give us more time to investigate. You say my investigation's unlawful? What could be more unlawful than this? Unfortunately, you no longer speak for the law. Indeed, you don't. But I do, and while I can't help but be moved by your dedication to your friend, I have to agree with Verity. Speaking of the law, it seems there is one other we must arrest. Ah, yes, I almost forgot. Miles. What are you talking about? Mr. Edgeworth was just doing his job. He didn't do anything wrong. He wasn't doing squat. By which I mean to say, unfortunately, Miles is no longer serving in any kind of official capacity. You went too far this time, Mr. Edgeworth. You conducted an unlawful investigation. Worse, you aided and abetted the flight of a suspect. You are no longer even an ex-prosecutor. You are a criminal, nothing more. Oh, that reminds me, there was supposed to be a hearing today, wasn't there? Concerning your conduct. I'll make sure it's officially rescheduled for tomorrow, although I fear I already know the outcome. Look at this as an opportunity to reflect on your actions, Miles. A chance to really think long and hard. This court is adjourned. We're not in court. What the hell is happening? Why didn't Eddie be like, well, he's working with me, so it's something. Well, Christ. Smash cut to Miles in the detention center is kind of nuts. Never thought I'd spend another night in here again. I guess he has been here. And they stripped me of all the evidence we'd so painstakingly gathered. Except for the pin, which I can use to dig a trench out of here. Fools, the lot of them. The lot of them. Wait, Miles, there's a hole. I mean, I'm sure there's a hole underneath the bed still. That's my badge now. Even if they did let me keep Casey Atakarasutin, I can't help but worry about her. They'd better be treating her well. The murderer. It was me. I remember. When is that that's never happened before. Every time someone who seems innocent has gone, wait, maybe it was me. It always turns out it was them, actually, in the end. So, case closed.
Come on, let's go. You got a visitor.
A visitor? Who?
Someone by the name of Dick Gumshoe. Want me to send him away?
No, though I'm not sure what to even say to him. Oh, Meekins is the guard. It's fun that we're on the other side of the glass.
Wait there.
Okay.
They're leaving me unsupervised?
Forgive the intrusion.
What? You're not Gumshoe, Judge Gavel.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a seat. What is she scheming?
What are you doing here? I was told it was Detective Gumshoe.
I imagined you wouldn't come if you knew it was me.
What could she possibly want from me now?
I suppose I better find out.
Hiya!
Miss Faraday is currently being interrogated about her involvement in the murder.
You and the committee, you know what you're doing, don't you? You know the wrongful arrest and persecution of an innocent person is beyond reprehensible.
That's quite the slanderous remark. I would ask that you frame your outburst with a little more care. Besides, she's not innocent. You merely wish that she is.
You can't say that, you don't have conclusive proof.
Nor do you have conclusive proof to the contrary, so let's not retread this tired old topic again. She will go to trial and the goddess will pass her judgment. There's nothing you can do to stop that. And there's nothing more to say on the subject. Instead, let us speak of the matter at hand.
Okay.
Do detainees have the right to refuse visitors? Probably? I don't think they can force them to see someone, can they? I would assume so, yeah. I mean, they wouldn't have free reign to go back to the club, but they could be like, just take me back. I don't know. You may not be aware of this, but you are only permitted to meet with specially approved visitors. So I'm to be treated like a dangerous criminal, am I? I suppose my reputation has rather plummeted. It has indeed, for you, of course, and your friends. That attorney and the other girl were raising quite the fuss earlier.
Fender and Emma.
I saw them launch some extremely heated words at one of the guards. No, you didn't. You may thank the goddess in that regard, for even she is too busy to deal with each and every infraction. They will not be punished for their bad behavior. Did you come here just to chit-chat with me? You must have a lot of time on your hands. Speaking of which, Miss Von Karma's continuing the investigation where you left off. I just thought you'd like to know. I figured you would be worried about how they were all doing. I hate to admit it, but she read me like a book.
Your motive?
Let's cut to the chase, Your Honor. Why are you really here? I'm here simply to talk, nothing more. There's something I wish to know about you. Me? Yes, who else? Objectively speaking, you are highly intelligent and quick-witted. And a born prosecutor at that. Please, Judge Gavel, your sarcastic praise is but salt on my wounds. But I sincerely mean every word, Mr. Edgeworth, and it's why I fail to understand you. Take this latest case, for example. You were up against the very committee itself. You had no hope of succeeding. Even a child could have seen that. Like Winner. And yet, I don't imagine the old me would have ever been so reckless. The old me had power, and because of that, I thought that justice was always on my side. Just as you and the committee believe now. But a certain person changed my mind. He made me reckon with my selfish and skewed sense of justice. And once the scales had fallen from my eyes, I began to look at people differently. I saw that I was only able to be an effective prosecutor thanks to the efforts of those around me. A certain gay lawyer, Detective Gumshoe, the many investigative officers of the force, and even Kay. It changed me. The degree to which it changed me still surprises me to this day. I see, thank you. I feel that perhaps I understand you a little better now. You understand me? I highly doubt it. Someone who's so focused on forcing their idea of justice onto others can't possibly see what I see. Is that so? Is that what you truly believe? I will say one thing. This has been a very interesting conversation, that is all. Before I go, there's one remaining matter. I was asked to inform you the date of your hearing has been confirmed. It will be held today, in the trial chamber. The committee sends its warmest regards. If that was all you had to tell me, you could have just sent a message. And entrust the goddess's words to another? That wouldn't do now, would it? I thought the goddess was infallible. Until then, Mr. Edgeworth, I'll see you again very shortly. Ah, yes, your husband. It's a civil union. Oh. This could have been an email.
Back in you go.
Now to dig my way out. A very basic bed. I can't say it was very comfortable to sleep on, however. I imagine Gumshoe would sleep soundly on it nevertheless, loudly snoring all the while. We'll probably never get to work together again. I don't have any regrets about the bed I've made. I'll follow my path to the end. There's a note on the wall next to the toilet. Sorry, we're currently out of toilet paper. Please make the necessary mental preparations before using the toilet.
What sorts of mental preparations can one even make?
There's a menu here on the table. Seems that the detainees are able to pay out to have their meals brought to their cells. Well, it looks good. Spaghetti and mac and cheese lunch. Add linguine for only $1. I don't know if I trust $1 linguine. Basmati and brown rice special for limited time only. Add regular white rice at no extra cost. Probably for the best, I'm not very hungry. Mac and cheese. Mac. I've barely spent any time in here and already I can feel my personal appearance slipping. I may have given up my badge, but I mustn't give up on myself. My collar, it's slightly creased. Let me use my brain there. A tidy outside begets a tidy inside, which is why it's more important now than ever to take care of myself. Let me out of here. There's a poster in the corridor outside. We regret to announce that due to the warden's arrest, the Die of Destiny game will be discontinued. No! Inmates will no longer need to roll a die every morning to determine their meals for the day. Never mind. Never mind. I thought they had like a D&D game going. That's way worse. That's way, way worse. We wholeheartedly apologize to those who are looking forward to their daily casting of the die.
Did anyone really need an apology for the cessation of such a ridiculous idea in the first place?
Do I have another visitor?
Okay.
Oh! Thank goodness you seem alright. Other than, you know, probably you should be in a hospital. That's a load off my mind.
Oh, such a heartwarming scene.
It's enough to make a grown man cry. But you're still not your usual cheery. I mean, you have to stay positive, Kay. You didn't do anything wrong. In fact, I guarantee you didn't. No, you have to let it go. I'm the murderer. I know that now. But you're not. You can't be. Why don't you have any faith in yourself? How can I, Mr. Edgeworth, when there's no me left to believe in? None at all. I don't think that's true. Before you lost your memory, we spent quite a bit of time together, and I dare say you left quite the impression on me. So you see, there's still plenty of you left. That's why I believe so much in your innocence, and why you should believe in yourself too. That's a lot of words to say, believe in the me that believes in you. I can't. It would just cause more pain for the both of us. Please, you have to forget her. Forget that, Kay. She's gone.
Kay, no. You remind me of my younger self, you know. So noble, so bold.
This is the justice you and the committee stand for?
Justice? I suppose you could call it that.
What is he up to? Why is he going to such lengths to control everything? I can't shake the feeling that something is wrong here. Is there some hidden agenda at play? No. This is no time to second guess myself. If I'm going to find out what it is, it's now or never. Well then, my boy, I suppose I should be.
Wait.
Ooh. Mind chess. Why is the chairman so intent on seeing Kay charged with this murder? It doesn't make any sense. There must be some rhyme or reason to this madness. He's got a lot of pieces. Come now, Miles, I'm a busy, important man. I can't be wasting my precious time talking to you. Only way out of our current predicament is through Chairman Winner. There's so much to ask and so little time. Let's start by trying to find out why he rushed to have Kay arrested so quickly. I can't just let this happen. I'm getting answers if it's the last thing I do. My mind, why were you so keen to push through Kay's arrest? I've yet to hear a satisfactory explanation. An explanation? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Don't give me that. You know exactly what I mean. Tut tut. I advise you to moderate your tone, dear boy. Need I remind you of your position? No. What if I wait? And suppose we did let your friend go free, what then, What do you mean, what then? Think how that would look, my boy, and who would have to take the blame? Me, that's who.
You're right to keep your mouth shut. That way you won't say anything foolish. Sorry, but I can't stay silent forever. Not while Kay's innocence is still in doubt. Ah, you're breaking my heart. Just look at this flood of tears spilling out. Please, just leave it alone, will you? Things were coming along nicely until you interfered. That's an incredibly incriminating thing to say. Coming along nicely? That's a pretty strange way of putting it. It's almost as if you wanted Kay's arrest to happen. It certainly doesn't sound like the statement of an impartial representative of the law. You think so? Well, that wasn't my intention. Has it occurred to you that you might just be overthinking things a little? Chairman Winters certainly knows how to dodge a question, but it doesn't change the fact that serious doubts remain concerning Kay's arrest. We'll need to press him on whether he really believes the investigation was sufficient. We can't allow any of his statements to go unexamined, no matter how trivial they may seem. One of them may just give us the breakthrough we need. How much time was spent on your investigation altogether? Well, let's see. You know what? I'm not sure I can remember. And I'm sure you can. You won't bluster your way out of this one. It's not bluster, my boy. I honestly don't recall. It's a problem when you get to my age, you see. Why, I even forget my own son's name sometimes. Never mind your fool of a son. Answer me. How long did you spend on the investigation? Thank you, JC. Gregory must be so proud. You're right, of course. The boy's a fool. I never meant for him to grow up like that, but... oh, woe is me. He's only too happy to derail a conversation no matter where I take it. I have to force him to take this seriously. Let's try another tack for now. You can hardly say your investigation was sufficient, and you're the one who called all the shots, weren't you? Including the decision to have Kay arrested. I'm afraid I'm nowhere near as influential as you think, dear boy. You're the chairman of the committee. Doesn't get more influential than that. Not that I care about such things. You wound me. It's enough to drive an old man to tears. You have to forgive me, I'm not the deferential type. Well, if you're going to insist on being so blunt, then I'm afraid you won't be seeing your prosecutor's badge again anytime soon. I've got you now. You're backed into a corner and you don't even know it. What are you going on about all by your lonesome over there? You need to cut an old man like me some slack. I can't keep up with all that youthful energy. Well, curses! Ow. Okay. I don't know if I'm supposed to be quiet on that line, though. Is it they're both very similar. Let me make something clear once and for all. It's like almost the same line. I don't need that badge, and I can live without it, or like, okay. That badge isn't the be-all end-all for me, far from it. I'm not concerned with titles or roles. Even you must understand that much. Can't live without, I guess. Oh, he can't live without it. Oh, I did misread it. Oh, well, I'm under time pressure. That's mean of the video game. God, the way he's staring. Anyway, thank you, chat. So young, so very young. A word of advice, Miles, from somebody who's been around the block. You're hopelessly naive, my boy. Idiotically so. Well, that's certainly gone under his skin. He might be less guarded in his answers while he's in this state. Now's my chance. How much time was spent on your investigation altogether? My, you really don't give up, do you? But even my patience has its limits, you know. What a coincidence, so does mine. Now answer the question. Do you believe that your investigation was sufficient or not? The youth these days are wont to be reckless. Makes me want to put you in your place. You're going to regret that, my boy. Biker gang Dumbledore. At my time? Well, maybe you do know your place after all. Ah, shit. What's the matter, scared? Hardly. This P was here earlier. Getting answers from the elderly requires sensitivity. They can get quite emotional after all. You have no common sense whatsoever, do you? Don't you understand? Your fate rests in my hands. That was the right answer? But by my time again? Let's say you do manage to get some answers from me. I thought that was the wrong answer. There's nothing you can do with them. Why not give it up, dear boy? No. No, why not? It's simple. Because I'm not about to let the truth escape me. Interesting. I think I'm beginning to see what makes you tick. But what you're doing is pointless. Tragically and miserably pointless. Please, just give up. She's guilty. The decision has been made. The decision has been made? Once again, your choice of words intrigues me. It's almost as if Kay's guilt had already been determined from before her arrest. What are you trying to imply? I'm implying that things haven't gone as they normally should. In fact, everything has proceeded as if Kay's arrest was the end goal right from the very start. Well, Chairman Winner, was it? That's certainly an intriguing theory. He's not saying no, but it's also a complete work of fiction. There we go. And I'm afraid I don't have time for such flights of fancy. I think it's time we brought this shabby little farce to an end, don't you? He's trying to make his escape. Get him! We must confirm the legality of Kay's arrest before he slips away. It's sped up. It's faint, but the truth is beginning to emerge. I'm not about to let this opportunity pass me by. Wait, we're not done yet. I am tired of all this talking. Make it brief, will you? Based on everything I've heard from you so far, it's clear that Kay's arrest is entirely unfounded. Yes, I think we're all familiar with this particular refrain of yours by now. But I'm afraid it doesn't matter either way. You don't have what it takes to secure her release anyhow. How dare you take this so lightly as a man of the law? My, aren't you a rude little boy? But my fuse is only so long. Honestly speaking, I don't have time to waste on every last question you can dream up. I have certain responsibilities to attend to, you know? I really am quite the busy man. Or are you just pretending to be busy, That's an awful thing to say to a fragile old man. I work harder than I should at my age. I ask you, my boy, what could I even hope to accomplish by putting up such a pretense? I've got you now. Ah, shit. I mean, he was trying to play with my emotions, but... Curses! Yeah, alright. Kaboom. Kabam. Buy my time. And then... You obviously don't want to talk about the case anymore. That's why you're so keen to get out of this conversation, isn't it? It's just so tragic, it really is, that you would suspect me of such things. It's not a suspicion, it's a certainty. There were no clear grounds on which to base Kay's arrest for a start. Now, my boy, let's not get carried away. There was plenty of evidence to support our case. The mask, the letter, the corsage, these were all in her possession. That's true. And I guess he would know that. And of course, her confession. More than enough to prove her guilt, I'd say. But those are... What's the matter? Struggling to come up with a way to explain everything away? I've got you now. What the fuck? Come on. Damn it. I hate when there's like 30 lines of dialogue I gotta race through to get back to that point. I have questions. What grounds? Yeah, it's getting tougher, and there's just... I have to remember exactly how I got there. Buy my time. Yeah. And then... okay, and then what? And then what? I don't think it's abiding my time again. Which one did I pick? I said I could prove it. Oh, is that a... Well, he's more agitated, so... I can't counter your argument right now, but you did let something valuable slip. A suspiciously okay, well, okay. Detailed knowledge of the evidence against Kay. Wouldn't he know that? He rattled off that list like he knew it inside out. I think that might prove to be a valuable clue. Right. Kay is innocent. No, my boy, that's just clumsy. Anyone can blurt out a baseless assertion like that, even a disgraced superstar prosecutor. Okay, shit. Muscle. I still have questions? Wait, we're not done yet? Who gave the order? Who decided that Kay should be arrested? You know, I can't seem to remember. Don't ever get old, Miles, my boy. It wreaks havoc on the memory. My clue. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop playing the old man card. You remember the details of the evidence against Kay pretty clearly. Perhaps if your memory didn't fail you only when it was convenient, I'd be more inclined to believe you. So let me ask you again, who gave the order for her arrest? You're a sharp one, I'll give you that. My son could learn a thing or two from you. If he wasn't, I'm sorry, I'm just thinking about, thank goodness you're here. If he wasn't such an incurable numbskull, that is, it's a tragedy, really. I don't want to hear about your son. I want to know who authorized the arrest. You're very mean, you know that, don't you? The arrest, you say? I believe the order was given by... That person was you! That person was you! Come now, Chairman Winner, we both know it was you. Alright, you got me. You make it sound like it was somehow a bad thing, though. But I have a reputation to uphold, so I guess I'd better clear up this little misunderstanding. I'll entertain your questions for a few more minutes. Let's see if I can't put your mind at ease. The key thing to do now is to establish how intimately he knows the details of the case. I just have to ask the right questions. Whew. That was getting low. Alright. The end game is at hand. You seem to know the case in quite some detail. I know about lots of things, my boy. I'm just smart like that. Too bad the same can't be said about the way you handled Kay's arrest. I'm a very busy man. Do try to remember that I can bring this little chat to an end whenever I so choose. It's only taking so long because you won't give me a straight answer to any of my questions. If only you'd stop giving me that runaround, we'd be done already. I just want to make sure I'm not... Yeah. I have to keep an eye on chat sometimes. Let's try this again. You seem to know the details of the case quite intimately. Why is that? Because I read the case file. Not exactly the most thrilling use of my time, of course, but it's part of the job. I have to be a good role model. I can't be seen to be slacking. It can be so hard. But I had some time on my hands, so I read the whole thing from cover to cover. Okay, God, fuck, God, damn it. I'm like, wait, did he? Maybe there's something we can call him out on. But the point is, he wouldn't need to read it. He knows everything, so that makes sense that that's wrong. Yeah, bide my time. Might be the top option. I read it, but I thought you're so busy. That's strange. I could have sworn you just told me you're a very busy man. How much evidence has he burned? All of it. I'd say the cracks are finally starting to show, wouldn't you? If you're so keen on being an upstanding leader, you can start by releasing Kay, you know? You really don't give up, do you? It's a moving sight indeed, my boy. It's important to keep in mind that Miles is behind bars as they're having this conversation. A tragic one, too, after all your efforts are for naught. I'm afraid your little friend was found unconscious near the scene of the crime. We have yet to hear much about the circumstances under which Kay was found. She was lying unconscious in the storeroom, correct? That's right, although I'm not at liberty to tell you how I know that. He knows things even we didn't. In fact, he seems to be aware of every tiny detail about this case. The suspect, Kay Faraday, how much do you know about her exactly? I know she's the suspect. Aside from that, not much else. Cross my heart, but it's true. My clue. Sorry, but the more you tell me, the less sense your story makes. For one thing, you know details that even those investigating the scene were not aware of. Why is that? Just how much do you really know, Chairman Winner? Oh, ho, ho, there's that intimidating face you like to make again. Well, two can play this game. How do you like me now, huh? I do have to commend you on your doggedness. It really is something. I got that dog in me. Yeah, I'll take that as a compliment. Take it however you like, but wrap this up, will you? I just don't have the stamina anymore.
She's the culprit, the only possible suspect. Just accept that already. How much more evidence did you want us to load her down with, for goodness sake? That's a very incriminating thing to say. Load her down with. Yet another interesting turn of phrase. One that makes it sound a lot like the items Kay was carrying might have been foisted upon her. Impressive. You really do pay attention, don't you? It's no wonder they used to call you a prodigy, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor. I think you know the answer to your own question by now. Why don't you just go ahead and say it? I want to hear it from you. It's time to shed light on the truth. All that's left is to play one last move. Kay is innocent. No, Monoid. That's just clumsy. Oh. My clue. Okay. She was framed. The true culprit set it all up so she would take the fall instead. That is my answer, and I won't let you deny it any longer. Oh. Okay. Phew. Close call. Oh, my, you really are a sharp one. It's a bit of a shame you chose to hand in your badge. I admit it, you're right on all accounts. And that's checkmate. Clearly, that's why he's smiling and laughing. And I'm still inside the prison cell without my badge. It's because I won. You knew Kay wasn't the real murderer, and yet you still had her arrested. What's worse, you thought you could get away with it. Well, you won't. Not if I can help it. There you go with that naivete again, my boy. I guess that was always your problem. With the girl arrested and a conviction secured, this whole mess goes away, and that's what will happen. But whose interest does a conclusion like that serve? The committee's, I suppose, and mine. Oh, ho, 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 ho. You know, listening to you just now really got the tears flowing, I have to say. It was poignant and heartfelt and sincere and utterly infuriating. Look, I'm not perfect, I know that, but your lack of sophistication in these matters is beyond the pale. You insist the truth is more important than anything else. But would you say the same if you knew what the real value of the truth is? What are you trying to say? When you get to my level, you don't uncover the truth, you make it little by little. Kay Faraday, murderer, that's the truth I created. Yes, my boy, that's what I like to see. You're so sincere, sometimes it's painful. It just makes me want to put you in your place. Knowing the real truth will get you nowhere, because that's how much it's worth. Nothing. Shocking, I know. Why not go after the real killer? How much do you even know about what really happened? You're still not getting it. That's your truth. And it is worthless. Mine is all that matters. You understand what I'm saying, don't you, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor? I have all the power here. Curse you! Well, aren't you menacing? You and your little friend are just as bad as each other. Violent criminals who deserve to be locked up. You're pat for this. And with that, yet another person disappears from my life. Oh, it just makes me want to cry and cry and cry. Okay, bye. Oh. I'm not planning to disappear just yet, Chairman Winner. There's still the hearing later today. Just you wait, one way or another, I'll prove Kay's innocence to the world then. This guy totally murdered his wife, probably. Oh. It is funny to look at all those judges. And then Verity. Like, it's like point the protagonist out of the anime. One who's got crazy hair. Alright, 8:30. Spot the main characters, exactly. 10 members, over a majority, are present. I hereby call this hearing to order. We are gathered here today to assess the professional competency of Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Same level as 12 years old? Good. Here in the sight of the goddess, we do solemnly swear to pass fair and frank judgment. Fair and frank? More like frank and hot dog. Don't make me laugh. Verity, if you would be so kind as to summarize the case against Mr. Edgeworth. On April 5th, despite having been advised of the illegality of an investigation he was conducting, the accused refused to desist and eventually had to be detained by myself and Chairman Winner. His actions compromised the investigation into the murder of a certain defense attorney. And despite having been presented with copious evidence of her guilt, he continues to insist that the suspect, 1K Faraday, is innocent of all charges. Perhaps you could explain the details of the murder to us as well? Of course, on the morning of the 5th, the body of the victim was found here in the committee chamber. Further explanation will be provided by me, Eustace Winner, Premier Prosecutor. The floor is yours, Mr. Winner. The murder itself happened late on the night of the 4th. The victim was Miss Rosie Ringer. That same night, an illicit auction was being held here, in this very room. Ringer took part in that auction, I think, yeah. Meaning that the murder took place sometime during the auction. When she was found, Ringer was dressed in an outfit that matched the description of the auctioneers. However, due to the fact that the auction carried on after the murder had occurred, I deduced that Ringer was not, in fact, the auctioneer. You deduced nothing of the sort. And what about the basis on which the suspect was detained, Mr. Winner? Yeah, I got this. So Faraday was overcome by... crushing remorse, Eustace. Yeah, that. Tons of crushing remorse, so she confessed. According to her confession, she was on the roof of this building when she encountered a person in a red raincoat on the viewing platform. And that person was Miss Ringer, I take it? Precisely, Mr. Chairman. The killer dressed the victim in the auctioneer's outfit after the fact. But at the time when she was killed, Miss Ringer was wearing a red raincoat. And who won the race to find that raincoat nearby? Me. Who's that who? Did you? I thought it was somebody from forensics. Strictly speaking, it was found by one of the forensic investigators under Mr. Winner's command. I knew it. The blood analysis on the coat showed that it was indeed Miss Ringer who had worn it. And the suspect's confession was the final nail in the coffin. She confirmed having committed the murder. So as you can see, Kay Faraday was the killer. There's no way anybody else could have done it. All right, Miles, I expect you have some objections. Let's get them out of the way, shall we? I have no objections, Chairman Winner. Well, now, is that so? I thought it would have taken more than a single night in detention. No objections in the matter of my unauthorized investigation, that fucking got him. I have no objections. Well, if there's no objections. But in the matter of Miss Faraday's supposed guilt, I have plenty. Isn't that what he was asking about? I can personally attest to the fact that Mr. Winner's investigation was fair and impartial. Of course it was. When it comes to carefully conducted ops, I'm the winner every time. You know, Miles, it's within my power to offer you a plea deal of sorts. If, and this is purely hypothetical of course, you were to withdraw your objections, you might wake up tomorrow to find yourself the proud owner of a seat on this committee. Join us, Miles. So I ask you again, do you have any objections, Mr. Edgeworth? If you think you can buy my silence, think again. You will watch your mouth. Only if the chairman watches it. I didn't come here to talk about committee seats, I came here to talk about the murder case. I demand a statement under oath, and I won't rest until I have one. I want to know exactly what the committee's view on the incident is. You want to put us on trial, my boy? Very well, if it'll make you happy. Verity, please provide Edgeworth with the materials pertaining to the case. Really? But sir, we're actually doing court in an Ace Attorney game. This will be his last hurrah. Let's humor him with this send-off he deserves. If you say so, Mr. Chairman. Evidence they are received. You have no objections to Verity representing the committee, I assume? It's all here. God, what if something was missing, though? Well. None whatsoever. Mr. Edgeworth, don't worry, Kay. Everything will be fine. You'll see. Everything's gonna be just Kay. Miss Ringer attended the auction as a potential buyer. The red raincoat was one of the items up for sale. So our assumption is that after winning and paying for it, she left the auction with her purchase. The only exit from the storeroom was, of course, the hatch leading up onto the roof. After she'd emerged onto the viewing platform, that's when Miss Ringer was attacked by Miss Faraday. Shortly thereafter, her flame went out, and thus concludes the committee's view of the case. It's case 4, am I right? The raincoat was on offer that night. Is that really true? We believe so, yes. You'll remember the failed assassination attempt on the president of Zhengfa, I assume? The raincoat is a piece of evidence from that case. It should, of course, have remained safely under lock and key in the appropriate facility, but our inquiries revealed that it did in fact go missing under mysterious circumstances and wound up in the auction along with everything else. That makes sense, I suppose. Are we going to talk about the fact that a committee member was at this auction? Okay. Wonderful work, Verity. Just wonderful. Crystal clear as ever. You flatter me, sir. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, perhaps you could save us all some time and simply admit defeat? I'll do no such thing, thank you very much. Very well. It's good to know that you still have some fight in you. It is? Why? Come to think of it, she said some strange things when she visited me this morning, too. What is she up to? Maybe she knows that the committee's bad, and she's using us to take them down. She attended the auction as a buyer. Took 2 games to get a courtroom trial. I don't know. In other words, a member of the committee was actively involved in the illegal evidence trade. It is unfortunate. I don't know what else to say. And of course, we'll be looking into any such activities just as soon as this hearing is over and done with. I commend your decision to pursue the matter further, Mr. Chairman. Oh, don't be silly, Verity. It's the least we can do, really. Not that it's any of your business, Miles. Not anymore. If only you remained the prosecutor, but you didn't. Now, if we're quite done making an old man cry over this whole sad affair. Very well. Allow me to continue. Fucking help. Yeah, I hope so. The red raincoat was one of the items up for sale.
Hold it.
So the raincoat really was one of the auction lots? That's correct. I believe it originally belonged to a Mr. Shelley the Killer. Considering its status as a piece of evidence, it's the only logical conclusion. It's from when he made his attempt on the president's life. There was an unexplained mannequin standing among the other items on sale. But why a female mannequin? It's not a wool mannequin. It could well have been used to display the coat prior to the auction. Do we know how the items were being smuggled in? That is still under investigation and is entirely unrelated to the matter at hand. Especially considering that you will soon officially be a prosecutor no longer, Mr. Edgeworth. Just like his boyfriend. Sounds like the outcome of this hearing's a foregone conclusion. No surprises there. My personal circumstances aren't important right now. Please continue, Your Honor. As I was saying, the raincoat was one of the items up for sale. So our assumption is that after winning and paying for it, she left the auction with her purchase.
Hold
it! Why did she leave so soon after making her purchase? Because of the auction house rules. Winning bidders are expected to pay for their items immediately. Hart told us pretty much the same thing. I forgot. Okay. Miss Ringer having paid for the trench coat. I guess it was like, okay, great. They go up and buy it and then go back down, right? So, or no, they leave. Auctioneer goes back down. Probably left immediately afterwards in accordance with the rules. Seems like a tricky auction. If there's more than one thing you want to buy from the auction, you have to leave after you get one thing. The only exit from the storeroom was, of course, the hatch.
Hold it!
Miss Ringer was a member of the committee. Could she not have left the committee chamber via the main door? While the auction was still underway, that would risk exposing its existence to those outside the trusted circle of attendees. Given that Miss Hart found out about it, I think its existence is already well and exposed. The rules of the auction stated the attendees were to enter and leave via the hatch in the roof. Miss Ringer had no reason not to follow those rules, and given where the murder took place, we know that she must have done so. After she emerged into the viewing platform, that's where Miss Ringer was attacked by Faraday.
Hold it!
But why? What possible motive could Kay have had? That is exactly what we're hoping to establish in our upcoming interviews with Miss Faraday. Coercive interrogation after the fact, something you seem to specialize in. If the murderer knew the attendees would all be leaving via the hatch, then the roof would have been the perfect place to lie in wait. So as I was saying, after she'd emerged onto the viewing platform, that's when Ringer was attacked. Shortly thereafter, her flame went out and thus concludes the view of the case. How does she know the rules? Exactly. Her flame went out? The flame of her life, Mr. Edgeworth, though perhaps her flame was stolen from her is more apt.
Objection!
But the candelabrum that extinguished her life was one of the auction lots, meaning Kay had no way of getting a hold of it to begin with. Miss Faraday could not have lain in wait for the victim without knowing of the storeroom's existence. She could have easily snuck down the ladder and stolen it while the auction was underway. If only we knew where the candle holder was during the auction. That would surely clear the matter up, no? Well, either of you? Sadly, we don't have anything that could tell us much on that front at the moment. Forgive me, sir. This is something we are hoping to establish through further investigation.
Well, isn't that a shame, Miles, my boy? It seems this line of inquiry is something of a dead end then, isn't it? Their theory is the victim and her killer met on the roof, and that's where the murder took place. In other words, it assumes the viewing platform was the scene of the crime. But is that really the case? I thought I'd evidence that clearly shows the story of what happened that night. Time to double check. Yeah, yeah, and then on the floor. Yeah. Okay, would you care to revise your testimony? No. I hate when I'm like, this has gotta be it. And the game's like, no. It's not that? After she emerged on the viewing platform, that's when she was attacked. And I'm like, and then but the blood was elsewhere. Is it this line saying that that's where she died?
Objection!
This just seems somewhat vague. Yeah, that's not it. What the? What do you want? There. The only exit was the hatching up to the roof. Have she emerged? What? On the 51st floor. That's what we said before. Is it not that? Is it not that? Is it not that? So about that safety save. I'm not in safety save territory yet, but more different blood? But this is. Am I jumping ahead? Am I? Because Miles here is like, their theory is the victim and the killer met on the roof, and that's where the murder took place. It assumes the viewing platform was the scene of the crime. But is that the case? I thought it evidence that shows the story of what happened. And isn't that evidence that the bloodstain was up at the elevator and then it dripped down on the floor? How is it not that? What else could it be? Is it the pileup on the floor? Because that's not where the murder happened. What part of the case are we in now? We just started this section? I'll try it? Yeah, that's not it. What the fuck do they want? Yeah, maybe I need a hit because... Am I getting a... It seems very, like, we need to establish that's not where the murder happened. I don't remember what to present here. Very good. I mean, they were even cluing me in that the issue is with the location. And that seems the obvious thing. Autoplay button can show what to do next. Autoplay. Oh. Was the raincoat for sale? It is blood related. Worn by the victim, his fingerprints blood were found on the hood. If it's not the scene of the crime, that's an extremely mean thing to have the looping text be like, oh, it's about the location. How many sections have we been through? This is the first bit of testimony in this section? Mention something about stab wounds work. But isn't that ahead of where we're at right now? Am I going insane? Would you like more to rank that? Yeah, yes, please. Because plays on its own. I don't want it to play on its own. I want to figure it out, but I feel like there's a bunch of issues. It's the picture of the person in the raincoat? What? 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 Huh? Feelings if the storm was of course hatching up on the roof? Yeah, we're on the committee hearing. What? There's one of the items up for sale or some shit for winning and paying for it. She left the auction with her purchase. There's already blood on her hand? Is that the issue?
Objection!
What the fuck? Why is that not it? What? 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 Feelings it was hatching up on the roof? For sure, this one should. What the fuck do they want from me? Is it this?
Objection!
Why is it that? Okay. It's on that line. Maybe you can clear something up for me, Judge Gavelle. But what is Miss Hart doing here at this hearing? She's an eyewitness. I thought it would be obvious. Well, that means the attack happened before she went to the roof. But then why did they make Miles's line being like, oh, did it happen on the roof? I thought I have evidence to the contrary.
and I have a fucking blood stain. Like, that so clearly places it elsewhere. And then it's not that, like, that's such a leading question for my, I hate that. I hate that. That sucks so bad. Because then I'm like, okay, I'm focused purely on location. So that's just like, Miles, shut the fuck up. I ain't really an eyewitness, more of an ear witness, I guess. She's not exactly the most confidence-inspiring choice to help you make your case, is she? I like to think I choose my allies a little more carefully than you, Mr. Edgeworth. Then you should question them more thoroughly, because there's something she hasn't told you. Take a look at this. It's a photo taken by Miss Hart. Yes, in the storeroom, correct? What of it? According to your theory, the murder occurred up on the roof. I never examined the photo in detail. Is there more to examine? Photo taken just after the incident by Lotta Hart, who had snuck into the storeroom. A ringleader in auction attorney came up in the elevator screen was her not long after. I guess. I can't help but be stuck. Like, this was what we used with Franziska to convince her about the location, so... That's not Think Stupid, that's the game led me in a very specific direction and said, actually no, which is just like, I don't know, that bothers me. According to Hart's testimony, she happened to witness the entire incident unfold in the storeroom just before she took this picture. Wait, you're saying Gavel got it? Wrong, that's exactly what I'm saying. They're just sticklers. That evidence makes sense. I'm not saying that is like completely, whatever. I hopefully understand where I'm coming from. That it felt like they were very specifically leading me to do a very specific thing that worked previously, and it's not, and it's a different thing. So it's like, why even say anything to lead me into a single line of thinking? And if you're like, well, that's just you got stuck in thinking a certain way. It's like, but how else was I supposed to interpret that? When you're talking about location. Anyway, Miss Hart, if I may confirm your account of the events you witnessed last night, you saw the person in the picture, correct? I sure did, clear as day, and with my own 2 eyes to boot. And what were your impressions at that point? My impressions? This right here is the scoop of the century, something like that. Yeah, that makes sense. I was hoping more for your impressions of the person in question. That there's a walk-in meal ticket? Seriously? Yeah, just my little joke. No need to look at me like I done sat on your lunch. Old red raincoat, right? Why, I took one look and I thought, that's our perp right there. And therein lies the rub. For Miss Hart to have thought such a thing means something. Means that the murder occurred. Oh, when will you learn to use your words? If it's an explanation of the facts that you require, you need only ask, you know. What do you mean? I assume you're about to raise the issue of the voices Miss Hart heard. Voices that may be unrelated.
Objection!
Ergo, the bloodstain cannot be considered conclusive evidence for why the stabbing happened. Well, yeah, but there's blood at the top, but then it dripped down. Unrelated, you can do better than that. Was one of the voices Miss Hart heard even really Miss Ringer's? You're kidding me, right? Them folks was talking crime-related turkey or my name ain't Lotta Danged Hart. Yeah, but did you hear them clearly? Can't rightly say for sure, but I can't rightly say nothing, you know it. They was using voice changers that told y'all that. Precisely, Miss Hart heard voices, but those voices were disguised. Which means we cannot even be certain that whatever she did over here had anything to do with the murder.
Objection!
Yes, her middle name is Dang, and I believe that. You don't need to yell objection in order to sigh at me, Mr. Edgeworth. It seems I overestimated you, Judge Gavel. Nonsense, Verity's the best of us, my boy. The very best. And yet she believes that what Miss Hart heard might not have had anything to do with the murder? Even supposing that that's the case, it doesn't prove the murder didn't happen in the storeroom. The incident happened before the victim was able to go up to the roof. That much we can say for certain. And I can tell you why. This proves the incident happened before the victim. Maybe they had a bloody nose.
Take that!
Really bad bloody nose. We initially thought the person in the red raincoat was the culprit, because Miss Hart said as much. Indeed, she told us about the blood she saw in this person's hand. And I doubt many people would have thought differently given her testimony. Ergo, if this person is the killer, the blood we see would be from when they attacked the victim. But knowing what we know now, that this person is in fact the victim, it recontextualizes everything. The presence of the blood still shows that the picture was taken after the attack, but now it tells us something very important about the victim too. The victim survived the attack.
There's no doubt in my mind the victim was attacked in the storeroom, but here we have photographic evidence of her standing upright and alive, albeit with a bloody hand. This can only mean that Miss Ringer survived the attack. The blood on her hand is from the wounds she had sustained. And she decided to climb a ladder in that state. I mean, I guess. Sure. What are you talking about? Who dies from a hand wound? The wound wasn't on her hand, Mr. Winger. I imagine she'd used her hand to try and staunch a wound. That's right. While it's impossible to tell from this angle, the victim was already mortally wounded here. Well, that certainly would change things, wouldn't it? It very much would, and not least by making it absurd to suggest that Kay was the attacker. Her encounter with the victim happened after this picture had been taken, after the victim had already been attacked and was in critical condition. I put it to you that all Kay witnessed was the victim finally succumbing to her wounds. That would have been quite the coincidence. It's a textbook case of wrong place, wrong time, I'd say. But how did, assuming she climbed up the ladder while mortally wounded, what set up the sequence where Kay would then be looking and it would look like the moon was where it shouldn't be and they were further back? Is it just a mirror? Is it just that there was a mirror behind the fucking stand? the cotton candy stand? Because that's extremely stupid. You seem to be forgetting a rather important fact, Mr. Edgeworth. It feels like a trained great thief would know better than to be like, tricked by a mirror, but... First, you take the moon and you put it on the other side of the sky to plan your schemes. That or pretending to not remember it. What? What fact am I forgetting? I think it's time to wrap things up, don't you, Verity? Put the boy out of his misery. Dad, Gavel works for me. Why do you keep giving her orders? That's my job. Oh, you really are. A total and utter embarrassment. Shit. Am not. I hate to break it to you, but you both are. Go to it, Gavel. Put Edgeworth out of his misery. Worst dad, as you wish. What? You're for gore. Miss Swinger's body was found with 3 wounds in her chest. And as we all know what those wounds are from, we all know what those wounds are from. They're from when she was stabbed in the chest by a 3-armed candelabrum. I doubt anybody could survive such grave wounds. If you care to read the coroner's report, I'm sure you would change your tune. Nicely done, Gavel. Now Edgeworth will have to make several objections. Yes, I'm afraid I will. Why? Weren't you listening? Oh, I was listening, very carefully, in fact. Hence my objections. Come on, why do you always have to undermine me? That's never my intention, I assure you. Oh? It isn't? Because you do it so well to yourself every single time already. Of course it isn't. Yeah, I knew that because I'm... Please, Eustace, just stop for goodness sake. You've already embarrassed me enough. What do you mean, Dad? This is just making me feel worse and worse for Eustace. I was like, oh, he's a Nepo baby. I get him like, oh, Eustace. Oh, no. What you're forgetting? Why found 3 wounds in her chest? 3 wounds that can't have been pleasant. Yes. Which is why we must see that the perpetrator of this cruel act pays for their sins. It's funny and then becomes rapidly upsetting, which is not uncommon in Ace Attorney. That has happened before, it'll happen again. Don't listen to her, Kay. She's just trying to scare you. If we could please continue on, Judge Gavel. Very well. As I was saying, there were 3 wounds. And we all know what those wounds are from. Let's say it together. 3 symmetrical knives. Perhaps we should ask Mr. Winner. He does, I'm sure, don't you, Eustace? Who, me? Oh, you bet I do. I know this case inside out. Who does he think he's fooling? Eustace, my boy, make an old man happy and at least glance at the coroner's report, would you? Sure, let's see. Yada yada, 3 puncture wounds, blah blah, candle holder. No way! That's what they used? Crazy! Precisely. Thank you, Azul. Hey, no, you stop that. It's funny when I do it, because I'm not his dad. Precisely, the wounds were inflicted just as Eustace says. A 3-barreled pistol. The gun that's for shooting all members of Weezer, but one was a blank. They're from when she was stabbed in the chest by a 3-armed candelabrum.
Hold it!
Bro didn't even read the autopsy report. And you're sure the stabs to the chest were the cause of death? There's no doubt about that. None. One of the spikes of the candelabrum even pierced the victim's heart. And unless you mean to call Dr. Hertz's professional opinion into question, we can only treat that as fact.
The coroner's opinion backing up my own winning ones. Now that's what I call a flawless victory. I'm certainly not about to ignore the coroner's findings. Hey, what about my findings? You can't just ignore them. If the cause of death really was the puncture wounds to the chest from the candelabrum, that would seem to contradict one of the pieces of evidence we gathered. He's not just ignoring my findings, he's ignoring me. Do something, Gavel. As you wish. At the very least, I will ensure that he cannot ignore my own conclusions. How did she come to ladder the pierced heart? Precisely. I doubt anybody could survive.
Hold it!
But the victim may not necessarily have died instantly. I think we can say that much at least. Perhaps, but she would surely not have lived for longer than a few moments either. There are people who could survive even if you stab them in the chest? Sure, there might be, and there might not be too. So, which is it? Trust me, there are not. And in case you are still tempted to believe there might be, if you read the coroner's report, it'll change your tune. If the POV character ignores me too long, I stop existing. Cause of death is the set of 3 puncture wounds on the left side of the chest inflicted by a candle holder. Well done for reading, Mr. Edgeworth. That report forms the basis of my own conclusions. In other words, if I disprove what it says, I disprove your conclusions too. You have the strangest sense of humor, but I wouldn't mind seeing you try. However, before you do, I would advise you to read that report very carefully. After all, I'm not interested in your opinions, only in solidly grounded deductions. Very well, you shall have my deductions. Mr. Edgeworth, don't worry, Kay, everything will be all right. I need to find something to prove that the victim was still alive and breathing immediately after the attack. If I can't, Kay's fate will be sealed. Can I just use the photograph again? This is indeed case 4. What else could it be? Maybe I should do what the game says and read the coroner's report again. Which is coroner's findings. Sometimes the was caused a set of 3 puncture wounds on the left side of the chest inflicted by a candle holder. Victim also suffered a head injury post-mortem. Prominent burn mark on back of victim's right hand. Cause of death is 3 puncture wounds. So what? She was stabbed non-fatally, climbed a ladder, collapsed, and then someone finished her off with the candelabra, and then dumped her body down the hatch and bonked her head. It is a pretty insane case 4. So the blood on her hand was when she was like, ow, my hand. Ow, my chest. Huh. Bah. Huh. Remember those wounds are from, don't we? From just down the Is it just presenting the photo again? Because that seems stupid. Because that's what it was last time. Ace Attorney fact. I doubt anybody could survive, and yet she did.
Objection!
Alright, no. Well, that's all I had. The victim kind of looks like Mia. Kind of does a bit. Oh, this one 3 wounds in her chest. I don't know where those wounds are from. From which she was stabbed in the chest by a 3-armed candelabrum. Then we survived such grave wounds. What is the issue? Cause of this left side of the candle holder. Victim suffered a head injury post-mortem. If the coroner's report found that the head injury is post-mortem, I feel like that's not necessarily relevant yet. Look at the candelabra again. The prongs are covered in blood. The face matches the wounds. Is this really the murder weapon? Do I have anything else that's got a long stabby bit that I know of? It's the plushie. Like, I don't think I have anything else that looks like a long stabby pointy bit. They do seem kind of shallow. Well, yeah. Thank you for the brainwaves. Where the blood on her hand came from? Where could it have come from? Because all I got is either she was stabbed with all 3 and then died, which isn't what happened. So maybe she was stabbed with 1 and was like, ow, I'm gonna put on this raincoat and walk away? Or she was already wearing the raincoat? Because there was only blood found on the hood. If she was stabbed and then put on the raincoat, there would have been blood on more spots on it. So she was already wearing the raincoat for some reason. Guys, that's what she bought. She put it on, got stabbed, but there's no stab on the raincoat, which is strange. And then she put the hood up. The masks. I can't look at them up close. And she would have been wearing a mask, right? But then she wasn't when Kay found her up on the top? And it's not in this room, there's a ringleader, and then auction attendee came up. So we're assuming that this was the attendee, not the ringleader. Scream was heard. So she's wearing the thing, and then got stabbed, climbed up, and then collapsed outside. Didn't Kay have a mask? She had one after the fact, yeah. But it was planted on her. Is that blood? I don't remember what the Jammin' Ninja looked like. I didn't think that that was blood. It looks like it's like molded as part of the plastic. Is that blood? I don't know. Okay. Your precious thing back. My badge. Stop the thing. She's found 3 wounds in her chest that was from the candelabra. Stabbed in the chest by 3 candelabrum. Yeah. Badgent. I don't think there's a problem with any of that. I think it's this. I doubt anybody could survive such grave wounds. Should we change your tune? Do we know she wasn't wearing the mask? I mean, it was Kay's memory and it was hazy, so I don't know. I don't know. Torn from the victim's clothes. It feels like I'm just forgetting something obvious, or... Behind the extension and pushing her off the building. She did survive since she was walking with blood dripping from her hands. Yes. So whatever happened, there was an altercation and a scream, and then Lotta took this photo of her by herself and was like, where is the other person? Maybe they're the one that was put in this box? Box in which the killer hid the body, blood was inside of that. And I think they said it was, what's-her-face's blood? Her. Rosie. I think they said it was Rosie's blood inside the box. I don't remember. Not try backseat. No, I appreciate the help. When I'm this fucking stumped, I'm just like, what the hell do they want? Because it could be that there was an altercation, and then whoever the actual ringleader is, they were both injured, right? And then she tried to stuff someone in this box. And that's how blood got in there, and then was leaving with either their blood or her blood on them, and then got outside and collapsed and died. Only on the hood. That's what I was thinking. It's like she had to have already been wearing it, and then put the hood up, but then even with all this like theorying, nothing makes sense. Nothing. I'm not like I haven't been able to figure out. Oh, this is what happened. It all seems really vague, and I don't have any idea what's wrong with like. How could someone survive these wounds? I'm like, I'm just so far away from understanding what the game wants from me right now. And if I something to prove the victim was still alive and breathing after they attacked. But here's a photo of her alive and breathing, but that's not it. So then I'm just like, I don't know. What else can I don't know. I played this last week and I'm still stuck with it. Yeesh. I know the answer to the conundrum, I know the answer to the testimony. Right, and I need the testimony answer. Which, it's funny because this reminds me of other older, like, court-based Ace Attorney games where they're like, here's the evidence, figure out what happened. And you're like, what the fuck? I don't know. The investigation so far has been a little bit, you know, less of that kind of level of like, what the fuck happened? Case 3, am I right? Just big case 3. Something that proves the victim was alive and breathing after the attack. Case fate will be sealed. I don't know. I just don't know. I genuinely need help. If anyone has any kind of nudges they can give me, I genuinely have no idea. I've thought of everything. The blood on the ladder. I don't have that as evidence. That wasn't entered into evidence. It's not the wound statement? Damn. I said the right answer, I was just on the wrong statement. I believe that. Read the coroner's report again? Sure can. Victim's body discovered in committee chamber. Preliminary findings place time of death at sometime late last night. Cause of death is a set of 3 puncture wounds on the left side of the chest inflicted by a candle holder. Victim also suffered a head injury post-mortem. Other remarks, prominent burn mark on back of victim's right hand, which they established was old. They said that that was not a recent burn. Although that's not in the coroner's report. Look up a walkthrough, give you a better hand answer. That's too sketchy. I mean, if someone knows. Home of the coroner mentioning a head wound. It's extremely suspicious, but I don't... If the coroner found it to be post-mortem, that's just a clue for what happened to the body after death, which is important, but I don't think we're there yet. And if I'm wrong and that's irrelevant right now, then fuck me, but there's a ton of shit where I'm like, I don't think that's it. Can you check the fit of what, the candelabra? It's the red raincoat on the statement that starts with "that's right." What? Miss Ringer's body was found with 3 wounds. We don't know where those wounds are from. They're from when she was stabbed with in the chest by a 3-armed candelabrum.
Objection!
Why? The second page of the report is just the photo. What? Why? Oops. There would have been blood in the thing. It's just a photo. There's no blood or holes on the chest. The holes are from when she was stabbed in the chest. So we're like, but... Yeah. Okay. You know what that is, of course. The red raincoat. That's right, isn't it, Verity? Thank you, my brain just can't sometimes. I haven't said that. I probably did. I probably fucking did. I believe you. It's just, I don't know. Sometimes it's just like, well, even some of the problem too is sometimes I have ideas or theories, but it's like, how do I present that in the way the game is expecting? Sometimes it seems super obvious to me, and sometimes like I just struggle to make that connection. So once again, I mean, also that it's also not really the main line that Edgeworth was like, well, I need to talk about. It's like, yeah, it does loop around and connect it, but that's like a different problem. So anyway, the one Miss Ringer was wearing. It's like, sometimes I can't be that mad at the game. You know, sometimes it's just poo brain, and I have to own that. But sometimes I'm like, they really, I don't know. It felt like they didn't give me that much to work with. I warn you, Mr. Edgeworth. You will not be thanked for retreading old ground here. Especially considering there's times where I'm like, oh, I know what's going on. And then the game goes, here's what's going on. And they make it really explicit. I'm like, well, okay. And then I'm stumped and they give me the least helpful thing of all time. And I'm like, okay, cool. Well, I'm afraid I might have to regardless now then, if you'll answer me this, Judge Gavel. You told us that the victim's bloodstains were found on the coat. But do you remember where exactly they were found? Of course, they were found on the hood and... No. What's the matter, Verity? The hood and? Was blood found anywhere else on the raincoat? No, it was not. Doesn't that strike you as odd? The victim died of stab wounds to the chest. Wouldn't that lead one to expect to find bloodstains in that area? And yet there was blood only on the hood. That's a glaring contradiction if I ever saw one. The head wound the victim suffered wasn't just some incidental injury. It was inflicted before the stab wounds to her chest. So we are saying that the coroner's report was wrong. Oh. Perhaps you are correct. Perhaps the victim did sustain the head injury first. Does it say that? It just says on the hood. Shouldn't it say inside the hood? I was assuming the whole time there was blood on the outside from like her adjusting the hood with her bloody hand. Update the coroner report. If there was blood inside the hood, then that very obviously changes the timeline, but did I just forget they said that, or is that... Okay, well, okay. As you said, if she had been stabbed first, there should be blood in the chest area of the raincoat. Therefore, Miss Ringer cannot have been stabbed before the head injury had been inflicted on her. But even if we concede this point that the head injury came before the chest wound, what difference would it make? How does it change our understanding of the case? I'd say it changes things a great deal. In fact, it raises an even more fundamental contradiction. That's quite the bold claim, Mr. Edgeworth. I have to admit, you have me intrigued. Perhaps you could show us this fundamental contradiction with some evidence. I might need the safety save at the rate that this is going. best demonstrates the contradiction in the order of the injuries revealed. The coroner's report?
Take that!
This is Dr. Hertz's preliminary findings, according to which the victim suffered a head injury post-mortem. But the order suggested by the bloodstains on the raincoat is exactly the opposite. Bailiff, this court hereby subpoenas Dr. Hilda Hertz to the committee chamber with all due haste. Until she testifies, this case cannot be brought to a close. There's a bailiff? Oh.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll go fetch her at once.
That is the fun of this game having overworld sprites, like full body sprites for the characters. Because shit like that would happen in the old Ace Attorneys, and I'm like, oh, bailiff, and then you just have text with like, right away, and then it fades to black, fades back. But now they can show like the room of people, and they run away, and it's kind of fun. Unfortunately, Dr. Hertz is a very busy woman. I doubt she'll be able to come immediately. In the meantime, there's another important angle I would like to explore. Frankly, something's been bothering me about the person at the heart of this case. The so-called ringleader. Who exactly are they? Yeah, good point. We never looked into that, huh? Despite having been mentioned repeatedly in this hearing, we still don't know even the most basic facts that might help us uncover their identity. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any thoughts on the matter? We've seen nothing that might serve as clear evidence of the auctioneer's identity as of yet, but there is someone involved with the case that I can name. I suspect at the very least they might be able to point us in the right direction. And that's... Chairman Winner. I demand you testify as to what you know. What? Yeah, it's me. Sorry, guys. Are you crazy? Why would you accuse my dad? You would cast doubt on the integrity of the chairman of the committee? I mean, they were having their meetings in this very room, with a secret elevator none of you knew about. Allegedly, presumably. Seems kind of sus. Yeah, I think the committee knew and was involved. Yeah, poor Eustace. Do you understand the implications of such an act? I don't care who or what he is, we're talking about the truth here. And about a man who seems dead set on framing Kay at all costs. The mask, corsage, ticket stub, and everything else, the items Kay was carrying when she was found, they were deliberately placed in her possession somehow by Chairman Winner himself. They also recently moved to this building, that's also true. A shocking accusation, one I find hard to believe, but for the sake of completeness, I must ask, why would he do such a thing? To cast suspicion on Kay, of course, why else? I even managed to get him to say something to that effect. Chairman Winner, your rebuttal, please. Fire's pretty. I think the good chairman might be in shock. So what if I did? Did you hear me, dear boy? I said, so what if I did? You say you got me to admit as much? Where's your proof? With no witnesses to speak of, your word alone is hardly enough to make an accusation like that stick. Or do you mean to tell us that you have something more to base your outburst on? He still has the arrogance he showed back at the detention center, and yet... Mr. Edgeworth, I'm going to have to ask you to explain yourself. It's a very innocent response he had there. If that's all right, Mr. Chairman. Not at all. I'll be very interested to hear this for myself. I'm intrigued to learn where Miles might have gotten the idea that I'm some sort of criminal. Because you'll never find a more fine and upstanding citizen than myself. There's a lot of nerve acting all innocent like that. Very well, let's start at the very beginning. The fact that the auction took place right here in this hallowed trial chamber is a point of suspicion. A location that should, by rights, only be accessible to members of the committee. Yeah, they all have key cards to the room after all. Furthermore, these auctions seem to be held on a somewhat regular basis. And for that to be possible, there can only be one winning explanation. That's right, Mr. Winner, that the auctioneer is a member of the committee. What? No! But what on earth is wrong now? What do I do, Dad? I played right into his hands. Oh, ho, 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 you did indeed, you utter nitwit. But Miles, my boy, you do realize that you've cast quite the wide net with your explanation. That's true. There are 11 members of the committee altogether. 10 given Miss Ringer's unfortunate passing. 10 potential suspects in total. Yeah, but only 2 of you have protagonist hair, so kind of narrows it down. Well, it certainly isn't me. And it can't be the chairman, can it? Whoever it is, speak up right now. It's all of them. It's gotta be all of them. It's the whole committee. They're all corrupt. They're all the ones that were at the committee hearing. They're all the ones in the auction. Calm down, all of you, please. Well, Miles, is that all the proof you've got against me?
You're very quiet all of a sudden, but it's too late to back out now. You accused a former chief prosecutor and current committee chairman of a crime. I would tell you to prepare for the worst. But there's no preparing for what you're about to face. Oh, his eyes are so good. You've been forcing us to argue over every little detail for a while now. Thank you for those bits. Where the murder happened, in the order of the victim's injuries, some other things I hardly even remember. But you needn't have bothered, my boy, because it's all irrelevant in the end. Think about it, the suspect herself has already said she did it. That's all that matters at the end of the day, and her sentence will be lighter for it. So rejoice. Okay, well that settles that. And there you have it. Feel free to pick holes in it as you see fit. How can I when that was barely a testimony to begin with? That man, he's a very powerful person, isn't he? It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. Please, just let it go. I did it. I'm the murderer. I even remember doing it. You saw a flash of something half-remembered, Kay. Nothing more. If you must believe in something, believe me when I say you should believe in your own innocence instead. But I'm up against the head of the committee here. This isn't gonna be easy, but he seems to think he's already won. Perhaps I can use that against him. Come Edgeworth. You've been forcing us to argue over every detail for a while now. Yeah. No clue when we want to stop. The next to be continued is not for a while, aka at the end in the long play. You have an hour 20 left. So you could be a nice run in case through there. Okay. Yeah, we'll keep going for now. But good to know, thank you. Even if the broad strokes are correct, it doesn't make something true. Oh, don't be such a stick in the mud. I'd say the bigger picture is more than enough here. It's funny too, because if I didn't know better, I'd be like, oh, we're almost done. Maybe like half an hour. It's Ace Attorney. It always keeps going. Don't be such a stick in the mud. After all, every case has its little inconsistencies and contradictions. Thanks, Marge. 628. If we let ourselves get bogged down in every single one, we'd never make any arrests. If we needed to know all the details, we wouldn't arrest anyone. Solid logic there, my guy. Once we did, the trials would drag on forever. Even you understand that, right? Not in the slightest, hence my inquiry into the details. Oh, to be so young and pig-headed. Anyway, you keep digging into these little details. Where the murder happened, the order of the victim's injuries, blah, 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 blah. I seem to recall the ringleader's identity and the faulty coroner's report being critical points of contention. Yes, I was listening, my boy. But critical is a matter of opinion. How can you possibly suggest that such fundamental issues are not important? Perhaps it's your ability to make sound judgments that should be on trial here today. Oh, bravo, my young hothead. Wonderfully cutting stuff. You do like to try, though, don't you? You needn't have bothered. It's all irrelevant in the end. There's no way any of what we've discussed today is irrelevant, not unless you intend to bury the truth. But none of it is relevant, dear boy. The only reason you keep trying to make it relevant is because otherwise you're up a creek without a paddle. Think about it, the suspect already said she did it. Yeah. Just because she confessed doesn't make it the truth. Kay is suffering from amnesia, so any statement she makes should be taken with at least a grain of salt.
Objection.
He's got an objection. Even so, it doesn't exactly solve anything for us, does it, dear boy? And it would be nonsensical to dismiss her confession outright. I'll tell you what, why don't we ask her one last time, though I'm sure she'll just say she did it again. Fine, let's do it. Let's ask her again. We'll see if she really believes herself to be the culprit. Huh? You mean me? Is this really what you want, Mr. Edgeworth? If it goes badly, it could significantly weaken your position. I know, but there's no other way. I only request that I be the one to question her. You really know how to tug at an old man's heartstrings, you know. But fine, ask away. On one condition. If this turns out to be a waste of time, that's it. We'll call the proceedings to an end, and then and there. Agreed? Really good confrontation background. Yeah, the background is really good for this. Call the proceedings to an end? You mean the hearing? Yes, dear boy, that's right. Perhaps you aren't a complete muddlehead after all. Now, just so we're clear, if we ask again and all that happens is the girl confirms her guilt, she is officially declared guilty on the spot. That sounds like a great plan if I do say so myself. That's it. You just declare her guilty just like that. That's the gist of it.
It's a big risk, but he's gonna find a way to condemn her either way if we don't do something. Kay! Yes? No, I was saying okay. I know it's a lot to ask, but I need you to think. Do you remember anything else about what happened on the day of the murder? Anything that might help us prove your innocence? Why are you still fighting it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's no use. I can't be of help to you. I'm sorry. I'm too scared to try to remember anymore. What if I remember something even worse? And if I did, I'd just be making more trouble for you. Please, just accept it. The Kay you thought you knew is a dangerous criminal. A criminal who let you down and betrayed your trust. Don't worry, Kay. You have nothing to be afraid of. I may not have known you for very long, but I know you well enough. And right now, I'd say I know you better than you know yourself. You would never commit a murder. You could never, because this is who you really are. Don't fuck it up.
Take that!
You're the great thief Yatagarasu, a noble outlaw who would never stoop so low as to kill. My badge. I can't do it, I'm sorry. Because all I can see is the one memory that's returned. I have to face it. No! The only evidence of your guilt is the confession they forced out of you. As I said earlier, you have to believe that you're better than that. Or are you saying you don't believe a word of what I've been telling you? No, it's not that. You're trying so hard to help me. And you're risking so much for me. It's too much. You have to stop. I'm begging you. So that's what's going on. I thought it was strange, but now I see. The reason you're allowing yourself to be railroaded into accepting your fate is because of me, isn't it? Which is exactly what the K I know would have done. You're a good person, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm not. And I don't plan on becoming one anytime soon. He's a bad boy. Because despite all your wishes to the contrary, I'm still trying to help you. So you see, I've merely been servicing my own ego, regardless of what I put you through. That is very true. Now, let's try this again. See the good in yourself, Kay. Remember the noble thief you truly are. That memory of you committing the murder, you need to question it with all you have. That's all I ask. So please, do it for me. Oh, Kay! Oh, she's fine. What's wrong? Did you remember something? Oh, it'd be like some cliche movie plot if she did. A cow. A cow? Mr. Edgeworth, if you could perhaps ask her for a few more details. Well, Kay, what can you tell us about this cow? I remember now. The person in the red raincoat, she had it in her hand. A stuffed cow! I can see it so clearly now! That changes everything! Oh my god! That changes everything! Oh! Are you sure, Miss Faraday? Are you absolutely certain? We bring the cow to the stand. I'm sure. Then this court acknowledges the defendant's latest statements as new testimony. Objection. Have you lost your mind, Verity? We can't accept testimony like this. With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, information pertaining to the victim and her possessions is new and highly relevant evidence. Objection. Need I remind you of the addled state of her memory? This simply won't do. But you're accepting her confession? Addled? If we claim her memory's unreliable now, our own argument is weakened, sir. You said yourself only a few minutes ago that thanks to the suspect's confession, we need not worry ourselves over the finer details, did you not? Were we to call the validity of her memories into question, then we must also call into question the confession on which our entire argument is based. Is that really the most advisable course of action? Yes, you're right. Proceed as you see fit, then. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Gavel might be good. We're still in the game, but only by the skin of our teeth. And only thanks to Judge Gavel's intervention. As someone in chat said, bovine intervention. It's almost as if she was on our side for a second. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, the stuffed animal. I believe the cow in question is this thing here, Your Honor. We found it in the storeroom, and I believe it is yet another auction lot. Now to rotate it. Wait, that's... Do you know something, Gavel? No, It's just not what I imagined. I suppose it is a rather odd thing for the victim to have been carrying. The blue badger. I would look over it carefully. I'm gonna move the... There you go. I like the shading on it. That's really neat. Oh shit, he's got an Ox Jack. Sure does. The left horn is missing. This hole. It looks like that's where the horn would have gone. That doesn't look like stuffing in there. So what is it? Let's take a look at the rest of this toy and see what else we can find. The right horn seems intact, but I can't say it's doing much for the overall symmetry of this stuffed toy. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, it moves. It does? It sounds like sand being crushed. It would seem there's a recording device hidden inside. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. Nothing to say for yourself? I've waited so long for this day, and now I'll finally have my revenge. Could this be the moment of the murder? And someone made a recording of it? Huh. It just needs to say the time. It just has to say the time. Yeah, that's them right there. Them's the voices I heard. Sure as eggs is eggs.
Overruled.
Eggs is not eggs. Unfortunately, we have no way of verifying when these voices were recorded. It's not a clock. It's possible that they have nothing to do with the murder. If only there was some accompanying video footage. You got bugs in your ears or something, lady? I done told you. Eggs is eggs. And we already know the victim was holding that thing, right? So it's gotta be from when she got. It is a possibility, but a weak one without more than your word to back it up. We need something more, something credible. We need, yet again, she seems to be stepping in help. She seems to be stepping in to help? Judge Gavel, I think we all know the voices are from the moment of the murder. Consider for a moment the words we heard one of the speakers say. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. I believe we have something that could explain what these words are referring to and how it's all related. Whose voices from the murder? Is it the photo of her?
Take that!
With the burn on her hand? The coroner's preliminary findings? How do they prove anything? Cause it's, yeah. What on this page shows the voice must be of the time of the murder? What? I have to actually, what? Burn?
Take that!
Usually there'd be like dialogue options. I thought it was gonna be the photo. Think again on the words we heard. This part in particular sticks out in my mind. You can't hide that burn from me. The victim had a prominent burn mark on the back of her right hand. What of it? According to case testimony, the victim was carrying the stuffed cow toy, and a burn mark, an identifying mark unique to the victim, was mentioned on the recording it captured. Just a coincidence, stuff like that happens all the time, right? I'm not so sure it does, especially not in this case. The court accepts the recording may be from the time of the murder. In which case, one of the two voices must belong to the real culprit. And based on the content of the conversation, it seems likely that it's the one we hear the most. That still doesn't tell us anything about the killer's true identity or even if they're male or female. Due to the voice changer is correct. Unfortunate, but unavoidable. One thing, however, has become clear. We are now able to say that the voices Miss Hart heard were those of Miss Ringer and her killer. Just like I done told you they was. Eggs is eggs. We can say something else now, too. Then let's hear it. That is, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman. Do as you wish. According to Miss Hart, just before the murder occurred, two people came up to the storeroom from the committee chamber on the elevator. The ringleader and one of the auction attendees. It seems this was the point at which money exchanged hands. Eggs. The murder happened immediately afterward, and the auction carried on after that. All of which points to one key fact. What else does latest revelation tell us? The ringleader was the killer. Yeah. Since the ringleader was the auction's sole auctioneer, then it follows that they cannot be the victim. Didn't we establish that like an hour and a half ago? Not right now, Eustace. There's a good boy. What the fuck? Christ. I know that's how she's been doing the entire game, but to say literally, shush, 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 there's a good boy is like so much. And if they weren't the victim, then they can only have been the killer. A compelling argument, but hardly conclusive. I'm fully aware of that, Your Honor. I was merely warming up for the main event. There were certain traces left on the scene that seemed to suggest the ringleader was the killer. Then please hurry up and show us. Something that was placed on the scene that points to the ringleader as having been the killer. Specifically the ringleader? This? The clothing? Most things the police evidence, only things that wearing masks. Okay. I mean, the ringleader, I mean, this is tied to the ringleader. Yeah?
Take that!
Okay, cool. I don't get it. Maybe I need a safety save. For once, I agree with my idiot boy. Is insane. The ringleader was to kill something that would have wanted to hide. If you wish for us to believe your assertion the ringleader was the killer, we will need some evidence to that effect. Listen to the message again. Maybe I could. Oh, I can't pause. R.I.P. Oh. There's a cherry blossom petal caught in the fur here. Kate told she saw the toy fall to the ground at the foot of the cherry tree upstairs. That explains how this petal got stuck here. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. Not only safe for yourself, I so long been staying on finally on my revenge. That's my point to a ringleader. Is it that she's wearing the ringleader's outfit? I don't have that many attempts.
Take that!
God damn it. Okay, I can pause here. Okay. They won't let me pause when they're like, it's time to figure it out. Alright. Alright, now I can fuck around and find out. This is something they would have wanted to hide. Ever since it's just that. Is it that they hid stuff inside of the box? How does that point to the ringleader specifically? The killer hid the body. Then do a clothing or burns. Placed on the scene is such specific phrasing. Overthinking, I'm thinking that's my secret. I'm always doing both. Was it the thing? I mean, to me, it seems obvious, like, oh, they were wearing the ringleader's clothing, so change the clothing. But that would only matter to anyone who knows what the ringleader's clothing looked like? The blood pool hasn't come up yet? That's just to change where the location of the murder was expected to be. But again, I don't think that has anything to do with the ringleader specifically. Which maybe I'm getting caught up on that fact, but it's like, what points to the ringleader specifically? None of that. None of that. The ringleader's outfit, but apparently that's not it in either version of it that I have. That's fine. Heard of key cards? No. Don't think. Thanks so much for agreeing to my help when I plan. We can both get what we want. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. Yeah. Something placed. This doesn't point to the ringleader either. The flower on the first page, that was from the corsage. So the idea is that the victim was wearing this at the time of the murder. This is the story. I don't know if it's true. And in the scuffle, ripped off that piece of the corsage from there because it's missing there. But that was placed onto her. Points to the ringleaders haven't been the killer. I don't know. This fucking game. Sometimes I get stumped. I get stumped in my brain. And then I'm just spinning a couple plates and then they just fall to the ground. And I'm like, I don't know. Now my brain's shut down. The flower's not placed in the scene, it's placed on K. Exactly. So I was like, I don't know. My brain is all stunked up. Yeah. It's just when they're like, answer this question, I'm like, obviously it's the thing that says the word ringleader in the description. And seems to be part of the cover-up, but if that's not it, then what?
Take that!
No. Something we see in the photo, but huh? What do you want from me? What do you want from me, video game? What was placed at the scene that points to the ringleader? I don't know. I don't fucking know. Is it the candelabrum?
Take that!
My brain's gonna explode. In the game and out of the game. I'm just like, what do I know about the ringleader? They have a specific attire, and they're in the story, in the conversation, and none of that's the correct thing. I tried the body already, because I was thinking that would be like she was wearing the ringleader's outfit. It can't end like this. Oh. And with that, the truth receded into the darkness. Retrying? Where's it gonna put me? Hey, full HP. Let's go. Thank you, video game. Alright. Okay, I mean, I'll try it. I don't think it's this, because that was placed on K. Not at the scene. The miracle never happened. I'm just like, I'm just throwing random bullshit now, because I have no idea. What else was at the scene? What else was even at the scene? The raincoat. What else was placed at the scene of the crime? There was the candelabra, and there was the body, and there's the pool of blood. So I guess I'll try the pool of blood.
Take that!
Well, how does that point to the ringleader? How does that point to the... Okay. Okay. Convince me, game. Convince me that was the right option. The killer deliberately left a large pool of blood at the foot of the Goddess of Justice statue. It was due to that blood that we originally thought the murder had happened in this chamber. But it was simply a ruse designed to cover up the blood that had dripped down from the storeroom. What? I agree. What does that have to do with the ringleader? What? In order to conceal the existence of the underground auction, correct? Correct. If the culprit had nothing to do with the auction, they would have had no reason to cover up that blood. That doesn't prove it was the ringleader. It could have been anyone involved with the auction. Okay, all right. You don't want the auction discovered. Neither would anyone attending the auction. I disagree. Which further supports the theory the ringleader and the killer are one and the same. As to the identity of the ringleader, she's just accepting that. Do you have anyone you'd like to name? The auction is always held in this committee chamber with its storeroom located just overhead. Am I wrong that just like the fact she was wearing the ringleader's appearance is much more conclusive? Like, how else could that have happened than if the ringleader was involved? Like, what the fuck? The auction's already always held in the committee chamber with its storeroom located just overhead. So at the very least, we know the murderous ringleader has some connection to the committee. Yes, yes. And you suspect me, correct? As the committee's most powerful member, that should hardly be a surprise, right?
Objection!
You're a fine prosecutor, that much I'll give you. But as I think I may have mentioned already, you're also hopelessly naive. I guess it's really written. Only just sometimes, yes. Does it stand out compared to almost every case? I have moments like this where I'm like, what the fuck? So it doesn't stand out. It's just frustrating. It's just like, with like a single line of dialogue being different, this would have been so much more easy to make sense. You've got nothing, dear boy, have you? No evidence whatsoever. Nothing's so unique enough you couldn't just fake it. But they had no time. This was like the night before and the body was discovered in the morning. And I think that there's enough going on with it. There are enough identifying characteristics. And they were like, it's a man's jacket over and over. Not that a woman can't wear a man's jacket, but like, it reinforces the point that it was a man wearing the jacket and they put it on the body. And then stabbed her, which, you know, maybe she was unconscious and then he stabbed her. But regardless, it says ringleader's appearance. We have that, whatever. Fuck it. You got something to share. Do I have any evidence to show that Chairman Winner is the murderer? No. It was Chairman Winner himself who brought up the fact that I suspected him, and he seemed confident right from the get-go that he's untouchable, which means he knows I have nothing. Oh ho. Well, Miles, my boy, time to pay the piper. I've always wanted to say that. Verity, he's all yours. Whack-a-da-pee-pee. Wait, dang it, I just remembered something. Did you have amnesia too? Nah, it just came to me. Flash of inspiration, you know how it is. Very well, say your piece.
Objection.
What are you doing, Verity? Mr. Edgeworth has made it clear that he won't give up until every last lick of hope has been extinguished. So extinguish we must, lest he try to drag us through this excruciating process again in the future. Yeah, what she said. I don't quite get it, but it sounded pretty cool. Don't worry, Dad. I'll help Cavell bring this to a winning finish. We'll show them how wrong they are. Fine, let's hear what the witness has to say. It's also fun that this isn't real court, so that it's just whatever rules that they invent is what the committee does. So it's a little bit more believable than some of the courtroom scenes where the judge is like, I guess. It's like, they just have to convince the one dude that they can do this. You heard the chairman, Miss Hart, so if you would be so kind. All right, then. Here goes nothing. The facts, Miss Hart, and nothing but the facts. Don't you worry your pretty little head on that front. I'm a journalist. Truth's my middle name. Thought it was dang. Color me officially worried. So the ringleader's the killer, right? Which makes the victim one of them auction goers. Thing is, that don't add up. I counted 11 people coming down that hatch, see? Then the murder happened, and then the auction started back up again. Now have me look back downstairs right after that. No. And wouldn't you know it, there were 11 little duckies all lined up in a row again. How? And you're sure of this, Miss Hart? Sure as sure can be, your gavel ship. Saw with my own two peepers. And you didn't take a photo? So 11 before the murder, 11 again right after means... Wait, that's a thingy. A contradiction, Eustace. Do try to keep up. Miss Hart, did nothing really change at all. I done told you already, they carried right on again like nothing even happened. Oh, except for, wasn't nothing much, but, what is it? That little old mallet doodad. Can't have yourselves an auction without one. Kinda like the one Missy over there's got, but different. The auctioneer's hammer. That's the bunny. Yeah, like that. I done heard that thing banging and clanging right the way through, then nothing, just like that. The noise of the hammer stopped midway through. Could it have something to do with the murder? 11 eggs is 11 eggs. A shitty baker's dozen. If what Miss Hart is telling us is true, we have something of a problem. Namely, if the victim is neither the auctioneer nor one of the attendees, your entire theory cannot stand, Mr. Edgeworth. Chalk one up for justice. Eat that, Edgeworth. See, Mr. Edgeworth, there really was nothing we could do. There must be something we're overlooking, something we still don't have an explanation for. I just need to think. If I can't, K-is. All right, kids, do we finally have all our answers now? If so, then I expect you to make good on... No, we have more questions. Were you not listening? One moment, sir. I worry that it might still be a little early to pass judgment. After all, we have one more matter yet to resolve. And until we do, we cannot claim complete and total victory over Mr. Edgeworth. Is that not so, Mr. Edgeworth? Frankly, I expected you to have raised your voice by now. A loud hold it, perhaps? Yes, of course. And once again, she has rescued us from the jaws of defeat. Very well, let's get this over with, shall we? What is this one matter that still remains? The contradiction in the coroner's report, sir. That's, Yeah, hey, everybody. I'm back with the witnesses, Your Honor. You have got some splaining to do. What's this all about? Why'd you call us back down here? Did somebody suddenly fall ill? I'll have a compress ready in 2 shakes of a... Ow. This better be good. Did somebody else drop dead? Well, they might soon wish they had. Dr. Hertz, Miss Needler, thank you for coming on such short notice. Let me assure you, this won't take long. Quit trying to butter me up and cut to the chase, will ya? Ha ha ha, of course. We summoned you here to confirm something. What is Judge Cavell up to? Dr. Hertz, this court asks you provide the unabridged truth regarding the following. Do you stand by your preliminary findings? Can you vouch for their complete and total accuracy? Grandma doesn't make mistakes ever. That's strange. Huh? What do you mean? In the course of this trial, an error was indeed found in her report. And so I ask again for the truth, Dr. Hertz. Did you alter, tamper with, or in any way falsify your findings? That's awful. How can you even say that? What are you asking me for? Why the heck would I want to do that? To help the true culprit, of course. As if I'd know anything about all that. I just know I didn't do anything of the sort. Then that seems doubly strange. What other explanation could there be for the discrepancy in your report? Mr. Edgeworth? I wonder if you might have any thoughts on the matter. It's not like you to be coy, I must say. Why does she keep taking charge and helping me? I still don't know what she's trying to do, but I'll happily take what I can get. If everything was recorded accurately and then handed off to Mr. Winner according to protocol, then the report shouldn't contain any mistakes. Wait, for the record, I didn't do anything to the report. I guess we'll see, won't we? Dr. Hertz, perhaps we could begin with your side of the story. Why do we need to? This is pointless. I'll be the judge of what's pointless, thank you very much. We have patients waiting back at hospital. But Grandma, we really don't have time for this. Won't you please help us? I can't stress how important this is. Grandma says she'll testify. But could you please make it quick? If we're not back soon, people will suffer. And yet you had no qualms about taking your time and buying cotton candy the last time we saw you. We'll let you go as soon as we can, I promise. Assuming you tell us the truth, that is. Time to fight an old lady. No way there's a mistake in Grandma's report, not never. I've been dealing with the dead longer than you've been alive, Sonny Jim. Me writing something wrong is about as likely as ouch. And what the heck do you think I'd stand to gain by doctoring a file, Don't make a lick of sense. And that's all she has to say. Nothing funky here. Nothing funky, Kong? In my Dongtober? Just as I thought. There's no chance the good doctor doctored her findings. And you swear by the holy goddess this testimony's true? Of course. Grandma's never told a lie in her...
Objection!
Your opinions are not necessary, Nurse Needler. Your grandmother's the subject of this inquiry, not you. Not necessary? That's not fair. I'm the only ally poor Grandma has. Go ahead and shout objection left and right, but you best be prepared then, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor. I'm more than prepared. I'm ready to expose the truth behind the error in the report. We just have her to say how she remembers filing the report, I guess. No way there's a mistake.
Hold it!
Happy Dongtober. Never! You're saying that Dr. Hertz is infallible? She has to be. A doctor can't afford to make mistakes. Even a vet like Grandma would be out of a job if she messed up even once. So there's no way she, of all people, would. I got a whole hospital relying on me. Might be you can bungle your work and survive, mister, but I can't. I've been dealing with the dead longer you've been alive, Sonny Jim. And you've really never made a single mistake in all that time. Doctoring's all about experience. The longer you've been at it, the better you get. If only the same were true of prosecuting, Chairman Winner would be the best in the business. But I think we can all agree that's not the case. Ooh, you really are a devil, Miles. But you're also quite wrong. I've never once made a mistake either. After all, I have people to do that for me. I'm too busy for foul-ups, and lucky for me, I don't have to make them. Isn't having people just grand? Huh? Don't you go trying to make doctoring and lawyering sound the same. It ain't nothing alike. Nothing alike, I tell you. Me writing something wrong is about as likely as ouch.
Hold it!
The victim appeared to have put this raincoat on after sustaining the head injury, and yet there was not a single drop of her blood in the chest area of the raincoat. Therefore, she must have been hit in the head before she was stabbed in the chest, making it pre-mortem. That's... ouch. I don't need you to teach me how to suck eggs, young man. My dang report already says what you just said, don't it? There we go.
Objection!
Your report states the head injury appears to have been sustained post-mortem, which is the exact opposite of what I just said. Sure. I'll teach your grandmother to suck eggs. Sucking eggs is sucking eggs. I diligently dictated that report to Florence here, and she wrote it down all just like I said. If something happened to it after that, weren't nothing to do with me. You dictated it. If you could please tell me more. I diligently dictated the report to Florence, and anything after that were nothing to do with me.
Hold it!
Just so we're on the same page, what were your conclusions regarding the body? Like I said, ow. Sorry, was, death from a good hard knock to the noggin. Oh, and then the candelabra was post-mortem. Oh, yeah, do it. Can you say for certain when that knock happened, Dr. Hertz? Pre-mortem, of course. Chest wound happened after the poor girl died. I told Florence that, and she wrote it right down. So that's what it says in my dang report. And maybe what you told her, but I think we're finally getting to the truth. Fabricated evidence? I never. What do you think I stand to gain by doctoring a file?
Hold it!
You may not have stood to gain anything from it, but what about your granddaughter? Me? I didn't stand to gain anything either. Never mind her, what about your little friend over there, She'd stand to gain something for sure. Look at you trying to accuse my sweet, innocent Florence of wrongdoing. Yeah, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. I wish you'd tell that to Chairman Winter. Anyhow, nobody doctored that report, you hear? Nobody. And what's the hell she has to say?
Hold it!
Did anything stand out as strange to either of you when you were examining the body? Huh? What's that, Grandma? Pretty strange young fellow showed up, that's for sure. A strange man? Who? Dressed like a danged fool he was, all frilly around the neck and such. And the dangdest thing of all, even though we all knew the idiot boy was about to get fired, he still insisted on messing with my scene. That's right, I'm talking about you, Mr. Ruffle-necked ruffian, crimson-suited creep. So Mr. Edgeworth is a ruffian and a creep. Those are not words you need to commit to memory, Kay. Dr. Hertz doesn't sound like she's lying. No. She only communicates through her granddaughter. I should probably try to make sure that Nurse Needler's being truthful too. I just had another one to do with me. Just show the report?
Objection!
Good. If it wasn't that, I was ready to go and say it again. Dr. Hertz, I'd like you to take a look at the report for yourself. I'll read it to... Ow. Oh, she's getting sweaty. This ain't what I said. This ain't what I said at all. What? What do you mean exactly? Hey-ya! Huh? I don't know. Batter up. Elder abuse, Your Honor, but I can't say that. Miss Needler, if you are attempting to bury Dr. Hertz's truth, I will gladly hear her confession myself on behalf of the Goddess of Justice. Hertz seems to be telling Judge Cavell something in private. What? I see. Very well, allow me to relay to everyone what you have just told me. Ain't no doubt about what I saw, what I said. I dictated my findings to Florence just like I told you I did. The fuddle-headed young thing must have wrote it down wrong or something. Wow, that was a great impression. Yes, but was it really necessary? So in summary, there is an error in the report. It was all because of you, Nurse Needler. The true facts have now been shown to be that the head injury occurred prior to the chest wound. The question now, Miss Needler, is why did you introduce such an error? Just a minute, Verity. You make it sound as if the poor girl did it deliberately. Whereas it seems to me she just made a little mistake. Pre-mortem, post-mortem, they're practically the same word, don't you think? Except they mean two completely opposite things. This was deliberate, no doubt about it. Why would she want to change it? Exactly, thanks, ow. You won't get away that easy. Explain yourself, young lady. Grandma, You submitted a falsified report, an act that led to Kay being accused of murder. You owe us an explanation. But I can't tell you. Not don't want to, but can't. This is really rather unpleasant, don't you think? Ganging up on this poor, considerate girl who's only looking after her grandmother. She has nothing to do with anything. She simply made one tiny mistake, so why not leave it there?
Objection!
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
because the only person her testimony would hurt is you. What on earth do you mean, my boy? Seeing as you're now a de facto ex-prosecutor, you're going to need to explain yourself better than that. I'd be happy to. I'll even spell it out for you. Nurse Needler's role in this crime was very important because she's the real victim? What? She's the real victim here. I couldn't agree more. Poor girl. Surely is the victim in all this. It's tragic. Oh. That's not what I meant. I meant she was a victim of the... She looks pretty alive to me. That's not what I... Okay. Wouldn't that mean she's not the victim? Could she have falsified the report for somebody else's sake? Can we approach it from that? Okay. I was under the assumption she did it right, and then the fucking Chairman Winter fucked with it. But if she actually did falsify the report, then okay, she was a co-conspirator. Hiya. Nurse Needler doctored the report in order to cover for her accomplice. Hey, Eustace is my god savior. You've missed a lot of Eustace earlier, but he's still around. Oog! Oh, ho, 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 so she's a co-conspirator, this innocent young thing? Do share your grounds for making such a wild accusation, dear boy. The murder couldn't have been committed by one person working on their own. Without at least two people, it wouldn't have been possible to, maintain attendee number. If the auctioneer was the murderer and the victim was one of the attendees, the fact that a witness testified there being 11 attendees even after the murder doesn't make sense. Hey, watch it. Y'all gotta call my good word into question now, too? That's not what I meant. In fact, it's quite the opposite. I'm taking you at your word, which means there must be a co-conspirator. I know it's hard, my boy, but sometimes you just have to accept that you were wrong. I wasn't wrong. I just hadn't considered the possibility of the killer having an accomplice. But as soon as we do, things start to fall into place. If the killer's accomplice returned to the auction room in the place of the victim, there would indeed have been 11 attendees both before and after the murder. Well, well, so that's your thinking, is it? It's certainly intriguing. But surely the imposter would have been spotted right away. I don't imagine that Nurse Needler looks strikingly different from the victim in build and stature. With the help of a mask, she could very easily have replaced Miss Ringer without anybody noticing. Well, Nurse Needler, is that what happened? Did you take the victim's place at the auction? I wouldn't do something like... Now tell us, the ringleader, who were they? I can't tell you, I just can't. It hurt Grandma, too. Ow. But Grandma... Don't you worry about me, I can take it. You just tell me everything, child. But... Grandma! So I was right. She was an accomplice. Miss Needler, why? Well, Miss Needler, can you explain yourself? Yes. Huh? Oh, thank you, Grandma, but I'm all right now. I confess it. I changed places with Miss Ringer. So you admit that you were working with the ringleader. Yeah, I was helping them. I don't know how, but they found out Miss Ringer was going to attack them. The culprit was going to be attacked by the victim. They seemed pretty sure it was going to happen that night, so they made a counterplan. They wanted to strike first, and they wanted me to help them. I was told to go to the storeroom before the auction began and wait there. Now hold on right there, Missy. I didn't see nothing and my eyes don't lies. You'd have been there for... If you'd been there from before the auction, I would have bumped right into you. I was there the whole way through, and you weren't there for a bit of it. I'm not lying. Well, that's easy for you to say, but you were lying about altering that report only a few minutes ago. I think we're all well aware of the number of potential hiding places in that storeroom. Andre Omega, thanks for the prime. Are we? Where exactly are you trying to say our friend the nurse was hiding? Nurse Needler hid here while she was waiting in the storeroom. I'm gonna say the box. Take that! Without thinking about it that much. She hid inside this clothes box. Oh, she did she? Huh? Well, it was there the whole time, even before I moseyed on in. But like I done told y'all, it had them chains around it. Wanted to hide in there myself, really, but it was locked up tight, so I had to go elsewhere. I imagine it's because Nurse Needler was already lying in there by the time you arrived. That's right, we didn't want anybody to open it or would have really blown our cover. So the ringleader told me to climb in and wait until it was time for my part of the plan.
And then they wrapped the whole box up in chains. I think they took the elevator downstairs not so long after. And I guess you're not claustrophobic then. It was just before the auction was due to start. So as the auction was beginning, you and Miss Hart would have been the only people in the storeroom. I think so. The auction proceeded as it always did, until a certain customer came upstairs to complete her purchase. That was when the incident occurred. Miss Hart overheard the victim and the culprit exchanging words around then. You betcha. I was behind that statue there, shaking like a dang leaf the whole time. In the middle of their quarrel, Miss Ringer was killed by the auctioneer. Bonk on the head. I imagine the auctioneer then carried Miss Ringer's body over to the clothes box, from which Nurse Needler emerged and swapped places with the victim. After placing Miss Ringer's body inside the box, Nurse Needler's role now was to pretend to be Miss Ringer. The two of them then returned to the room below as if nothing had happened. Does that about sum up what happened in the storeroom, Miss Nurse Needler? Yep, in fact, that's exactly what happened. But then she wasn't actually dead. So then she got up out of the box and put on the raincoat and climbed the ladder. That makes slightly more sense. It's chill though. Hold up, you just waltzed right back on in and nobody noticed? This is two completely different people we're talking about. You're telling me not a one of the other folks down there in the auction cottoned on? Why would they? The other auction goers had no reason to notice the difference when Nurse Needler entered because she's still in their clothes, using the victim's name. She's imitating the victim. Would clothes include the mask? As we've seen, Miss Ringer and Nurse Needler are about the same build. What's more, the auction rules required attendees to wear their masks at all times. If Nurse Needler were wearing the same clothes as Ringer, nobody would have been any the wiser. No, and they weren't. I borrowed Miss Ringer's clothes and ow, and left the poor child in her smalls. Have you no respect, girl? No, Grandma, I thought the same thing. It wouldn't be nice to leave her like that. So when the ringleader wasn't looking, I put that raincoat on her. On a dead body. So that's how Miss Ringer came to be wearing it. Okay. Thus, the auction was able to carry on as before. Guess the part where I caught the red raincoat on film came just after. Must be, then it all makes sense. Right after that was when I went on over and looked downstairs through the gap in the elevator. Spied me 11 happy little auction goers, then back I snuck to my little hidey hole. Don't tell me you were hiding back there the entire time after that. Well, that is not exactly. What is it? Did something happen? Maybe I ought to mention this before, but I fell asleep for a few winks after that. Well, passed out. Unconscious, you might say. What happened? Nothing much. Yeah, kind of silly, really, but, there was this sudden loud noise, and startled me just a little bit, you know? Hey, more than a little. But I just witnessed a murder. Can't blame a girl for getting jumpy. And then he fell asleep at the scene of the crime. Guess that got my heart shook and my head faint before I knew I was out like a light. Oh, she heard metal pipe.wav, and then it put her to sleep. Okay, I get it now. By the time I came to, it was the next dang day, and they were all clanking. There y'all were clanking down that ladder. I see. So you were startled by a loud noise and fell unconscious. I suppose that means you don't know what happened after that? Not per se, but, well, after the auction was over, all the masks were back on the rack. So I reckon the guests done finished up and filed out one by one like they were supposed to. You heard crumbling.wav. If you're having trouble falling asleep, get a load of this. Nurse Needler, once the auction had restarted, what exactly were you doing? I was pretending to be Miss Ringer and placing bids just as the ringleader wanted. I had to wait in the clothes box as I had been instructed. It had a dead body inside after all. She is so, like, coming clean about all this. She knows she's complicit in a murder, right? Imagine if somebody else had won it. We would have been in real trouble then. So you had no idea the victim had vacated the box in the meantime? No, not until we came back up so I could pay for it. That was when we noticed. The ringleader told me to go look for her right away. Except I found some other girl collapsed at the foot of the ladder instead. Okay. Yeah, she must have fallen from up on the roof and been knocked unconscious. Guess the victim must have left that hatch wide open, huh? That would explain it. Kay would have been so shocked by seeing Miss Ringer fall motionless right in front of her that she wouldn't have seen the open hatch and fallen right through it. God forbid women disassociate. Real. That explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Miss Hart. It was the sound of Kay crash landing onto the storeroom floor. I suppose. Can't believe something like that done knocked me out for so long, though. In summary, by the time Miss Needler found Kay, you were already sound asleep behind the statue. I think we got a good grasp on what occurred up to this point now, Nurse Needler, if you would continue. Sure, so I found Kay, next I found Miss Ringer, and I put them both in the clothes box. Oh, we couldn't risk any of the auction goers seeing them, that would have caused a real hullabaloo. Was that your idea or the ringleader's? Theirs. But putting the raincoat on Miss Ringer was my own idea, so I tried to get rid of it before they found out what I'd done. I imagine they were none too pleased when it showed up as a surprise piece of evidence in this case. And lastly, the ringleader and I put her in an auctioneer's outfit we'd prepared. Of course, which completed the deception and made everyone think she was the auctioneer. All in all, the auction finished up without anybody noticing anything, and that was that. You put her in a box with a naked corpse. Yep. And now that we know the extent of your crimes, Nurse Needler, if you have anything further to share, I'd advise you do so immediately. I wish I could tell you more, but I'm sorry, that's all I know. Oh, except for one other thing. It did seem a little strange, I guess. When I was borrowing Miss Ringer's clothes, I took everything I could, but I couldn't take her hair, obviously, so, ow. You're danged right you couldn't take her hair. What kind of medical professional are you? That's where you draw the line? Taking her clothes was okay? Our hair was totally different. The style, the length, everything. I kind of panicked. But the ringleader thought of everything, including wigs. Thankfully, you've had wigs, 2 of them. In fact, there was a straight one and a wavy one. They were both stashed in the clothes box. 2 wigs, but why? Right? I wondered that too. I thought maybe they were worried she might have changed up her style. Anyway, I took the straight one. That was the one that matched her hair on the day, leaving a wavy wig in the box. Why is that important? And that's everything you know? There's nothing else you're forgetting? No? Huh? No, really, Grandma, that's everything. Take it that you really have no idea who the ringleader might be. Sorry, I only know that they were in charge of the auction. I didn't see them without their mask on, and they were pretty careful to keep their identity a secret from everyone. If I can't get something concrete on them... Oh, well, Miles, we'll be about done. You've proven the nurse was part of the murder plot, but sadly for you, it doesn't change a whole lot. Because it does nothing to prove that Kay Faraday isn't the ringleader. Huh? And justice must prevail. We can't change the law, even for your sake. But didn't we establish there was someone with real, like, high standing within the committee? Is this it? Am I not going to be able to save Kay?
Objection!
Oh, right, you're here. Franziska, what are you doing here? As I told you before, Miles Edgeworth, where the case leads, I follow. Your dedication is an inspiration to us all. But don't go getting the wrong idea, little brother. I'm only here to deliver the truth regarding the suspect. I'm certainly not here to forgive you for abandoning the way of the prosecutor. I understand that. Why would the ringleader implicate themselves? I don't know. You should thank your former subordinates for what I'm about to share. In his desperation to help Kay Faraday, he gave me a valuable piece of information. Detective Gumshoe did that. Prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth, for the final piece of the puzzle. Rosie Ringer's head wound was the first of the injuries she suffered, not the second. Will someone say something? Yes, there's no easy way to say this, Franziska, but we already proved that ourselves. You what? Yes, just a few minutes ago. Ow! Well, why didn't you say so sooner? You didn't exactly give us a chance. And I suppose you know about the murder weapon, too? No, not yet. Huh, good. Then listen up. The victim was struck on the head with a blunt object bearing a circular surface. And the wounds to the chest were actually inflicted post-mortem. A circular surface. Objection. And you're certain of that, I assume? Your sources are above board? 2 trusted medical professionals reached the same conclusion independently. You couldn't ask for more. Objection. That's certainly good to know. Unfortunately, you're overstepping the bounds of... Of what? I am the prosecutor in charge of Interpol's investigation into the underground auction, and this murder occurred during that auction. It would be negligent of me not to pursue leads pertaining to related parties. Especially the victim. My, you've really become quite the force to be reckoned with, haven't you, my dear? Then all parties are in agreement. The victim died from a blow to the head. Sadly, the murder weapon itself has yet to be identified. Based on the shape, I might have an idea or two. But guys, I didn't turn up any other weapon during my investigation. And yet one need only think about the setting and an auctioneer's tools, and the answer should be obvious. A bonk on the head with the hammer. Auctioneer's hammer. What would an auctioneer have readily at hand? Bonk. And it sounded a little something like this. An auctioneer's hammer, of course. But we never found one of those. If the auctioneer was indeed the killer, it does seem a likely candidate for the murder weapon. But without the evidence to support your theory, it remains nothing more than that. Well, I have just the evidence you need right here. This piece of evidence strongly suggests the auctioneer's hammer was the murder weapon. What? But we were just told it's circular. What? We were told it was circular, therefore I said, oh, it must be the hammer. Do I now have to point to the thing that said it was circular? Or is there something else? It's the autopsy report was updated. This can't be right. There has to be something else. Okay, thank God. Okay, thank God. I was like, that's just actual circular logic. They never realized the murder weapon. Did anything change from before it was used? Oh, right. I remember now. I remember. I got it. Where was it? What? Yo. Welcome. How you doing, Viking Blonde? Howdy. We are playing Ace Attorney Investigations 2. We are very deep into case 4. And nothing out of context will make sense, because even in context, it's a mess. But appreciate the raid. I'm losing my fucking mind. This case is insane, which is true of every case. But we know who did it, and we're dancing around it because he's very powerful. So it's going great. My brain is mush on the floor, but we're getting somewhere. Hope you had a good stream. Miss Hart told us something very important about the auction after the murder occurred. She said the very prominent sound of the auctioneer's hammer could no longer be heard. Why would that be? I'll tell you why, because it had just been used in a murder and was covered in the victim's blood. It would need to be disposed of, isn't that right? Chairman Winner? And we're just gonna end every sentence with you until he finally fesses up. I'll have our people look into this right away. Oh, ho, 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 you really are like a dog with a bone, aren't you, dear boy? But if you can't dedicate yourself to a cause when you're young, when can you? He's very confident we'll never find it. I hated it. Very well, a search for the murder weapon will be conducted. In the meantime, this court is in recess. Oh, holy shit. Someone did say that there was another to be continued. Are his goggles full of tears? Yes. He cries and fills up his goggles with tears and occasionally pours them out. They had 38 minutes left, maybe like 15 minutes to an hour. Gotcha. Easy finish, I think. I mean, the thing is, we would be picking it back up tomorrow. We feel like we can't just leave it here. I agree, but it is getting late. Don't you want all of this back instead of this? Yeah. Oh, I mean, no, not case 5, no. Thanks for the hydrate. Yeah, I mean, it is mostly my throat. This is always the part stream where it's like, ooh, no, I don't want to pull it. I just have to decide. Because I want to finish it, but that's like the sweet spot of like, man, I'm already mush. A nice lemon water. That does sound nice. What's for tomorrow? That's kind of thinking. Because if I wasn't streaming tomorrow, I'd be like, fuck it, we'll finish it now. But I'm gonna come back to this tomorrow. So I think we'll do that then. I think we'll do that. Sorry to not be able to do it all in one go, but I think it'll just be better for my brain as well to be able to hit it with the ground running tomorrow, and we'll start case 5 after that. So even if there's not that much left, if it was like 20 minutes at my pace, it's tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. So also my brain stamina bar ran out like 2 hours into that case. What a wild case though. It's called the big building. Anyway, case 5 is huge, good. So we'll start it tomorrow, but yeah. Thank you for hanging. Sorry to kind of, I don't know, it feels abrupt to just be like, and we're done for today, but we'll pick it back up tomorrow. The clock was indeed the heart of the kingdom. Let me get caught up on alerts. Probably take a couple streams. That makes sense. As long as it doesn't end with 5 hours of diplomatic immunity, should be a good time. I look forward to it. Hope you are looking forward to it as well. If you're gonna join me tomorrow, hope to see you then. If you're not, have a good weekend. Let me get caught up. And if you're here from the raid, welcome. Just in time for me to wrap up. It's just, that's the thing about Ace Attorney is like, a lot of games that I stream that are multiple streams, I can just kind of find an organic place to leave it off. Ace Attorney, it feels like the game will just be like, here's a checkpoint, very abruptly. Here's this big, exciting thing, and save your game. Now it keeps going. It's just like, well, we'll see. But Necro Queen Artemis, thanks for 47 months. Azul, thanks for 50 bits. Die Young Hospital in the fan translation. Pirate Ninja Dino, thanks for 3 months. Lilivic, thanks for gifting Pup Time a sub. Churro Shoe, thanks for 6. Maybe the case is the friends we made along the way. Candy Corngle, there he is. Azul, thanks for 6 months. Captain Shrek, thanks for 5 years. JC Prophet, thanks for the hammy. Really appreciate it. Azul, thanks for 50 bits. He's guilty of being uncomfortably moist, just like me. JC, thanks for the bits. His pop would be so proud. Azul said Excelsius is a really weird verbal tick in Japanese. He talks like a young child. Small Truth, thanks for 10 bits. Smashman, thanks for 10 bits as well. JC Prophet, thanks for 100 bits. Gregory's so proud of his son. It's really weird how they dance with this idea of Miles becoming a prosecutor. Well, like, we know what happens to him in the future from this game, so it's like a little bit unfair, but it's just kind of like almost every investigation case has like very arbitrary stakes. And now he's literally put down his badge. He's literally said that doesn't matter to me anymore, which is like his arc for the game. I'm fine with that. But then it's like, well, maybe he'll become a prosecutor or become an attorney. He's like, no, I'm a prosecutor. It doesn't feel, I don't know. Future games haven't been made yet. That's fair. Yeah, I guess you're playing this as it came out. Will he get his badge back? Eggs is gonna be our raid message. You know it. So thanks for the 50 bits. You start by going, haha, use this, you dumb child, and then Excelsius does it, and you're like, no, you stop that. It's funny when I bully him. It's not funny when his dad bullies him. Tina, thanks for soup. Happy Halloween times. Happy you're back. These stream VODs have been my lifeblood these past weeks. Yes, I am back. Had a bit of a break, and I'm back. Went out of town. Oswald, thanks for 50 bits. Translation change I'm kind of sad about. In fan translation, his testimony name continued from his dialogue. He says something like, it's okay if you're not ready to face the fire, but it doesn't really make a bit of difference. Witness testimony, because I'm gonna bully you. Ooh. Maj, thanks for 28 months. Back when I had a beer down in my stomach, my friend showed me this game and how much I looked like Excelsius. Oh, God. And you're like, I'm shaving it off today. Joe, thanks for 75 months. 25 months until 3 digits. We were very close. I think the maximum someone could be subbed right now is like in the 90s. And that is terrifying to think that it's going to be 100 months soon-ish. Omega Platinum, thanks for 28 months. Refreshing my sub, but now running away because I haven't played this yet. Bye. Have a good one. Hello, goodbye. Chemist, thanks for 90 months. 90 whole ass months. That's at least a week. I believe we have some scientists in the chat who can verify, but I believe that's true. Again, Viking Blonde, thanks for the raid. And Jason Prophet, thanks for the bits. That's what I was adamant about you not starting Case 4 last time you played this. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's Ace Attorney in a nutshell. It's always a lot, but enjoy it. Thanks again for joining, hanging in chat and lurking, watching, whatever you've been doing. I'm gonna go send you off to a certain Nicole Goodnight, who is playing a certain Phasmophobia with a certain Bath. And let's go say eggs is eggs. Because I can't think of a truer statement. Is it tautological to say eggs is eggs? I don't care. I think we should be able to say it. I think we should be able to be loud and proud about the fact that eggs is eggs. And tautology be damned. I'll be back tomorrow. Hope to see you then. We're gonna finish this stupid case. I'm enjoying it. I just get frustrated when it's just like, yeah. What if eggs wasn't eggs? Get that shit out of my chat. I don't want to hear it. But yeah, other than like, it really bothers me when I'm like, oh, there's like 3 main lines of inquiry here. And then you loop through the dialogue and they're like, oh, what about this one specific thing? And then that's not what you were supposed to actually follow up on. It's just like, why? Like that's not a red herring. That's actually a distraction. That's so unfortunate. And it really bums me out. But other than that, I've been this case in general has been, I think, really well paced. A lot of fun changing of locations and time of day shifts. Whenever you're in the same room for hours and hours on end, which is kind of what this final confrontation's been, that's when it starts to feel like it's dragging on. Even if the contents are mixing up, it's just like, if we're just in a room talking for hours, I'm just like, oh my God. I'm ready for something to happen. So, excited to see the end of it, though, and we'll start what seems to be a very extensive case 5. And then we'll be done with investigations and Miles. Anyway, raid's about to go. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging and chatting and stuff. Go talk about eggs. Think about eggs. Be about eggs. Thanks for watching, Bob Watchers. Hope you're enjoying investigations, collection, whatever. You can also leave a comment on YouTube. Eggs is eggs. Goodbye.